Come to Douluo, you shouldn't be a scumbag. Chapter 1 _ The first appearance of the Golden Dragon. Douluo God Realm. A mysterious space filled with golden colors. Mu Chen was in it at the moment, and he was actually floating at this moment. Fortunately, he had received professional military training before. Although he was a little nervous, he was not too flustered. In fact, Mu Yun was not the only one in this golden space. The one who was staring at him was a huge golden dragon that stretched across thousands of meters. In Mu Chen's eyes, this golden dragon is not too good looking. The scales are magnificent pale gold and diamond shaped, embellished on its huge body, full of sharpness, and it looks thick and strong. The wings are spread out, covering the sky and the sun. Although this is a golden space, when the dragon wings are spread out, it still presents a shocking scene. This golden dragon's tail is very long and covered with spikes. It's really scary. Just looking at it, you know it's a raptor who specializes in fighting. Only, I just accidentally became a scumbag, and I was discovered by them. In the end, I just rolled into the river and was caught by a hatchet. It is necessary to make such a big deal for me. A Western dragon. My small body is not enough for him. Mu Chen wants to cry but has no tears. Mu Chen was very helpless. The eyes of the Western dragon in front of him were wide, and the bloody UI-colored eyes were full of madness. Don't ask how Mu Chen knew that. Before he fell into the sea in the past life, the ex-girlfriends who were deceived by him had this look, but now, they are magnified a lot by the huge dragon eyes of bloody UI, and they look very terrifying. But at this time, they had been staring at each other for so long, and Mu Chen was really puzzled that this big dragon didn't move at all. Could it be that I am too handsome? Oh no, although I think I am handsome, but I still have self-knowledge. I have some kinship with Shui, but it is definitely not too deep. I used to chase girls in my previous life. 9's height and strong physique. Cough cough. Just when Mu Chen was puzzled, the golden dragon in front of him suddenly spread its wings and shook. The dragon's head was raised, and its huge mouth was wide open. Roar. Then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, it rapidly shrank. Mu Chen was stunned. Just imagine that a great existence with 1,000 feet shrinks at a speed visible to the naked eye in front of him. Would you be surprised? The golden dragon shrank at an extremely fast speed, and in less than a while, it shrank to a golden light ball the size of a thumb. The light group swayed rapidly in the air, and then seemed to have found the host, and ran to Mu Chen in a flash. He circled around Mu Chen twice and seemed to be observing him. Mu Chen only felt that there was a pair of eyes watching him, and he seemed to see this light group and nodded humanely. Huh. The light group got into Mu Chen's eyebrows at a speed that the naked eye couldn't catch. Although Mu Chen wanted to refuse a little bit, it turned out that he could only say that the emperor and his concubine couldn't do it. Mu Chen only felt a rush of heat spread throughout his body, which was warm and comfortable, and even wanted to sleep. However, the secret slowly emerging in his mind made him widen his eyes. It turned out that the golden dragon in front of him was the Golden Dragon King, and this place was built with the tyrannical power of the Golden Dragon King. In fact, the Golden Dragon King existed in the Douluo God realm. According to legend, the Dragon God is the first generation of the co-owner of the spirit and beasts that ruled the line of the beasts, and the strongest at the beginning of the God realm, who controls the 5 gods. In order to expand and consolidate the realm of the gods, he scattered his energy, which led to loss of control. Later, he was provoked by the villain and finally launched the Dragon God War. In fact, originally humans were absolutely unable to match the Dragon God, but due to out of control, the Shura God seized the opportunity and took the opportunity to behead and finally defeated the beasts headed by the Dragon God. But the gods also suffered heavy losses. Among the first-level gods of the 7 elemental gods at that time, 4 all fell into the hands of the Dragon God. It was the god of good and the god of evil that joined forces to defeat the dragon god and created the conditions for the final beheading of the dragon god. The consciousness and soul of the dragon god were all shattered, but by virtue of his powerful ability, he was forcibly split under severe injuries and turned into the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King. After the spiritual consciousness was completely broken, it turned into spiritual consciousness again, and the originally incomparably powerful and perfect abilities were also inherited by the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King respectively. The Golden Dragon King inherited the powerful physical ability of the Dragon God, with infinite strength, invulnerability, and unparalleled speed. The Silver Dragon King inherited the ability of the Dragon God to control the power of the elements, and at the same time control the power of water, fire, earth, wind, light, and darkness, the 6 elemental powers, as well as the power of space, the power of destruction and creation. Some readers have not read Do-san, so I will write a little bit of setting, and some of the later ones are second settings. The characters may keep the original and add a little bit, but the overall situation will not change. With the death of the Dragon God, the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King lost to the 5 God Kings and were forced to flee. The Golden Dragon King made a lot of damage on the way to escape, absorbing a lot of the spirits of the gods, and his strength was chasing the 5 gods. The Silver Dragon King is also in the realm of semi-breakthrough of the pinnacle of the first level god. However, the opponents are the 5 kings of the gods, and even they can't please them. Finally, while escaping into the turbulent flow of time and space, he received the signature skills of the 5 gods and kings. Under the protection of the Golden Dragon King, although the Silver Dragon King was also seriously injured, his consciousness was preserved. The Golden Dragon King was killed by the 5 great god kings. The last broken godhead and the core bloodline remained in the space created by him. At this point, the Dragon God War is over. Thinking of this, Mu Chen couldn't help sighing, who said that the Golden Dragon King was just a mindless dragon. He still has some wisdom inherited from the Dragon God. In the memory of the Golden Dragon King, Mu Chen felt his protection for the Silver Dragon King. After his death, his godhead and bloodline were combined, but he finally found Mu Chen on the earth and brought it into the space to accept the inheritance. I didn't expect that. I was still very lucky. If I don't die, I will have future blessings. The ancients did not deceive me. Mu Chen secretly snickered. However, this memory also convinced me that this is the world in Douluo continent, and I just happened to read this book, and I got the inheritance of the Golden Dragon King that is comparable to the God King level. This opening has to be said to be perfect. Thump. Mu Chen was thinking about the future excitedly, but suddenly, a strange noise sounded. Taking a closer look, the space in front of him has a distorted shape, and there is an intensifying trend. What's the situation? The space cracked very quickly, and it seemed that it came to Mu Chen in the blink of an eye. Mu Chen only felt that an irresistible force was attacking him. The body is being oppressed and even feels twisted. Ah! Mu Chen shouted uncontrollably. This oppression is not only the body. Mu Chen seems to feel that his soul is out of the body, and the soul has become a person and is being squeezed. It's so painful. Finally, the space returned to nothingness, and there was darkness in front of him. Mu Chen lost consciousness. He turned into a small golden light group, and there was a faint sound of dragon roar. And there was a crack just in front of it that could accommodate the golden light group in and out. With a fearless aura, the golden light group plunged into it. Chapter 2 Yuexuan Xian Master Tang Yuehua. As mentioned in the last episode, Mu Chen turned into a golden light group and drilled into the crack. His destination was nothing else, it was the Douluo continent where the Silver Dragon King was located. With the traction of his breath, although Mu Chen had lost consciousness, he would still tremble and reach Douluo continent in a daze. But unfortunately, the golden light group seemed to have insufficient backup hidden energy. When he passed through the capital of the heavenly capital empire, Tiandu city, the golden light group slowly fell. But no one found. Heaven Do Empire, Heaven Do City, Yuxian. This is a 5-story building. Even in Heaven Do City, this place can be regarded as a very tall building. Only 2 simple words were written on the plaque. Moonxian. The golden light slowly fell and did not enter the top floor of Yuxian. Until he entered a room on the top floor of Yuxian, and placed it on a big soft bed. The golden light faded, turning into a pink, petite child. At this moment, Mu Chen has not woken up yet, and his consciousness is still immersed in the deepest part of his brain. In fact, this is also the complete fusion between him and the Golden Dragon King. Only by turning into a juvenile can he truly merge with the blood of the Golden Dragon King and become the Golden Dragon King. Let's turn our attention to this room. Walking into the compartment, around the ring net, there are tables and chairs carved from fine sandalwood, embroidered with different patterns, and the flow is graceful and delicate everywhere. It can be seen that this is the private room of a daughter's house. Near the bamboo window, a ray of sunlight shone down, and the table was covered with rosewood. There were a few sheets of rice paper on the table, a few brushes on the inkstone, and a few cold plums standing proudly in the wind and frost on the rice paper, symbolizing the refined elegance of the owner. This elegant room is mostly purple, which shows that the owner here is also an elegant person. The bed in the house collapsed in response to the light cyan gauze curtain. The gauze curtain rolled up while dancing with the wind. The whole house was not luxurious, but it did have a touch of elegance. And our male protagonist, Mu Chen, was sleeping soundly on the bed. The purple embroidered pillow embroidered with landscapes, flowers and birds was grabbed by Mu Chen. There was a faint feminine fragrance on the embroidered pillow, and Mu Chen smelled the fragrance and was still twisting around there. However, no one has discovered this uninvited guest at this moment, otherwise he will definitely be shaken between the thoughts of throwing him out or throwing him out. The depths of Mu Chen's consciousness. This is a battlefield full of gunpowder smoke. The rays of light of various colors were exceptionally dazzling on the battlefield, and there was a constant loud bang that shook the eardrums. What's the situation? Mu Chen covered his ears, couldn't help shivering, and slowly opened his eyes. The sight in front of him made him widen his eyes, and he could even put a little hamburger in his mouth. The blood of the mountains, dyed the peaks, dyed the color of blood UI. A huge group of dragons is fighting a group of guys in human form. The flower of life fades away. Not only dragons, but also gods. As for why it is said to be a god, keek because Mu Chen saw that one of them had a halo on his head. Roar. The dragons are roaring, some are disdain for the gods, and some feel the irreparable loss of life. Bang bang bang. The gods were holding divine weapons, leaving scars one after another on the dragon's body. There are also several striking figures in the giant dragon group and the great team of gods. Covering the sky and covering the sun, with flying scales and claws, a spirited dragon with a length of 10,000 zhang, shining with 9-colored light, stands at the forefront. Mu Chen looked at him, and even had a feeling that I was invincible. Opposite the huge dragon clan, there are 5 figures shining with different rays of light. Blood, cyan, purple, white, black. 5 figures stood in a row, fighting against the huge dragon clan at the front. This, the dragon god, is it the 5 kings of the gods? Mu Chen couldn't help muttering. The scene in front of him seemed to flash like a movie. At first, the dragon god was able to stand up to the 5 gods, but in the end, he was beheaded by the Shura god because he fell into madness. Is this the memory of the battle of the dragon god? With the death of the dragon god, the body of the dragon god was divided into 2 huge beings. Gold-silver two-tone. Without hesitation, the 2 figures ran immediately, and finally they ripped apart the space and arrived at the turbulent place of time and space to fight against the 5 God Kings. The Golden Dragon King was defeated, and in the face of the 5 deaths, he resolutely detonated his God King level cultivation. At the end, the Golden Dragon King roared in the sky. At the last moment of his death, the Golden Dragon King used his tyrannical power to transmit the largest scale on his body to the Silver Dragon King. At this point, the Golden Dragon King has died. After feeling the memory of the Battle of the Dragon God, Mu Chen couldn't help but feel indignant at the current situation of the mass extinction of the Dragon Clan. Maybe it's because of the complete integration with the Golden Dragon King. A wave of tiredness came, and Mu Chen only felt that the sky was falling, and closed his eyes again and fell asleep. The attic on the top floor of Yuexuan. This is the exclusive room of Tan Yuehua, the master of Yu Xian. At this moment, the sun is going down and dusk is coming, and the sound of footsteps can be heard from time to time on the stairs made of sandalwood. Looking closer, it turned out to be a graceful and splendid beautiful woman, wearing a long silver palace dress. She looked like she was in her prime, but those beautiful eyes had a depth that did not match her appearance. However, at first glance, the woman knew that she was a typical noblewoman. She was elegant, and her temperament was noble and cold. The beautiful woman walked into her attic. She pushed the gate of opening gently, seemed to have found something, and frowned slightly. She walked through the door and went straight to the big bed where she was resting. A small child suddenly appeared on it. In the eyes of the beautiful woman, this is a chubby child, carved in pink jade, and looks a bit cute. But why did he appear here? The beautiful woman had a faint doubt in her heart. But she didn't make a sound, just watching the little child sleeping soundly with her embroidered pillow in her arms. It looked really endearing. Although she didn't know why this child appeared on her bed, she clearly knew that her boudoir was not accessible to others, and that the Clear Sky sect had the power to protect her. Could it be that his wish to take care of a child was discovered by God? The beautiful woman was a little happy. She couldn't help touching Mu Chen's dog's head, and secretly said in her heart, although I don't know how it appeared, it shouldn't be dangerous, so why don't I adopt her? For some reason, seeing this child's sleeping face, she kept thinking about adopting him. While thinking about it, Tan Yuehua's eyes became more gentle, and she gently covered Mu Chen with the quilt. He also took off his palace skirt, and found another set of quilts to cover him. The two fell asleep. The moon was rising, the bright gecko sprinkled on the windowsill, and they entered the attic. The faint gecko, the sleeping baby, and the elegant and beautiful woman could not help but form a warm picture. However, if Tan Yuehua knew Mu Chen's nature, would he throw him out or throw him out? Sure enough, let's throw it out. What's the use of the dead scumbag? Third chapter. When my sister grows up, I will marry you. The next day. The sun was rising, the sun shone into the house, and Mu Chen was dazzled by the light, so he couldn't help but stretch out his fleshy little hands to cover his eyes. Ouch, this dog-day sun is really dazzling? Mu Chen muttered in dissatisfaction. The nose moved dexterously. It smells so good. Mu Chen opened his eyes suspiciously. Seeing the surrounding scene, there seemed to be 3 big question marks on the top of the head. When you see the symbol, either I have a problem or you have a problem. I saw that the surroundings were all light purple, and Mu Chen was lying on a big soft bed, surrounded by a light cyan curtain and veil, and if there was a woman's body fragrance around it, it was very refreshing. It was the soft moan of the woman waking up. Mu Chen turned his head. Okay, what kind of benefit is this? I saw a stunning and elegant woman in front of her, with light blue hair quietly resting on the embroidered pillow. The straight nose, the red lips are light, and the eyelashes are slender and regular. What a stunning beauty! Mu Chen sighed secretly. Looking down, the quilt depicting the bamboo orchid in the mountain pavilion covers her slender body. This woman is just lying there, but she also has a sense of elegance. Ah, what is this? Is it a special benefit for transmigrators? Is this the Douluo continent? Who is this woman with a noble temperament and a peerless beauty? Much doubt appeared in Mu Chen's small eyes, and he couldn't help scratching his head with his hands. Why, my hand has become so small. In front of him is a chubby, pink little hand. Could it be that he, like Tang San, turned into a child and started over? Hey, but this is a good start. Now, first of all, you need to know where you are and who the woman in front of you is. After thinking for a moment, the drowsiness peculiar to a child swept through the whole body, and Mu Chen couldn't help tilting his head and fell asleep again. I don't know how long it took. Anyway, when Mu Chen woke up again, he had kicked the quilt to the side, and there was no one around, only the fragrance of a woman was left, but he didn't have an inch of thread, and his white buttocks were exposed. Outside, the sun's rays are all on the S. Mu Chen couldn't help but look at Yui, how old he is. Although his body has become smaller, his heart is still the same age. The only one who sees the truth is a little scumbag who looks like a child on the outside, but his heart is too dirty. While thinking about the boring stalk, Mu Chen stretched comfortably. Bashi. After stretching, Mu Chen put his hand on his stomach. Oh, I'm so hungry. If only that beautiful girl could come to me with food and feed me, I would like to never be a scumbag again. While thinking about it, Mu Chen missed the beautiful woman just now. Click. Gate of opening sounded, and it was the beautiful woman who came in. Tang Yuehua was holding a silver-colored dinner plate with a small bowl on it, which was full of preserved egg and lean meat porridge. Fragrant. Mu Chen's saliva is about to flow out. I don't know if it's because of the fragrant preserved egg and lean meat porridge, or because of the beautiful woman exuding a delicate fragrance in front of her. Maybe both. Tang Yuehua sat gently on the big bed, and when she saw the fat Mu Chen blinking her big black eyes, she couldn't help but feel joy in her heart. Perhaps, it is really a gift from God. Tang Yuehua secretly said in his heart, but his hands were not slow. First, he lifted Mu Chen into his arms, then picked up the silver spoon and scooped it out of the bowl. Before placing the red lips, he took 2 breaths to cool down, and then took a fresh mouthful. The preserved egg and lean meat porridge was fed to Mu Chen. Ah! Mu Chen opened his mouth to eat. It's delicious. Mu Chen leaned comfortably in Tang Yuehua's arms while eating the delicious preserved egg and lean meat porridge. This is the happiest thing in life. Life is not easy, Mu Chen sighed. The fragrance came, and it seemed to hold Mu Chen's mind tightly, and couldn't help indulging in it. This woman is really perfect. Although she hasn't said a word, she is too attractive to her. Mu Chen looked at Tang Yuehua's maternal brilliance, and couldn't help shrinking again, lying in Tang Yuehua's arms in a more comfortable position. Fortunately, Mu Chen was once an adult. Although he had shrunk, he was still very witty. He drank the porridge obediently, and the large bowl of lean meat porridge was quickly eaten up. Looking at Tang Yuehua, he liked this child even more. Tang Yuehua placed the silver-colored plate beside him, held Mu Chen in his arms, and said to him with a little seriousness, "My child, maybe God sent you to me because Akatsuki knew my wish. Tang Yuehua has never been married in her life, but she hopes to raise a child. I came out of Clear Sky Sect and went to this prosperous Sky-Do city, and I usually have no one to talk to, so I would like to adopt you to accompany me." "What, he's Tang Yuehua, Tang San's aunt?" Mu Chen was amazed, although she knew in the anime that she was a peerless beauty, but she never thought that she had such a peerless appearance, and her temperament was more elegant than her appearance. Thinking about it, the other women in Douluo must also be beautiful and moving, with excellent temperament. As for what I said just now, I won't meet one and love the other. Well, when I meet two people, I love two. No problem. As for being a scumbag, how can a man be called a scumbag when he opens a harem? Give them, but they can enjoy the joy of being with themselves. Decided, try to chase after this stunning. And Aruehua also felt absurd at the moment. Why did he talk so much to the children? Although he looked like he was 2 or 3 years old, he couldn't understand it, so he couldn't help holding Daime. The red lips parted lightly and said, "Well, I want to name you." She paused for a while, and then she said, "The so-called bathing and cleansing is not stained with the world, and my surname is Tang, so I might as well be called Tangmuchin." In the end, it was because of the butterfly effect caused by his own crossing. The name is the same as my previous life. Tangmuchin thought so, and nodded like a little adult. Seeing Tangmuchin nodding, Tanguehua's mouth curled up and shook his head again. The green jade pointed at Tangmuchin's dog's head and smiled, "You child is quite human, but he is quite cute." While talking, Uehua thought again, what should this child call herself in the future? She is so much older than him, and she should be his aunt, adoptive mother, or who? Unable to shake his head, Tanguehua nodded Tangmuchin's head. "What should you call me in the future? Who should I be of you?" "Well, I don't want to be a mother, that would be too old." As she said that, she shook her head and laughed at herself. "I'm so stupid." He might have nodded instinctively just now. How can a child understand and give me an answer? At this time, Tangmuchin's mind was spinning very fast. He had to quickly come up with a method. At least he couldn't let Tanguehua be his adoptive mother. With that, the brain melon seeds flashed. "Sister Uehua, hello, I'm Tangmuchin." Muchin said with a smile, "You fed me porridge just now, but you can't repay it. You can only promise yourself, and I will marry you when I grow up." Chapter 4 First Meet. Tanguehua seemed to have 3 question marks in his little head. This child, who speaks so fluently, can draw inferences from other facts and tease himself. He also said boldly that he wanted to marry himself. However, people with extremely high IQs at such a young age are not rare in Douluo continent. The next moment, Tanguehua returned to her original graceful and luxurious appearance, and touched Tangmuchin's head with a smile, smiling. "You kid, you want to marry your sister before your hair grows." Uehua paused for a while, then continued, "However, you kid is a genius, you can talk even as a baby, and your mouth is so sweet." As she said that, Uehua's green and jade fingers formed a ring, and she couldn't help knocking Tangmuchin's head. Tangmuchin looked cute and said with a smile, "That's right, Sister Uehua, you look so young and beautiful, you are a man and want to marry you, huh, I'm born to talk, that's to use sweetness. Your little mouth makes Sister Uehua happy." Although it is guilt to pretend to be tender and dusty, but in his previous life, he was just an adult. Although the scum is a little bit, the ending is not good. Facing Tanguehua, who was already older than him, was it wrong to cry out to his sister? As the saying goes, isn't it just right for the younger brother to act coquettishly to the elder sister? Maybe Tanguehua really regarded Tangmuchin as her younger brother. After all, in her eyes, this child can't possibly confuse an adult. She sneered at Isho, stretched out her hand and pinched Muchen's dog's nose, and pinched it mischievously. "Yeah, it's a small mouth that makes people happy. How many people will like your child in the future?" "Wow, Sister Uehua, you are obviously a model of nobility and elegance, don't be so cute, wow." But Muchen can also think of why. Tanguehua was the youngest of the Clear Sky sect Tang Hao's generation, and with a large age gap, she was also spoiled. In the end, she came to the Sky Do city alone. Relying on Clear Sky sect, but a person here has no special confidant who can speak, so he can only treat others with a noble and elegant appearance, without deliberately closing the distance or alienating him. He opened a yuexuan to teach etiquette. Many high-ranking goddesses among dignitaries and nobles, Yuehua definitely doesn't like this. He prefers to be carefree and able to show his character. Therefore, in front of a child like Tangmuchin, she also looks cute and charming. After all, Tangmuchin is a child, and he has a sweet mouth, so he will make Tang Yuehua happy. Hee, Sister Yuehua hugs. Muchen stretched out his hands and opened them, forming a right-angled arc, holding them high. It means asking for a hug. Tui. Yuehua covered her mouth isho, and also showed her hands, passed under Muchen's creaking nest, and with both hands, she easily hugged Muchen. Little Muchen, you are really heavy. Saying that, Yuehua's hand took the opportunity to touch Muchen's little head. That is, in fact, I was originally the weight of a normal child, and the cricket was only 5 jins and 80 taels. Now, your sister Yuehua has left a mark on my heart, carved a figure, and let my heart be filled with you. Man, hey, can you say it's not heavy? Tangmuchen's eyes darted around, and he quickly emptied his whole body, lying on Yuehua's body. Oh wow, it's so comfortable. Yuehua's pretty face flew into a shy UI, because of Tangmuchen's love words, or because Tangmuchen was lying in the wrong place. Of course, everyone knows that it must be the former. After all, Douluo continent is only equivalent to ancient times, but its combat power is much stronger. How can the women here stand up to the full mouth of our new 21st century scumbags? Yes, that's it. Yuehua felt a little strange. She usually kept a safe distance from any man. Even a child could not be so familiar with herself, let alone lying in her arms. This child, not only lying in his arms, but also teasing me? Maybe it's because he really wants a child, but this little Muchen has learned to pluck women's heartstrings at a young age. I don't know how many women's hearts will be harvested in the future. As for Tangmuchen saying that she wanted to marry her, she didn't care. When she was a child, she always had the idea of what she wanted to do when she grew up. Even when a man was a child, he boasted to a woman and said that he would bring you long hair and waist, and I would marry you. In the end, how many people have really done it, and besides, he has already made a wish that he will not marry in this life. Even if this child can sway his heartstrings, can he still sway his already dry heart? Tangmuchen naturally has his own ideas. To Tang Yuehua, he is just a younger brother. She reluctantly entered her sight because of her desire to raise someone to grow up. It is true that she wants to catch up with such women. Difficulty. A woman like Yuehua is independent and strong, noble, and confident. The most important thing is that there is a big age gap between myself and her, which is a difficult hurdle in my heart. First of all, I should let her know that I am not a stinky brother, and I am not talking about my thoughts, but I will not give up halfway. Let her know this first, show her excellence, and finally capture the heart of beauty. Of course, a woman like Yuehua has met many outstanding men, and there are many handsome men. Even the most powerful people in this country are interested in her. The real ultimate move has only 4 words, and it moves people with love. In this world, only love words can touch people, love people, and kill people. Both of them had their own ideas, and the room was very quiet for a while. Only the dark fragrance wandered in the air, drilling in and out. After a moment of silence, Muchen seemed to have thought of something. He couldn't help shaking Yuehua and said with a smile, "Sister Yuehua, can you take me out to play?" Yuehua rubbed Muchen's head again. "Of course you can. Hey, this girl, she really treats me like a child. I don't know a man's head, can't you touch it? Just wait, I'll see how I spank your ass in the future." Muchen secretly swore. Yuehua stood up, curled up, hugged Xiao Muchen with one hand, opened the door with one hand, and walked with her long legs. Muchen, who was in his arms, looked down from the top, and only felt that the scene in front of him was nothing but a beautiful woman. In front of her eyes are long legs full of screens, which correspond to silver-colored palace dress. Yuehua's walking pace is not fast, but she is very stable and beautiful. She doesn't want some women to support her waist and sway her posture, she just walks quietly and lifts her up. All are elegant. It turns out that all men like to see a lady walking with elegance. She is noble without being pretentious, and her eyes are pleasing to the eye. As for why he said that, when Yuehua was walking down the stairs on the first floor of Yuexuan, all the eyes of everyone in Yuexuan were all directed towards Yuehua. Ahem, ignore those envious, jealous eyes. Chapter 5. Mu Chen said he wanted to change. Tang Yuehua, as the host of the place in charge of teaching noble etiquette in the Tiandou Empire, naturally attracted a large number of nobles with her noble temperament and extraordinary appearance. Even many people who come to Yuexuan to study also come to admire her appearance. Of course, there are more who come to deal with her and deepen the relationship. Although everyone didn't know her background, from the very approachable treatment of Emperor Shueya and Prince Shuexing's daring pursuit, everyone knew that this woman not only had an extraordinary background, but also possessed good skills. If you have a good relationship with Tang Yuehua, even if you just let Tang Yuehua remember him clearly, it will be beneficial to these large and small noble families. Aristocrats are deeply immersed in power, and one more depends on one more life. Maybe even better. At this moment, Mu Chen is really cool, because Yuehua's arms are so comfortable and warm, and this beautiful woman has an excellent charm. Of course, he also knew that everyone in Yuexuan was stunned at this moment, and when he thought about it with his toes, he knew when the Lord of Yuexuan would become so close to ordinary men, even children. In the hearts of many people, the owner of Yuexuan Xian, Tang Yuehua, is cold and noble, and does not eat the fireworks of the world, as if he was exiled from the world. However, Tang Muchen has always sneered at these ideas. Even if you think she is exiled and descended to the world, don't you think that you are inferior to her, not to mention that girls like her, even if you are friends with her, you will not go too deep. Women have always snuggled up to the strong, and no matter how bad they are, they will have equal status with her. Seeing the woman you like too beautiful will always make you lose your eyes and lose the opportunity. In the end, you will only sigh if you fail. Tang Yuehua slowly descended with Tang Muchen in his arms. In front of him was a middle-aged man in a purple gown and several young men in blue clothes, all of whom were bowing. He nodded lightly, as a greeting. The middle-aged man in purple hurriedly came to Yuehua's side and said in a low voice, "Master Xian, this one, who is this child?" Yuehua Tangkao said lightly, "This is my younger brother, Tang Muchen, the director of Ode. From now on, this child will be the master of Yuexuan's Shaoxian." Yes. Director Ode did not dare to say more. Mu Chen Vivi narrowed his eyes, looked at the Ode director in front, and commented secretly in his heart. This is the person who almost fought Tang San in the original book. In fact, there is no detailed description of the character of Director Ode in the book. Even Yuehua, who is a stunning pen and ink, is definitely not much. However, naturally, I recognize Yuehua as my sister, and I will be a wife in the future, so I will take good care of you. Yes, Takyuko. Most of the people in Yuexuan are also cultivated, and Yuehua's whispers are naturally heard. Many young people who study in Yuexuan are envious and jealous of Mu Chen. They also want to be in such close contact with Lord Xian. Isn't he not good to be this little brother? But after seeing the envious and jealous expressions of the people around him, Mu Chen's vanity was satisfied. He decisively pulled the arc-shaped thing on La Yuehua's palace suit, approached Tang Yuehua, and whispered, "Yuehua sister, you can see that you are my future wife. Wow, everyone in this building is attracted by you. I made a profit this time." After Yuehua listened, she tapped his head with her jade finger, and said coquettishly, "What a bad boy, my sister is not interested in you, don't think about it, just wash and sleep." Regardless of the people around, Yuehua took Mu Chen upstairs. This child always said these words of tigers and wolves, afraid that he didn't want others to mistake him for thinking about children. But getting along with this child is indeed much happier than in many years before. Yuehua sighed inwardly. This kid, I don't know if he can manage it when he grows up. He was so skinny when he was a child, he would flirt with girls, and if he didn't pay attention in the future, he would bring little girls home. I'm afraid it's not just one, there may be a group. Sister Yuehua, you really understand me too well. If it was Mu Chen, it is estimated that he would exclaim excitedly. Maybe Tang Yuehua could be regarded as Bol. I am the dividing line of all evil. Yuexuan 4th floor. Tang Muchen sat down on the soft bed, waving his little hands randomly, looked at Tang Yuehua sitting in front of the sandalwood desk, and said with a smile, "Sister Yuehua, tell me the story here." Yuehua had no doubts about him, and Tang Muchen's wisdom could be compared with that of an adult. So she spoke out. This is a place called Douluo continent. There are two empires in the entire Douluo continent, named Tiando Empire and Star Luo Empire, and we are in Tiando City, the capital of the Heaven Do Empire, and the two generations of empires are almost divided. More than half of the continent. And the conflicts and disputes between the empires are huge, and the Star Luo Empire always wants to annex the Heaven Do. But there is an extremely powerful organization called Wuhan Temple that prevents the internal conflict between the two countries. Yuehua paused and continued, the main force in this world is the Spirit Master, and the Master's most powerful force is the Spirit Hall, so his status is detached, and the two empires dare not offend her. But the two empires are different. With the support of the 7 major sects, this is also the trump card of not being afraid of the Wuhan Temple. The most powerful of the 7 major sects is the Clear Sky sect, with the Wuhan Clear Sky Hammer. Speaking of the Clear Sky Hammer, Yuehua had a proud look on his face. Mu Chen saw it in his eyes and was happy in his heart. I believe that every Clear Sky sect disciple is proud of their sect, and Tang Yuehua is no exception. However, the expression on her face is really cute. Yuehua spoke very carefully, at least she had a general outline in Mu Chen's heart. Perfect, similar to the Douluo continent in his memory. Mu Chen was secretly happy in his heart. It's a pity that the 2 female disciples of the previous pope killed each other, and one of them seemed to be killed by another disciple, so that female disciple became the new pope. Yuehua finally said. What's the name of that victorious female disciple? Bibi Dong. What, Bibi Dong? What's going on here? Qingxunji's old guy actually found another female disciple besides Bibi Dong, and they killed each other. Did the plot of the little secret room still happen? Mu Chen was a little puzzled. However, this seems to be more interesting. The world is still different from what I imagined. Could it be that I can really change the original unfortunate ending? No, that's for sure. Chapter 6 6 years later. 6 years later. Douluo continent, Yuxian. Time flies, and after 6 years, Tang Muchen has no longer looked like a child, and has become a teenager, but he doesn't know why, whether it is the welfare of the transmigrators or what. At the age of 6, Tang Muchen was already over 1.5 meters tall. Standing out in front of a crowd of children. Director Ode, the former middle-aged man in purple robe, thus asserted that Tang Muchen's martial spirit was definitely a beast spirit, and of excellent quality. As for the basis, it was Tang Muchen's physical condition. Kun is missing, the owner of the powerful beast spirit is 9 feet tall. Tang Muchen knew that, of course, he laughed secretly. His martial spirit was 100% the Golden Dragon King, and he knew it for a long time. However, today is also an important day. The awakening ceremony of the 6-year-old nobles of Sky-Do City. Although Tang Muchen is not a nobleman, Tang Yuehua's Yuexuan also has a quota. Although it is not a big problem where the awakening is, the advantage is that it can be kept secret. Heaven Do Empire nobles all have their own awakening masters. If they encounter a talented soul master, they can naturally keep it secret and protect it. Moreover, in the awakening ceremony of the nobles of the Heaven Do Empire, if the awakened spirit is good enough, or the innate spirit power is high enough, this is also an honor for a family, and it will get better resources for oneself to cultivate. Tang Yuehua got up early to dress up, and after looking at the young man who was still sleeping soundly on the bed, his eyes rolled, and the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. Tang Muchen and Yuehua have cuddled with each other for the past 6 years, and slept together at night. If anyone in the world knows Tang Yuehua best, it is not his elder brothers Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, but it is probably the bad boy in front of him. Bar. Thinking of this, Yu Huaqiao's face lit up with a hint of UI. This child is really a bad embryo at such a young age. Yesterday, he shouted in his arms and refused to sleep. He and this child are really in close contact with Tenten. I don't know why this child is so lustful at such a young age. You have to put your hands on top of your own tower to sleep. Humph, one bad embryo, even more when it grows up. However, in the 6 years I spent with this child, although I was made shy and intolerable by this child, it was my happiest day except when I was a child. Even if I had troubles, the child would comfort me, unconsciously. This child has also grown up, and even sometimes I feel that he is more like an adult. I feel so skilled and shy. What are you thinking? Yuehua secretly spat at himself. Thinking about these embarrassing things early in the morning, Yuehua's pretty face was full of UI dizziness, and she looked even more radiant and charming, making it look like she wanted to take a bite. Coincidentally, someone has actually done this. Tang Muchen opened his eyes in a daze, climbed out of bed, and walked towards Yuehua. Yuehua was still thinking about things at this time, but she didn't expect the bad embryo Tang Muchen to take a light bite on her face while she was not prepared. Ah, you bastard! Yuehua came back to his senses and quickly patted Tang Muchen's little head. Isho, Mu Chen looked at Yuehua but became more and more gentle. The woman in front of her was noble and elegant in front of everyone, but in front of herself she showed the delicacy of a girl. That's right, in this girl's life, only her childhood and the youth who contributed to the Clear Sky sect did not meet her until the end. But she has preserved the tenderness of her childhood, and she looks extraordinarily lovely. Sister is so cute, I've kissed so many times, no matter, I want to marry my sister in the future, I said. You, the first kid. Yuehua is helpless Isho. Madam, the time has come, it's time to bring Master Xiaoxian to awaken the spirit. Someone outside reminded me. Yuehua listened, and hurriedly pulled Mu Chen to wash. That's right, for the past 6 years, Mu Chen has given full play to his laziness. These washes are served by Yuehua himself, as well as bathing, but since the beginning, Yuehua has been wearing a bathrobe and bathing with him since he knew he could talk. This made Mu Chen couldn't help but want to delete his big mouth. During the washing and dressing, Mu Chen also did a lot of bad things. Walking around without pants, what's wrong, is it comfortable to leak air? Tang Yuehua secretly kissed her when he was tidying up his clothes. What's the matter, you're a hooligan at such a young age, don't forget that you're actually an adult. In the end, while Yuehua was kneeling and sitting on the bed, he jumped into his arms and ran around with all his strength. Yuehua made UI all over his face. Oh, scumbag. In the end, Yuehua with a dizzy UI on her face finally dressed Mu Chen and washed him, but she was exhausted. After leaving the room, Yuehua returned to her usual elegant appearance, and went downstairs quietly holding Mu Chen's hand. The spirit beast carriage has long been parked outside the Yuexuan gate. It is mainly composed of 2 horses and a carriage, 2 of which are pure white. Yuehua told Mu Chen that the 2 horses were kept in captivity by the empire since childhood. They belonged to the soul beasts of a century, and they were rare good horses. It was given by Emperor Shuye to thank Yu Xian for his hard work in cultivating talents over the years. In fact, it was for Tang Yuehua. Yuehua took Mu Chen onto the carriage, and Mu Chen only felt that Yuehua's little hands were extremely soft, silky, and delicate, and her skin did not look like a woman in her 30s, but a girl of 17 or 18. To be honest, the joy in Mu Chen's heart at this moment cannot be concealed. Although he is a child, at present, the happiness that he has given to Tang Yuehua is indescribable. Tang Yuehua may not have an idea about himself yet, but if this is a Galga game, Yuehua's favorability has already been boosted by him. However, Sister Yuehua is really good, with a gentle temperament and a charming personality. She is noble, elegant, and charming outside, and turns into a charming and gentle beauty in front of herself. It can be said that she is a dignified lady outside, coughing at home. I'm sorry Prince Xuexing, you stinky brother, stay where you can stay cool. Sister Yuehua is mine and no one can take it away. I'm just greedy for her body, I said. At this moment, Yuehua didn't know what Mu Chen was thinking. She was still talking to Mu Chen about the things that should be paid attention to in the awakening of Wuhan. Don't be afraid when you awaken your martial spirit, just listen to the awakened spirit master. Although Mu Chen heard Yuehua say it many times, she still listened carefully. After all, this is Yuehua's way of expressing her love. She also likes to nag a little. He, don't worry, Sister Yuehua, I have a lot of courage, don't worry about me. Mu Chen said with a smile. Yes, you child, you have been making trouble just now, how can there be such a lustful child like you? Yuehua was shy and speechless when she thought of what happened in the morning. After all, Tang Yuehua is just a big girl. Madam, Master Xiaoxian, we have arrived at the place where the martial soul is awakened. The voice of Ode, who was driving the car, came. Chapter 7 Martial Soul Awakening Ceremony. Reaching out to pull the curtain of the car park, Mu Chen flexibly jumped out of the car, but did not leave, but stretched out his hand and made a gesture of an aristocrat's invitation to get out of the car. Yuehua immediately stretched out her jade hand to hold Mu Chen's little hand, and the two looked at Isho without saying a word. At this moment, the place where the Heaven Do Empire awakening ceremony was held was a huge palace. And in the center of Heaven Do City, the voices are full of people, and the traffic is busy. Of course, there were also many adults from noble families who brought their children to the scene. Although Tang Yuehua's car is not the most gorgeous, but because the owner of Yuexuan Xian is familiar to many people, everyone's eyes are on her. Oh my god, this is Lord Yuexuan Xian, and he really is a natural beauty. Who said it wasn't? According to rumors, Lord Yuexuan Xian came from a hidden place, and even the great Emperor Shuye would give him 3 points. There is no way to know, where did the Suanzu come from, and his temperament is so elegant and extraordinary. If you marry her for 3 lifetimes, you will be lucky. But who is this kid? It looks quite ordinary, and I have never heard that Lord Yuexuan has a child. Tang Muchen was very excited at first when he heard it. So many people praised Tang Yuehua as beautiful and moving. Later, when he heard someone say that he was Tang Yuehua's child, she couldn't help but secretly said, I am her future husband. Tang Yuehua didn't seem to be affected by these whispers, she still behaved calmly and showed her style in every move. There were also many nobles who came to greet Tang Yuehua. Some of them were children who attended or graduated from Yuexuan, and now brought their youngest sons to awaken. Some simply admired Yuehua's beauty. After greeting them one by one, Yuehua also led Mu Chen to the gate of the palace. To tell the truth, even the gate is indeed an ultimate luxury, and the gold nugget is the place where the nobles awaken their martial spirits, and there are even members of the royal family. The gate is also engraved with the logo of the Tiandu Empire. A big goose. It still looks a little cute. This is the exclusive martial spirit of the Heaven Do Empire royal family. Tang Yuehua patted Tang Muchen's head, and warned, "You will go in by yourself, don't be nervous, come on." In fact, Yuehua's eyes revealed a deep concern that this younger brother was picked up by himself. Although it is true that his intelligence quotient is unparalleled and his talent is enchanting, he does not know whether his martial spirit is good or bad, and he does not know how much his innate spirit power is. Hope him all the best. Yuehua secretly said in his heart. Go, Sister Yuehua, have some confidence in your future husband, okay? My martial spirit must be earth-shattering and unparalleled. Tang Muchen is bragging. But if you can't do it and want to talk big, it's bragging, but if you can do it and pretend to not fail, it's really awesome. Fortunately, there are some educated people nearby, and no one ridiculed Mu Chen, they just got a look at him. Of course, Mu Chen couldn't pretend to slap his face. It's a pity, doesn't it mean that the traversers will inevitably encounter people who are begging to pretend to be slapped in the face? It seems that everyone here has brains, and it's impossible to pretend. Okay, I'm leaving. Mu Chen waved his hand carelessly. Without looking back, he walked in with small steps. Ah, I'm so happy today, I'm having a good time. Tang Muchen, who was humming a little song, was extremely happy, jumping up and down, and Tang Yuehua only felt amused when she saw it. Obviously a mature child, but there are always such immature actions. However, children with this kind of child behavior, coupled with good knowledge, can coax him to be happy. Every time he wants to be angry and beat him, he is coaxed. How can he become like a little girl, eager to "this kid has come to coax me"? After thinking about it, Yuehua's pretty face is Yui again. In the past few years facing Tang Muchen, Yuehua's face Yui has increased significantly. When facing him before, he could still be elegant, but now he is always shy. Don't you think of him as a child? It's impossible. I am the dividing line of all evil. Walking into the hall where the martial soul was awakened, Mu Chen was surprised to find that the middle of the hall was very empty, and it was full of flowers, plants, and trees. At this moment, it is the fragrant April day in the world, and the cherry blossoms are in full bloom. But is there still cherry blossoms in this Douluo continent? Ignore this, there is a sea of pink Yui in front of you, the wind blowing, bringing a faint fragrance, the petals of pink Yui fluttering in the wind, swaying on the trees, dancing in the air. Maybe Mu Chen hasn't seen the cherry blossom tree for a long time. The last time he saw it, he accompanied his girlfriend on the ups and downs. Walking into the cherry blossom tree, the fragrance becomes more and more obvious, and the sun shines on the tree even more brightly. So beautiful. Mu Chen couldn't help feeling emotional. If there is a girl roaming in the sea of flowers, what kind of scene would it be? Ha ha ha, forget it, there is no one here, and I can't appreciate it myself, so go to the place where the martial soul is awakened and wait. Just thinking about it, Mu Chen stepped forward. However, it seemed that he felt something, and Mu Chen raised his eyes suddenly, but saw a scene that was unforgettable in this life. Under the cherry tree, where the cherry blossoms are dancing, the pale pink hair contrasts with the sea of flowers, the clear blue eyes of the sky, the upturned nose, the soft red lips, the delicate appearance, and the fair skin. Especially here, it looks like the skin is breakable. Add radiance and beauty to each other, so to speak. The girl and Tang Muchen looked at each other for a while, and seemed to be consciously embarrassed. She quickly turned her head away, turned around and left in a hurry. This, why is it like the meeting between Midori and Megami, TFK, I like this script. PS, guess who I am? Chapter 8 Ning Wrong Wrong. Seeing the pink-haired girl fleeing in a hurry, Tang Muchin also woke up from being lost. He secretly took a sip. Good guy, what a fat and juicy little loli, but I am also, how can I feel that way, I am an LSP. Shaking his head, Mu Chen closely followed the girl's escape route, thinking of going to the place where the martial soul awakened in one fell swoop. Tang Muchin observed it carefully just now, the girl's legs are really tender. Oh no, that face is so pretty. No, he is about the same age as himself, and it is estimated that he is also here to awaken his martial soul, but he doesn't know what it is called. He was born so smart at such a young age, what should he do when he grows up? Good thing, Amitba, when this woman is in her prime, there will be stinky men fighting each other, in order to avoid tragedy. It can only be accepted by me, Tang Muchin. While thinking about it, Tang Muchin followed the girl to the place where the martial soul awakened. This is the largest place in the palace, probably the door is as high as 2 stories. In the end, it is Tiandu, it is rich, there are countless carvings in the garden on the door, and it is really a prodigal. Tang Muchin was deeply moved and pushed open the door. In front of you is the actual place where the martial soul is awakened. There are already many noble children standing here in 2s and 3s. The children of noble families wore decent clothes, but they were quite quiet. Occasionally chat with each other. Most people are calm, after all, they are nobles, unlike commoners. His family naturally has inherited martial spirit, and his innate spirit power is not too low. Nobles are born with certain advantages. But even the nobles with talent and superiority can only be said to be insignificant and vast compared to their own martial spirit. Mu Chen was a little complacent. Also, the martial spirit of the Golden Dragon King is naturally extraordinary. A group of noble children stood quietly, but Mu Chen was rather bored. The bad embryo's eyes moved, and he began to look for the girl he had just met. Kabuto turned around. Tang Muchin found and beat the pink-haired girl in the center of the nobles. The white princess dress, neatly combed pale pink hair, standing there pretty, looks very beautiful and dreamy, and she is also a lady. In the center of the aristocracy, the family background must be extraordinary, with pale pink hair and blue eyes, Tang Muchin knew it. After all, it's only that. It's that person. While thinking, the door of the main hall opened, and a middle-aged elegant man greeted him, followed by some followers, each holding files such as test items and records. Before the middle-aged man passed through the group of children, he walked to a relatively high platform above, nodded to the children, and said softly, "Hello everyone, I am the one who awakened the martial spirit for you this time. My name is Su Tao Yun, the 73-level soul saint." Looking at the cautious face of the child in front of him and the admiration for his own strength, Su Tao smiled and then said, "Children, I think you all know the concept of a soul master, I don't need to say more, let's start now." Everyone is neatly arranged and come in order. The children were lined up in an orderly line, seemingly in the order of entry. The pink-haired girl was in front of Tang Muchin. Smelling the faint smell of cherry blossoms on the girl, Mu Chen warned himself, "Don't make copper for me. I am the dividing line of sin." Su Daun, who was standing on the high platform, closed his eyes slightly, clenched his hands tightly, and slammed hard. Just when Tang Muchin felt that he was solving the problem of excretion, Su Daun shouted suddenly, and a phantom of Zi Mengmeng suddenly appeared on his body. It shows the appearance of a two-headed wolf. The children can clearly see the eyes of this wolf, Blood Ui. Surprisingly, this wolf turned out to be two with 2 heads. "This is my martial soul, two-headed hell wolf. Children, I will wake up for you now, okay, come one by one." The first trick was a boy, and he stepped forward. Su Daoun beckoned, and one of the attendants threw 6 dark black stones forward. Hey! The 6 stones stopped in the air, slowly turning in circles, and suddenly turning faster and faster. A dazzling brilliance surrounds the boy. The boy's right hand stretched out, and the shape of a sword slowly appeared. Oh, Po-jun, this is also a good tool soul, boy, take it back with your mind, and I'll take a look at your innate soul power. Tang Muchin raised 3 question marks, the name. No matter what he thought, Su Daoun took a shining blue crystal and motioned the boy to put his hand on it. For a time, the crystal shines brightly. Xiaozhan, innate soul power, level 6, artifact soul, breaking the army. Su Daoun instructed a servant to write down, next. Xiaozhan, who knew that his innate soul power was good, slowly walked back to his original position, his eyes were full of smiles. After all, it is a noble, and it is completely incomparable with the Holy Spirit village. It is too difficult for a small village to surpass the nobles. Tang Muchin sighed with emotion. Xiaojun, innate soul power, level 7, artifact soul, broken star hammer. Ma Tianyu, innate soul power, level 4, beast martial spirit, flaming horse. Wang Jing's, innate soul power, level 6, food type martial soul, really fragrant fried rice. The martial spirit tests were conducted very quickly one by one. Although there were a lot of people, with strict management, they soon reached the third from the bottom. Huh? This is innate soul power, 8th level, beast martial spirit, water moon ice swan, Swaran. Even Su Daoun was a little shocked. After all, spirit power above level 8 was really rare. Even in the Heaven Do Empire, there would not necessarily be one in the annual nobility test. It's Princess Swaran after all, the 8th level of innate soul power is amazing. This time, the one with the highest innate soul power may be Princess Swaran. There were also a few people beside him touting it. Swaran looked very happy, and Yui's little face was fluttering, very excited. Next, Ning Rong Rong. Sure enough, this girl was the future Kaibao little witch, Ning Rong Rong. Mu Chen knew it in his heart, and was a little excited. After all, he used to watch anime, but he liked this white, beautiful, long-legged, cute, and charming tsundere. It was cute, sweet, and salty. The Thorny Wild Rose. Chapter 9 The Awakening of the Silver Dragon King. Ning Rong Rong heard her name and quickly stepped forward to stand. Su Daoun did the same, and the 6 dark black stones turned around Ning Rong Rong, pulling Ning Rong Rong's right hand out. For a time, a beautiful tower-shaped martial spirit appeared, showing a kind of glass material, crystal clear under the sunlight, exuding an extraordinary brilliance. The tower-shaped martial spirit has 7 floors, and it looks a little small and full of beauty. This is the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. It was the first time that Mu Chen saw this existence in reality. The first auxiliary martial spirit in Douluo continent was also exclusive to the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Then test the soul power. Su Daoun was slightly respectful. It seems that the 7 treasure glazed tile school has a good relationship with the Heaven Do Empire, and their status is also very high. Tang Muchin said secretly. Ning Rong Rong lightly tickled her pale pink hair and reached out to the blue crystal with one hand. The light shines. As expected of the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, innate spirit power, 9th level, martial spirit, 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. After Ning Rong Rong heard the news, she didn't seem particularly excited, but with a smile on her face, she looked very pleasant. It should have been tested in his own sect, and he came to the Tiando Empire for the test to deepen his relationship with Tiando, and let the Emperor know clearly that the 7 treasure glazed tile school and the Tiando Empire stand together. However, the nobles below also exclaimed in surprise, although each of them has a fairly good innate soul power. But it's still not as good as a real genius. The 9th level innate soul power, the awakening of the Heaven Do nobles, may take several years to appear, and every 9th level soul power will be valued and cultivated, which makes them envious. In front of Ning Rongrong, his family background, talent, and appearance are not comparable, which will only make people feel ashamed. But to be honest, if only these nobles knew how talented Shrek Academy would be in a few years. There is no innate soul power lower than level 9. Will it be beaten to death? Next, Tang Muchin. Tang Muchin laughed secretly when he heard his name. Ali give, the little kids open their eyes to see what is really awesome. Following the same method, Sudaun still let the 6 stones dangling on his head. Tang Muchin had a strange feeling inside, only that something seemed to jump out of his body. It was very hot, he only felt a little uncomfortable, but this layer of discomfort was still slowly accumulating, and finally sublimated to the point where he couldn't help it. Roar. Unable to let out a low roar, he stretched out his right hand, and a dragon-shaped phantom slowly emerged. Golden dragon scales, wings spread, ferocious figure, bloody UI eyes, thick dragon tail, with spikes, like a super wolf Kiba hammer. This is the miniature version of the Golden Dragon King that Mu Chen saw 6 years ago. Ning Rongrong in the audience stared blankly at Mu Chen. It was this man who had been staring at him just now, and he had to run away shyly. People are girls, how can they keep staring at girls? Thinking about it, Ning Rongrong's face turned silent. This is the beast spirit, it looks like a golden dragon. Boy, do you know his name? Mu Chen thought about it for a while and decided not to use his original name. After all, if he became famous and resounded across the mainland in the future, if the God Realm sent someone down to investigate, he would not be able to bear it. So he said, I call my martial spirit the Going Dragon King. Sudaun nodded. Going colored dragon scales, or dragons, the name is also quite appropriate. However, he also paid attention to Tang Muchin. Dragons are naturally powerful, and their soul power must be high. It seems that today when I come to host the awakening, I can find that there is another genius besides little Princess Waran and young sect master Ning Rongrong. Child, put your hand up and let me see your innate soul power. Genius always needs a little treatment. Although Tang Mu wanted to complain, this crystal ball was bright every time, how could he tell his innate soul power, but when it was his turn, he was still a little excited. Putting his hand on the crystal, he heard Sudaun say that he should concentrate and release the soul power in his body. Tang Muchin did as he did, and for a while, the light shone brighter than Ning Rongrong's innate soul power. Milky white light seemed to cover the entire hall. This is, innately full of soul power. Sudaun's unbelievable voice sounded, the noble awakening ceremony has not appeared innately full of soul power for 10 years. Son, you really surprised me. I thought your soul power was quite outstanding, but I didn't expect it to be so dazzling. Where are you from? Sudaun asked. My sister Tang Yuehua. It turned out to be the master of Shaoxian Yuexuan, Xiaoqi. Quickly record the data on the file. The nobles in the audience have already exploded the pot, and even they are innately full of soul power, which is a dream that they can't imagine. Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes widened, and the blue eyes of Tian Shui stared at Tang Muchin, exclaiming in his heart, you are so talented, you are obviously a person who doesn't understand style. Ori gave, Tang Muchin walked down the steps, and saw that the nobles were unbelievable but had adoring eyes, and his heart was dark for a while. I'm not a person who likes to pretend, but pretending is like the wind, I never take the initiative to pretend, but everyone will worship and look at my back. When he walked to Ning Rongrong, he was thinking of finding a topic to talk to. But he didn't expect Ning Rongrong to turn his head first, his eyes turned into Moon Kiba, and said, I didn't expect you to be so powerful, you are innately full of soul power. Tang Muchen waved his hand and said nothing. Ning Rongrong leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "Humph, why did you keep staring at me under the cherry tree just now? Don't you know it's rude to keep staring at a girl?" Tang Muchen's mind turned rapidly, and his face was crooked. "Isho, that's impossible." Under the cherry tree, a girl like a fairy suddenly appeared. I naturally have to take a few more glances. Humph, it's ridiculous. Ning Rongrong shook her head and looked a little happy. After all, this was the first person to talk to her calmly. Although she was suspected of complimenting her, she was much more fearful than the sectarian group of children who didn't dare to play with her. Yes, the nobles here are also afraid to talk to themselves, just because of their status. I am the dividing line of all evil. At the same time, the great Star Do Forest, the Lake of Life. As the king of the forest, the giant ape and the azure bull python stand quietly here. The Lake of Life in front of you was calm one moment, and the next moment was turbulent. For a while, the wind was blowing, and a uzumaki slowly formed in the lake. After a while, a huge figure appeared, a silver-colored dragon. The six-pointed star-shaped silver-colored scales shine with light, the streamlined figure, the dragon head that looks majestic, and the pair of silver-colored eyes are full of thrilling beauty. Lord! The Titan giant ape and the azure bull python hurriedly crawled to the ground and shouted respectfully. Silver Dragon King ignored them, but his eyes were a little confused. He looked at the east and murmured, "I knew you wouldn't die. I'm sorry." After murmuring for a while, the Silver Dragon King suddenly rose into the air, bursting with dazzling brilliance in the air. The spirit beasts in the great Star Do forest were suppressed to the ground by this brilliance, even the king of the forest. Titan giant ape, sky blue bull python, I will transform into a human figure and travel across the continent in search of the Golden Dragon King. The Star Do forest will be handed over to you. Yes. The rays of light fell to the ground, and the giant dragon that fell to the ground shrank rapidly. Silver has purple eyes. I feel it, you're there. She clenched a golden inverse scale. Chapter 10 Tang Yuehua's Thoughts. Returning to the Heaven Do Empire, the Hall of Martial Soul Awakening. All the noble children had already awakened. Su Daoun felt that it was almost done, so he sent someone to open the door and said gently, "Children, you can go out now." Then he said to Xiaoqi, the painter who was in charge of the recording, "Come with me, let's meet your majesty." After all, wait for a group of children to go out first, and then slowly follow. Tang Muchen was naturally in the middle of the team, and he was still talking to Ning Rongrong. In the end, he was a scumbag, coaxing girls into one suit, making Ning Rongrong stunned for a moment. Tisk, look at Yoi's little face, look at the corners of her mouth, look at those beautiful eyes that are curved like the moon, and the eyebrows are curved, it is the beauty that should not be seen at this age. Yo, little brat, at this age, you already know how to take care of a little girl. Tang Yuehua, who was waiting outside the door, was anxiously waiting, but when he saw that this boy was flirting with the little girl, he couldn't help laughing angrily. Sister Yuehua, how can you say that? I'm talking to the sister about the awakening of the martial soul. It's really surprising. Muchen quickly hit haha. Nonsense, how can you talk nonsense? Muchen was startled, and thought that he molested her and made her very shy and annoyed her. I didn't expect the next sentence to be. Humph, how do you know that I'm younger than you? Maybe I'm older than you, and I'm more or less older than you, so you're the brat. Ning Rongrong was puffed up, her little face was as swollen as a meat bun, it really was. Cute. Really, girls' brain circuits are always different from what I think. The next moment, Tang Muchen stretched out his wicked right hand, and in Ning Rongrong's unbelievable eyes, he pinched her bulging smile like a steamed bun, and said with a grin, "Little wrong, be good, call me brother." "No, take your hands off." Tang Yuehua watched the two frolic, and always felt a touch of loss, but she blamed the buns she raised were taken away by the pigs. After arguing for a while, Ning Rong remembered that there were still people watching, so she quickly let go, glared at Tang Muchen, and smiled at Tang Yuehua with a ladylike smile. "Sister Yuehua, hello, I'm Ning Rong, from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School." "Hello, Rong, I'm Tang Muchen's sister, Tang Yuehua." Tang Yuehua put away her emotions. Just when Tang Muchen wanted to say something, a voice stopped him from continuing. "Miss Rong, hurry back to the sect master and Elder Nii are waiting for you," said a burly man. "Okay, Uncle Jack." Ning Rong nodded, turned his head, and said, "Sister Yuehua, I'm leaving first." "Humph, Tang Muchen, just wait, I will convince you, you will definitely call my sister." Ning Rong's eyes turned twice, and the blue eyes seemed to glow. What did she think of? She deliberately pretended to be vicious. But he turned his head and smiled secretly, his shoulders shaking. "Okay, I'll be waiting for you," Muchen said lazily. After Jack saluted Tang Yuehua, he left with Ning Rong. The cute and small Ning Rong made a face at him as he left. Not to be outdone, Muchen returned one. Muchen didn't know that Ning Rong acted like a little witch at the beginning, but in reality, her peers did not dare to play with him. The elders were respectful to her. Although her father loved her, he was busy with affairs, sword fighting and bones. Luo loves Rong very much, but is too doting. Coupled with the boring nature of cultivation, Ning Rong has developed the character of a little witch, but now facing the dust of her who is disrespectful and eloquent, Ning Rong feels very surprised. This encounter has basically cut off Ning Rong's original history, especially the marriage. After all, if a scumbag makes a move, honest people naturally don't have any chance. Although Oscar is not an honest person, but after all, he is a first-time brother, how can he compare with the veteran Hua Kong? "Hey, come back to my senses, stinky boy." Yuehua pinched Tang Muchen's dog ears, put the harazi away. Tang Muchen came back to his senses and wiped his mouth. "Then I found out that it wasn't, Sister Yuehua, you lied to me. How could your elegant teacher who teaches etiquette become such a melon skin?" "It's not that, you stinky boy, you will be fooled around by you when you are serious with you." Tang Yuehua didn't realize what she said. "Damn, I'm a serious person, Sister Yuehua, you frame me." "Bah, as far as you're serious, and also, don't speak slang words and foul language." The two held hands and chatted all the way back to the carriage. As for the other noble children, they also went back in their own carriage. Of course, they would also talk about the fact that Lord Yuexuan Shaoxian is full of soul power. "Muchen, what is your martial soul, innate soul power?" After a long while, Tang Yuehua finally remembered this matter. Humph, Tang Muchen was lying on Yuehua's lap at the moment, groaning, "The knee pillow is so comfortable." Tang Yuehua couldn't help but patted his head, "Don't touch me." Tang Muchen let out a ha-ha, and withdrew the hand on Yuehua's smooth thigh. "My martial spirit is called the Going Dragon King, and it is a beast martial spirit. As for spirit power, Sister Yuehua, it is said that the nobles haven't been innately full of spirit power for 10 years, so I am now, am I a genius who is rare in 10 years? Xiantian is full of soul power, Dragon Clan, that should also be a top-level beast martial arts. Come, let me take a look." Muchen nodded, stretched out his right hand, concentrated his energy, and released the Golden Dragon King's spirit. The scales and claws are flying and majestic. Well, it's basically confirmed. It's a top-level beast martial arts, and the pressure is very strong. "Muchen, Your innate soul power and martial arts are uniquely endowed. You must cultivate well and protect yourself. Now, I will teach you how to meditate. You sit cross-legged first, then communicate with your martial spirit and enter into meditation. Under the guidance of Tang Yuehua, Tang Muchen entered a state of meditation. You meditate first, communicate with your martial spirit, and do some mastering on the martial spirit, and then when the time is right, I will take you out to hunt the martial spirit. After saying this, Tang Yuehua's eyes widened uncontrollably. Above Tang Muchen's martial soul-going Dragon King, a circle of yellow and purple light circles slowly appeared. What, nearly 1,000-year-old spirit ring? It still occurs spontaneously. Even the top-level beast martial spirit is full of soul power. Tang Yuehua is not too shocked, just sincerely wishes Tang Muchen. But encountering this incident, Tang Yuehua only felt agitated in his heart. Could this child be transformed into a soul beast? Thinking of this, Yuehua stood up abruptly, and the tall car could accommodate an adult standing up. A white halo appeared around her. In a blink of an eye, the entire car was filled. After doing all this, Tang Yuehua breathed a sigh of relief, but looked at Tang Muchen with gentle eyes. I swear in my heart that even if Tang Muchen is a soul beast, he will protect him well. Because this is her brother, that's all. Chapter 11 I'll protect you now. Go to Yuexuan's car park. Tang Muchen cultivated and meditated quietly to deepen the connection with Wuhan, while Tang Yuehua looked at Tang Muchen fixedly. In a flash, this child has grown up. At the age of 6, he looks relatively ordinary. If there is anything special about him, he is a head taller than his peers at the age of 6. Of course, there is also this guy's sweet-talking mouth, which is most endearing. Other 6-year-olds don't flexibly use routines to molest little girls. But thinking that he is the incarnation of a soul beast, everything makes sense. No wonder he turned on his intelligence so early. His thoughts deepened, and gradually, Tang Yuehua recalled his second brother, Tang Hao, who was also with the soul beast. He finally got married and had a child, but since he came out of the Clear Sky sect, he may not have seen them for many years. It seems that brother Hao's child is already 6 years old. I think the talent will not be bad. After all, the second brother's talent is the best of Haoshan. But compared to the child in front of me, it may not be as good. I don't know why, but I do have extreme confidence in Tang Muchen. She had forgotten why she was worried about Tang Muchen's awakening of his martial soul. Speaking of which, Tang Muchen has been with him for 6 years, and his talent for awakening his spirit is so good this time, so he should go to Tiandu City Junior Spirit Master Academy, and arrange for him tomorrow. Really a little reluctant, Tang Yuehua suddenly smiled. How can I be like a mother with a baby, like I feel reluctant to watch my child go to school? Young eagles always have to fly high, break their wings for stronger wings, and leave their families for better survival. I believe he will have his own achievements. Thoughts gradually fly, all the way speechless. I am the dividing line of your love. Moon Xian. Fortunately, Mu Chen's meditation time doesn't have to be too bad, it's probably just to feel this martial spirit and make his body more appropriate and accustomed to it. In fact, it has already been integrated when they first crossed, and it is naturally familiar and fast. In the same way, Tang Muchen ran out of the car first, then waited for Tang Yuehua to come out, then held hands and supported his waist, all in one go. Don't even mention it, Yuehua is naturally elegant when she gets off the bus, and it is also a scenery. Walking into Yuexuan, Tang Yuehua said to the Ode manager, "Okay, Ode manager, the following management will be handed over to you. I will take Master Xiaoxian to practice first." Ode director Vivi bowed, yes. He also heard from the crowded crowd that Tang Muchen's innate soul power is extremely high, and he liked this Xiaoxian master very much, but now he has more respect. After all, talent is what it is, and Douluo continent is the place to look at talent. Tang Yuehua and Mu Chen were connected hand in hand, and Mu Chen felt the beauty of the skin for a while, and the years did not leave any traces on this woman, but it was still so beautiful, it was simply the most beautiful artwork in the world. Holding Yuehua's beautiful jade hand tightly, Mu Chen thought that he must hold it in the future. Fourth floor, private room. Tang Yuehua said softly to Tang Muchen, "Muchen, show me your first soul skill." But Tang Muchen looks a little embarrassed. "This, Sister Yuehua, I will destroy this place if I release the first spirit ability." Tang Yuehua glared at Isho and said, "It's all right, look at me." She didn't see any movement. Tang Muchen only felt that his eyes lit up, and a milky white halo shot out from Yuehua's body, filling the whole room, forming a special space surrounded by white mist. This is my noble circle domain. You don't know Mu Chen, and I am also one of the few who own the domain. Let go and try." Tang Muchen nodded and released the Golden Dragon King Wuhan. The first soul skill, the Golden Dragon shakes the sky. Clenching his fists with both hands, he suddenly stretched out his right hand, and a dragon-shaped phantom suddenly shot out, pointing straight at the sky. The Golden Dragon phantom is entwined and mixed in the air, bound, and at the same time constantly rising upwards. After being restrained to a minimum, it suddenly exploded. The huge impact force bloomed mushroom clouds in the sky, but Yuehua's noble ring field was not affected at all. Not even a slight fluctuation. "I'll go, Sister Yuehua's field is far more than what the original book looks like." Tang Yuehua closed his eyes, pondered for a moment, and said, "I can feel that the power of your spirit ability is definitely beyond the scope of the first spirit ability, and in my opinion, it is no weaker than the 1,000-year-old spirits of some assault-type battle spirit masters." Ring. After that, Yuehua smiled lightly at Yan Yan, and then said, "In the future, it may be you who will protect my sister." Tang Muchen quickly patted his chest to assure. "Don't worry, Sister Yuehua, leave it to me, no problem. Besides, it's only natural for a husband to protect his wife, right?" "You child, talking nonsense again." Tang Yuehua tapped his head again, and said in a voice that only he could hear, "Now, let me protect you." Tang Muchen rubbed his head, thinking that Sister Yuehua is really an old mother who always likes to knock her head. Of course, he didn't hear Tang Yuehua's last whisper. At noon, Tang Yuehua specially cooked a delicious meal for Tang Muchen, which made Tang Muchen shout deliciously. After drinking and eating, he personally instructed Mu Chen to meditate, and also told Mu Chen some matters to pay attention to in cultivation. After Mu Chen's martial soul awakened, in order to fulfill his great dream, he naturally had to redouble his efforts. There were so many girls waiting for him. Just now, there were Tang Yuehua and Ning Rongrong. How to chase girls if he remains strong? Don't you agree? Therefore, all afternoon, Tang Muchen meditated in Yuehua's room. Speaking of which, this guy is 6 years old and doesn't have his own separate room. It's not that Yuehua refuses, but that this guy insists on staying here. Yuehua was actually used to sleeping with Tang Muchen in his arms every day, and she didn't object too much, so let him come. Mu Chen didn't expect that the peach blossom luck he wanted, the marriage sign, would appear soon. He is still immersed in the time of playing with Yuehua at night. Every time, this guy is very lively and hurts. The Yuehua often has to be bullied by him in the dedicated bathroom. However, Mu Chen played well and never did bad things easily, but only deepened his feelings, which made Yuehua feel that this bad boy was not that bad. Well, today is another night of fun and water play. Mu Chen said so. Chapter 12 Ning Rongrong and Ning Fengzi. After a few days of peaceful life, Mu Chen is now living in Tenten with a lot of fun. He habitually stayed in bed in the morning, practiced meditation in the afternoon, and flirted with Tang Yuehua in the evening. In a comfortable life, Tang Yuehua was a big sister who liked to be shy and elegant in front of Tang Muchen. In the past 2 days, Tang Yuehua had also arranged for Tang Muchen to go to the Soul Master Academy to attend classes. But it was still early, Mu Chen just continued to practice and waited for the school day. In fact, Muchen refused. He didn't expect that he would still have to study after crossing the Douluo continent, but when he thought of the powerful strength and the beautiful girl, he became anxious again. Ollie to give. Every day Mu Chen has to cheer for himself, the slogan is. In order to save the lost women in Douluo continent. However, Ning Rongrong and Muchen have never been seen again. It is estimated that he is practicing hard in the sect. After all, his innate soul power is at the 9th level. If you strive to break through the 10th level, you can hunt soul beasts and get the soul ring to get the first one. Soul skills, and Mu Chen wants to come to her to have a special person in the sect to teach her, and she does not have to go to the primary Soul Master Academy. It seemed that his contact time with Ning Rongrong was still too short. But I do miss that shy little girl Tsundere. The little witch looks very cute without her temperament in the future. She has fair skin, smart eyes, slender and pink legs, and her hair is also faintly crystallized, exuding the vitality of a beautiful girl. Thinking of Ning Rongrong, Mu Chen recalled her voice and smile. Can't help but smile. I'm not a lolicon, ah Soul Dan. I am the dividing line of Hama Batch. On this day, the wind was sunny, the breeze was not dry, and the sun was just right. As always, Mu Chen was still sleeping in. It's a bad habit to have a small butt sticking out high. However, Tang Yuehua really likes to watch this kid. Every day he talks and does things that don't fit his age. It's not bad to be cute occasionally. Usually Tang Muchen is going to sleep until the 3rd hour of the sun, but, do you think it will be like this today? Of course not, there are uninvited guests today. Tang Muchen fiddled with the hair on his face unconsciously. Itchy, crispy. Who is it? In the end the hair went into the nostrils. Also prank. Tigers don't show their power, you treat me as Hello Kitty. I don't know which girl is like this. Tang Muchen didn't think much about it. With his feeling, he climbed up with one hand, grabbed his wrist, and suddenly retracted and grabbed. Only a scream was heard. Ah, rascal. Immediately afterwards, the embroidered pillow smashed over, and the quilt was suffocated for the first beating. Ah, it hurts to death, no, Flax fell. Ride on my beloved little motorcycle and never look back. The 3rd floor of Yuexuan is the place where Tang Yuehua receives guests, and there is a study room inside. Tang Yuehua lightly pursed her thin lips, took a sip of fragrant tea, trimmed her legs, dressed in a silver-colored palace dress, and was shy. This stinky boy is still in bed. It seems that it is difficult for her to ask Rongrong to call. Opposite a handsome middle-aged man Viviisho, said, "Haha, Suanzu's younger brother is also a kind person, oh, they are here." The man in the back had messy hair, dressed in a decent robe, and inexplicably had UI marks on his face. Ning Rongrong in front walked fast, UI's pretty face was moist, and UI was suspicious. The two stood behind their respective parents, standing there silently without saying a word. Tang Muchen was a little embarrassed. He had bullied Ning Rongrong just now, so the handsome guy in front of him was her father, Ning Fengzi. There is also Tang Yuehua's pretty face that is half smiling but not smiling. Oh my god. This is too sad. The fart child has a hairy feel. Big loss this time. Tang Yuehua probably guessed what happened by looking at the expressions of the two. In the bottom of my heart, there was a sense of sadness, which I felt every time I met Ning Rongrong. What's wrong with me? Tang Yuehua was a little puzzled. Ning Fengzi spoke first, Hello, Mu Chen, I'm Rong Rong's father, Ning Fengzi. I heard Rong Rong mention you before, and it just so happens that I have something to do with Lord Xian recently. Ning Rong Rong suddenly gave up and said coquettishly, Dad, what did you say, where did I mention him? Haha, yes, it's me. I'm the only one who has something to do with Lord Yuexuan. You came here as a little follower. So what, Sect Master Ning, I'm Tang Muchen, nice to meet you. Ning Fengzi waved his hand and said, don't be so restrained, just call me Uncle Ning. By the way, Master Xian, besides what I just said, can I ask you one more thing this time? Ning Fengzi paused and said, the little girl, Rong Rong, wants to enter the primary level of Heaven Do City Spirit Master Academy. Mu Chen is also going, we Rong Rong are auxiliary soul masters, I hope Mu Chen will take care of it, what do you think? The last sentence is to ask Mu Chen. Of course, Mu Chen nodded in agreement, but secretly said in his heart who would dare to provoke Ning Rong Rong, she also has a little witch character now, so she can make fun of people, it hurts to beat people. But after agreeing, Mu Chen had a feeling, a man's intuition. Tang Yuehua was a little unhappy, while Ning Rong Rong was the opposite. Haha, that's fine, then, Lord Yuexuan, I'll go first, I hope you will send a letter to Xiaotian Douluo as soon as possible, please. Tang Yuehua nodded. Ning Rong Rong hid behind Ning Fengzi and made a face, you bastard, wait, I want you to call your sister's school, and I'll beat you up. Ning Fengzi covered it with a large hand, how did you talk, so you didn't say goodbye quickly? The siblings sent the father and daughter to the door. When she saw the two get into the car, Yuehua turned her head, ignored Tang Muchen, and left alone. In the study room on the third floor, Tang Muchen pressed against Yuehua and called, Sister Yuehua, what are you doing? Angry. I don't. Yuehua was angry. In fact, she didn't know what happened to her, but she just didn't want to talk to Tang Muchen. Tang Muchen judged with the intuition of a scumbag that this is not what he wanted Tang Yuehua to love him very much, these things have not happened yet, it should be that Tang Yuehua feels that she is empty in her heart, and the younger brother who has raised so long is flirting with others cursing is naturally a little uncomfortable, and since he usually teases her to some extent, he must not like it anymore. There are workarounds though. Tang Muchen said deliberately, oh, it turned out to be jealous, Sister Yuehua, was jealous of Rong Rong. What did you say, you little brat, how could I be jealous? Yuehua has some face yoi. This topic should not go on. Tang Muchen changed his strategy, pretended to be a little adult, took Tang Yuehua's hand, and said with a smile, don't worry, Sister Yuehua, I want to marry you. No one else can take me away. For a time, even Tang Yuehua was fascinated by the strong wind and waves. The lethality of these words was very great. Okay, I know, I just don't need to be angry. Yuehua said softly. Chapter 13 I'm only with you because I'm afraid no one's teaming up with you. Okay, that's good, Sister Yuehua. You stinky boy, look for a fight. Today is another happy day. Inside the chariot of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Ning Fengzi touched her daughter's head and smiled, Rong Rong, why do you think you care so much about him? Nothing. Ning Rong Rong shook his head, but added, Dad, I think he's just different. What's different? It's just 1 nose, 1 mouth, 2 ears, 2 eyes, and 1 head. How special? Ning Fengzi teased. Well, he is different from other people in the sect. Those people are respectful to me, even those who are older than me. Everyone indulges me, but that's not what I want. Although Tang Muchen is very bad, he wants me to be called brother, but he is not afraid of me, he is willing to play with me, and he is very entertaining. Ning Fengzi listened to Ning Rongrong's childish words silently, and couldn't help laughing. Wrong, wrong, cherish this friendship. In the future, you will find that everything in the world will be changed by power. Ning Rong Rong nodded in understanding. Today, I was looking for Xiaotian Douluo for something, but well, there is a surprise. Let Rong Rong meet that kid. Rong Rong will also experience true friendship. Ning Fengzi's heart is like a mirror. The vehicle galloped all the way towards the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. After a few days, Heaven Do City Junior Spirit Master Academy also ushered in the school season. This is the Heaven Do Imperial Central Academy. Only those with extremely high talent are admitted. After 6 years of study here, if they have enough cultivation, they can enter the Heaven Do Imperial Academy to continue their studies and enjoy the resources provided by the Empire. Mu Chen was uncharacteristically today and set off with Tang Yuehua early. After all, she couldn't wait to see Ning Rong Rong, this little girl. In the car, Tang Yuehua tidied up Tang Muchen's clothes, patted his shoulder lightly, and chatted again. When you come to this school, remember to study hard, don't make trouble, and practice hard. The most important thing is, don't let me hook up little girls in school, don't lie to people with rhetoric. The ghosts and gods are messed up. Tang Yuehua added 2 more sentences. Mu Chen naturally repeatedly said yes. Having lived for so many years, Mu Chen naturally knew that Tang Yuehua likes to nagging, and it is best not to disobey her when she is nagging, otherwise, you will be unable to bear the nagging. I don't know how such a beautiful woman got such a problem. Is it because she is old? Mu Chen pressed softly. What did you say? Yuehua seemed to have heard and asked. It's nothing. Goodbye Sister Yuehua, I'm going to study, see you in the evening. After that, Tang Muchen ran down in a hurry, and Yuehua couldn't even try to catch him back. This little loach. Forget Tang Yuehua for the time being, let's focus on Tang Muchen. After he got out of the car, he immediately entered the Primary Spirit Master Academy. Don't say it, it's the point, the scale is so big that you can't see the edge at a glance, and the door in front of you is at least 2 stories high. You said it's okay to make the gate so high. Walking through the gate, a group of young people dressed as teachers were waiting there. Muchen hurriedly walked over and asked one of the beautiful female teachers, "Hello, teacher, I'm Tang Muchen, this year's freshman." "Oh, it's a freshman, I'm looking for, classmate Tang Muchen, you're a classmate in class 1 of the 1st grade, this is a key class." "Okay, thank you teacher. Go down from here, then turn right in the teaching building with a sign, you can see it when you go over." Tang Muchen nodded and said yes, and smiled to himself. How does it feel to go back to when I was in elementary school? Kabuto turned around and came to Tang Muchen's class. Well, I'm afraid to take back the sentence, at least, the degree of luxury is not a class. The entire classroom brick wall is made of high-grade white jade, with a few words clearly engraved on it, the 1st grade. The classroom is full of life. After all, the walls are in warm colors, which naturally sets off the atmosphere. At least the environment inside is really nothing to say. There are only a few people in the classroom now. Ning Rong Rong didn't come either. I can't make fun of this girl yet. I'll get some sleep first. I found a desk at random, and slept with my head down. Sure enough, I slept the best in school. Bashi. When he woke up, he was woken up by someone, and when he looked up, he saw Ning Rong Rong smiling sweetly, and it seemed that he was very happy to wake him up. That's how little kids are. The classroom was almost full. The children in 2s and 3s seemed to know each other and chatted happily. Tang Muchen seemed to echo the time when he was gossiping and chatting about fat days in his previous life. With a little feeling in my heart, I couldn't help Isho. What are you laughing at for no reason, like a fool? Okay, why are you little brat everywhere, go and go, Don't disturb brother. You're the brat, huh, this is my seat, you want me to go, there's no way. Sitting on the seat next to Mu-chan, his small mouth pouted, like Princess Tsundere. Mu-chan was about to say something, but was interrupted by the new teacher. It was a young man who came in, and he looked very talented. He walked to the front of the stage and introduced Isho to everyone. Hello everyone, I'm your mentor Yefan. Now, announce the rules of the first grade class. Yefan's eyes became serious. There are 47 students in our class now, and the spirit power is uneven, but your talents are very high. According to the folk talent education of Emperor Shuiye, we ask 3 people to form their own team, and then compete to win the first place, second place, third place, and so on. The last place more than 3 times will be removed from the class, into the second class. What, isn't it? It's so strict, we don't have a spirit ring yet. There were whispers from the audience. Okay, execute it now. A group of people are looking for like-minded people. Although they are very puzzled, fortunately, they also have certain qualities, and usually have a certain understanding of the life of the Soul Master. This arrangement is useful to them, so they also enjoy finding teammates. Wrong, let's form a team for the 2 of us. Tang Muchin stretched out his hand and tapped Ning Rongrong's arm. Who wants you to call me Rongrong? Ahai, I don't want it. We are friends, right? Wrong, if we are friends, we should help each other. Well, that's fine, I just don't think anyone will form a team with you to be with you. Don't think too much about it, give it to me, or I will beat you to death. Ha, okay, Miss Wrong. Miss Wrong's sentence made Ning Wrong accept it with peace of mind. The people who have formed the team come to me to report. Chapter 14. I'm not surprised. The people who formed the team came to me to report. The efficiency of the first class was actually quite fast, and it was divided into teams. After Ning Wrong and Tang Muchin formed a team, they didn't go to pull anyone. Look at the people around you eagerly. Ning Wrong tapped Tang Muchin's waist uneasily and asked, are we just the 2 of us? Why don't we go and pull someone? Look at her worried cute look. Tang Muchin couldn't help raising his hand and touching his head. Don't worry, I'll be fine, I'm very strong. Oh, good. Maybe it was Tang Muchin's confidence that infected her, and she wasn't too worried. But the children around me had a different feeling. Ning Wrong was also called absolutely beautiful in this class. Skin like snow, looks very cute Tsundere. Seeing that Tang Muchin's hand was placed on her head but was not rejected, everyone was shocked. Among them, there may be people who know Ning Wrong, such as Swaran. Is this really Tsundere blaming Ning Wrong? This is also a little interlude. When the registration was almost done, Tang Muchin walked forward with Ning Wrong. Well, Tang Muchin, Ning Wrong, 2 people. Yefan was not surprised at all. According to the rule of 47 people, there must be a team with only 2 people. This time, finding teammates is also a process of testing the child's ability. Of course, a team of 2 people is either very strong, or they just don't know how to be flexible. Yefan naturally has the information of the previous 2 people. The little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ning Wrong, the martial spirit 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, the 9th level innate spirit power, and the extremely high talent, known as the most talented person in the 7 treasure glazed tile school for decades. Master Yuexuan Shaoxian, Tang Muchin, Wuhan Going Dragon King, innately full of soul power, the most talented in the field, and also one of the few innate soul powers in the empire in 100 years. I don't know what sparks this combination will bring out. Yefan secretly recorded it, intending to see the performance of the 2. The mainland's #1 auxiliary martial arts plus the best beast martial arts, then what kind of situation should it be? Okay, Then I'll confirm the team numbers. The first group of Swaran, Wang Jings, Ma Tianyu. The 16th group Ning Rong Rong, Tang Muchen. Now everyone knows their group. We are about to start the first sorting. The winner reverses the current order. In short, the more wins, the higher the ranking. It is only temporary. Follow me, my classmates. Yafan took the class out of the classroom and came to the second floor of the teaching building. The second floor has been transformed into a ring, and I have to mention that this place is really big. This building belongs to our first year class, and all our activities are generally completed here. The second floor has been transformed into a ring, and now we will draw lots to determine the order of battle. Immediately someone asked, "Teacher, we are not familiar with each other, isn't it bad to fight immediately? We didn't even cooperate with our teammates." The first time is to test your ability to judge on the spot and your ability to control martial arts. This depends on your running in actual combat. Well, each group also elects a captain to command. Now, the first group played against the third group. The seventh group played against the 16th group. In fact, Mu Chen didn't think this was anything to watch. A group of children, although talented, didn't even have a soul ring. Isn't this a massacre? To myself. The first battle is the battle in which the Imperial Princess is the captain. But Swaran's soul power is only level 9, even though she can use some special soul skills, referring to such soul skills as Swanyu Hand. But you can't win against yourself. Anyway, the end of the battle is quite fast. I believe that the achievements in the future will not be low. At the 8th level of innate spirit power, it is also possible to become a titled Douluo, although the probability is not high. The next group, the 7th group, will play against the 16th group. Tang Muchen stretched his waist, and began to meditate in his heart, then dragged Ning Rong Rong to the center of the ring. In the center of the thick ring stood the 7th group, and Yafan. Introduce yourself. Xiao Zhan, an 8th level spirit warrior, with a weapon and spirit to break the army. Xiao Jun, an 8th level soul warrior, a weapon and soul hammer. The 8th, the 6th level spirit warrior, the food is martial soul honey juice burger. Naturally, Ning Rong Rong and Tang Muchen also returned the ceremony and introduced their martial spirits. The only thing that surprised Tang Muchen was that Ning Rong Rong had broken through the 10th level. Then it is estimated that only the two of them in the entire elite class have broken through the 10th level. Let's get started. The 7th group of 3 quickly released their martial spirits. Xiao Zhan's Pojun still looks pretty good. The sword grid is a golden yellow solid bowl with 2 patterns from the tip to the hilt from top to bottom. Xiao Zhan's star-breaking hammer is quite powerful, and it looks like it's heavy. But compare it with the clear sky hammer. Tang Muchen activated his soul power. The right hand turned into a dragon's claw, and a yellow with purple light circle appeared on the body. What? The audience exclaimed, even Yafan and Swaran were no exception. Of course, the object of surprise is different. Yafan is because of the age of Tang Muchen's soul ring. And Swaran and others are because Tang Muchen has a soul ring. Xiao Jun and Xiao Zhan looked at each other and slowly approached Tang Muchen. Tang Muchen's eyes widened, and he was ready to go. 7 treasures turn out with glazed glass. 7 treasures are famous. One is called power. Mu Chen only felt that his strength had increased significantly, so he couldn't help but nodded to Ning Rong Rong. I didn't expect that there will be a spirit ring so soon. The audience was shocked. Both of them had soul rings. You go first, otherwise, you won't have a chance. Mu Chen said. Hey. Xiao Jun came up with the broken star hammer. He looked very powerful, but unfortunately he didn't have any rules. He didn't know if any of his family had learned the hammer technique. Tang Muchen, Vivisho, stretched out his right hand, clenched his claw into a fist, and slapped the broken star hammer fiercely. Not surprisingly, Xiaojun will naturally retreat. With the sharpness and thickness of the golden dragon claws, it is naturally irresistible. The power of the golden dragon king stuns the past and present. Xiaojun only felt that it was difficult to hold the hammer, but in order not to hurt himself, he quickly dissipated his soul power, and the broken star hammer slowly dissipated. Tang Muchen was indifferent to Isho, suddenly feeling someone pierced from the left. After a pause, he turned his head sideways. Po Jun stabbed in front of him. Mu Chen clenched his fist fiercely, and punched Po Jun. Xiaozhan was instantly shaken. It's a pity, the gap in spirit power is too big. Mu Chen walked up to the two of them, clenched his fists, and said with a smile, "You lose, food-type spirit masters are useless without spirit rings." We conceded defeat. The two reluctantly surrendered. This round, the 16th group wins. Walking down the stage, everyone looked at the two with different eyes. Too strong, both of them have soul rings, how can they fight? I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Ning Rongrong shook her pink hair and praised. Of course, I'm here, no surprise, Comrade Rongrong. Che, shameless. However, Ning Rongrong could see the way Tang Muchen had beaten these two people away. He knew both spirits, they belonged to the superior spirits, but they had no power to fight back in Tang Muchen's hands. Although the difference in spirit power was large, at around 10th level, this was not a gutter. Tang Muchen's easy defeat still made Ning Rongrong give him a new impression. He has high talent, good martial spirit, strong strength, can coax girls, treat himself as a friend, and is not attentive to himself. It's just that people are broken, they don't look particularly good looking, but they look very stable, which is quite convincing. Because the setting is to start school soon, naturally everyone's soul power is not high. Explain here, the Golden Dragon King is too good, so the setting is the 10th level of soul power, and then the protagonist accepts all the inheritance of the Golden Dragon King, and of course will bring his own soul ring. Oh, come on for the ticket. Chapter 15 So good. The fight in the ring naturally continued, and the second round of battle began. To be honest, Yefan is not very interested in the next battle, only Tang Muchen's group can make his eyes shine. How could a group of children without spirit rings and two people with spirit rings be able to fight this? Of course, he was very interested in Tang Muchen's martial spirit. Back in the ring. In fact, everyone does not have a spirit ring, and the fight is also based on the family's spontaneous spirit skills. At this time, it is very important to be able to use this power. This is also the focus of the assessment, the ability to judge on the spot. The most popular people to win the first place are Tang Muchen's 16th team and Princess Swaran's first team. Swaran and the three regarded Tang Muchen as their biggest opponent, but Tang Muchen dozed off leisurely. Ning Rongrong put her arm against Tang Muchen's waist and whispered, "It's so boring." Yeah, there's no way, it's not fancy at all to watch a group of students without spirit rings fight. Hurry up and settle the fight later, I'm going to bed. Ha, are you a pig and sleep late every morning? What, don't you sleep in the morning? Bah, you're sleeping in the sun. Ning Rongrong remembered that he went to wake this guy up some time ago, but he pushed himself down, couldn't help itching, but his ears were soft. Ah, it's rare for me to get up early for school. I'm just bored now. It's better to go to bed if I don't have class. During the fight, Ning Rongrong passed by while chatting with Tang Muchen. The new understanding is that this person is very lazy, and he belongs to the type who does not work if he does not give sweet dates. The following is the first group against the 16th group. Players on both sides are in place. Shuiran, Beast Martial Spirit Water Moon Ice Swan, 9th level Spirit Warrior, Wang Jing's, Food Type Martial Spirit Zhenxiang Fried Rice, 8th level Spirit Warrior, Ma Tianyu, Beast Warrior Spirit Flame Horse, 6th level Spirit Warrior. Tang Muchen, Beast Martial Spirit Going Dragon King, level 12 Spirit Master, Ning Rong Rong, Auxiliary Spirit 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, level 11 Spirit Master. Absorbing the experience of the Spirit Ring President is to upgrade. This battle is really not going to be fought. Wang Jing's really fragrant fried rice is probably useless. Swaran and Matianyu are beast martial arts. Kun does NT see that the dragon race is coercive compared to the race with weak blood. These two people are stronger than him, but the strength is comparable. He is much weaker. Hopefully give yourself some surprises. Start. As soon as the words fell, the three of them formed a strange formation. From the first to the last, it was Wang Jing's, Swaran, and Matianyu. Although he has a lot of complaints about these names, Tang Muchen is not careless. After all, it is the team of the Imperial Princess, and it is estimated that they have some extraordinary abilities. The strange formation in front of him also made him ready to wait. Could it be that Wang Jing's is the main attack? It's impossible. My Wang Jing's is starving to death, and he will not eat your bowl of egg fried rice. Ah, it's delicious. The inexplicable joyful incantation made Tang Muchen speechless for a while. What was he doing? But what happened next shocked Tang Muchen. The momentum behind Swaran and Matianyu behind Wang Jing's was rising, and they seemed to be on par with themselves. Humph, I don't know, this is a special spell of our Zhenxiang family, only the spirit of Zhenxiang fried rice can be activated. Even if I don't have a spirit ring, I can still use up my spirit power to boost my teammates, and there are unexpected things. The effect. Wang Jing's laughed badly. What the heck, such a strange spell, such a strange Zhenxiang family, it's really. Although he said that, he was not slow at all. Tang Muchen had already rushed out. 7 treasures turn out with glazed glass, and one says, power. Ning Rong Rong's increase really kept up. Tang Muchen returned to the previous state of power surge. Hey, here we come, let's see what the true fragrance spell is. Tang Muchen rushed forward, and Swaran was not idle. Although she didn't have a soul skill, her martial soul could master water, which could naturally form ice block or water mist, and the royal family had a special way to control the flow of water. A huge ice block was formed in front of it. Hey, this thing shatters with one punch. A sharp punch. Ice block did not shatter in response to the sound, and the feeling of emptiness came from it. There was no substance, it was a very delicate feeling of flowing water. Tang Muchen froze completely, only to feel that his mind was full of words. Ah, so delicious. However, this martial soul water element has a strong affinity, and it can actually change between the physical properties of ice block and water. Ha ha ha, in addition to giving people a boost, the true fragrance spell will also induce people to use the true fragrance theorem. Swaran would not miss this opportunity. Only the water curtain in front of him tightly locked Tang Muchen, and at the same time continued to increase the maintenance of soul power. Tang Muchen, who was bewitched by Zhengxiang's spell, didn't break free for a while. Herod. In the end, Matianyu suddenly raised his head and screamed, slammed away from the position of the trio, and went on a rampage all the way, regardless of the fact that 3721 wanted to hit Tang Muchen. It turned out that their actual purpose was to knock Tang Muchen out of the ring with the enhanced power of summoning martial arts, so they would naturally win, and this battle would be a victory. The idea is beautiful, the reality is skinny. Tang Muchen was not knocked out, he broke free from the mist, and his eyes were smiling. The golden dragon claw appeared in the right hand, and the claw was clenched into a fist. He slammed forward and hit Matianyu's chest. Although the force was relieved, Matianyu still flew high. TFK. Wang Jing's eyes were about to pop out. The next moment, Tang Muchen appeared beside him. He stretched out his finger and snorted. Wang Jing's nodded instinctively, but was beaten to the ground the next second. Ah, it hurts. He was lying on the ground and chirping, but he couldn't stand up again. I'll take you down, or what? Tang Muchin looked at Swaran quietly. This girl is a cute type, with short blonde hair, bright eyes, fair skin, and a natural pretty face. It's a pity that it's more than a notch worse than my family's wrong. We admit defeat. Swaran said quietly, and then added, we will continue to challenge you next time. Tang Muchin didn't care. He didn't even use his skills in this game. What annoyed him the most was Wang Jing's true fragrant incantation, but he could keep him from reciting it, so the golden dragon ascended into the sky and took Thomas's circling set away. The remaining two have little effect on me. He, it's amazing, I thought you were going to die. If you don't know how to speak, talk less, I'll be gone. It was the truth, I was scared to death. I've said it all, I'm invincible, can I trust my brother a little? Who are you, brother? Call me sister, you have never beat me. Please, how do you fight with an auxiliary department? Let me think about it. Oh no, I haven't figured it out yet, let's talk about it. What a dead girl. Slightly. The two walked off the ring together, bickering along the way. Yefan sighed, the relationship is really good. This time, we'll be grouped by grades, the first group, Mu Chen, Ning Rong. The second group, Swaran, Ma Tianyu, Wang Jing's, the third group. Okay, press this in the future. In the future, it will be based on the challenge. If you think you have the strength to challenge, you can challenge to the front group. If you win, you will take over the group number. Tang Muchin didn't listen to the next words, he touched Rong with his shoulder. Trust me, I will lead you to the Grand Slam in the future. Ning Rong pouted and was still angry at what she said just now, but Tang Muchin said this on purpose as a gesture of goodwill. Well, then I'll follow you reluctantly. Ah, barely, it hurts me too much. Tang Muchin turned his head to continue listening. But he didn't see that Ning Rong behind him was smiling like a flower. It feels so good to fight with Tang Muchin. It's not like I have everything in the sect, but I have never felt this kind of satisfaction. Sure enough, I still like to work hard for it. He is actually pretty good, and I found another advantage of him. Although he likes to talk back, he will still take care of the girl's heart at critical moments, and he will deliberately show weakness and try to make me happy. The days of playing with him were indeed a joy that was not felt in the sect. So good. Chapter 16 Dating with Ning Rong. After the ranking battle is over, I will return to the classroom. In fact, it is similar to the previous life, except that the teaching content is different. However, the task is not very heavy. The only thing to teach the Soul Master every day is to explain the Soul Beast, and the rest is to cultivate by yourself, actual combat or something. In general, it is still very relaxed, and Tang Muchin is also very happy. It is good to practice hard to gain strength, but you must also pay attention to the combination of work and rest. Lao is to practice hard, Yi is to tease Ning Rong every day. How could it be only Ning Rong? Of course it is all, but the main target of teasing is her. This time was pretty easy. Tang Muchin thought about it carefully. Although he didn't have to stay in bed in the morning, his relationship with Ning Rong, the Tsundere monster, warmed up quickly. Although he went home late at night, Tang Yuehua missed her school very much. Oh, this is a good thing. So beautiful. Perhaps it was because the past few months had been too happy. Tang Muchin's spirit power had reached the 14th level from the 12th level, and Ning Rong had also reached the 13th level. There were also several people with spirit rings in the class. So that Tang Muchin can barely find an opponent to learn from. The name of the first-year Big Devil quietly spread throughout the academy. After all, many 6th grade students are only in their 20s now, and they are already in the 14th grade. How can it not be shocking? Most of them are in the 2nd and 3rd grades. The person who is not as high as Tang Muchin's soul power, let alone a martial arts soul. On this day, it was already 2 months after Tang Muchin entered school. He and Ning Rongrong were originally at the same table, and their relationship grew rapidly during the daily flirting. Although Ning Rongrong was still young and did not know how to love, Tang Muchin warned himself, "Take good care of this little girl." Heaven Do City, morning. The sky is slightly white with fish belly, and the wind in early summer is also very noisy. The coolness of spring has already dissipated, and the heat wave has swept through, bringing the summer that men like. Tang Muchin was waiting there early, wearing a light blue robe and boots under his feet, looking pretty good. As for who he was waiting for, everyone must have guessed that it was the lovely and charming tsundere who blamed Ning Rongrong. Yesterday, classmate Ning Rongrong and him just finished their discussions with others. The two of them felt a little tired. They both said goodbye to each other and wanted to go home to rest. With a flash of inspiration, Mu Chen invited Ning Rongrong to come out to play. Ning Rongrong thought about it and agreed. After all, he had to go to school for the past 2 months, and he hadn't come out to play well. Tang Muchin. A sweet voice sounded. Tang Muchin turned his head and saw that it was Ning Rongrong. She was wearing a light blue dress with her arms exposed. Her skirt reached her knees and her calves were exposed. She was wearing a pair of shoes with roots. She looked pure and beautiful. Rongrong rushed over, and there were a few strands of hair stuck to his forehead. "Have you waited a long time?" Seeing Ning Rongrong walk in, Tang Muchin straightened her hair with a smile. "I just arrived too." "Yeah." Ning Rongrong's face was a little moist, and she didn't know if she was too shy or what. "Okay, alright, touch it enough, you'll know to take advantage of me." As he spoke, Ning Rongrong patted off Tang Muchin's paw. Tang Muchin is not shy, Hayasho. Children in the world of Douluo mainland are relatively precocious. Con can't see how the 12-year-old Shrek 7 devils in the Douluo mainland anime develop into each other, how precocious the 6-year-old Tang Sanxiao and Wang Sheng in the same room are. Ning Rongrong, as the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, said at a young age that the old lady still ate a bean paste bun, so she must have been precocious when she was a child. While snickering, Mu Chen smiled at Ning Rongrong. "I recently learned of a bakery, the bread in it is made with high-quality barley, and it tastes very good. There are also some tea products and desserts, all of which are very good. Eat, I'll show you." Miss Ben's taste is very tricky. If it's not delicious, you don't want to call me out in the future. Ning Rongrong looked proud. Alright, tsundere is weird, go and see and you'll know." Tang Muchin pushed her all the way to her destination regardless of whether she was tsundere or not. "Tang Muchin, you're such a bastard, you're mad at me, who is tsundere to blame? Who should be? Noisy along the way, Ning Rongrong and Tang Muchin finally came to this place called Star Bread. This is a relatively large dessert shop, and the consumption level in it is quite expensive, but it has not been open for a long time, so Ning Rongrong has not heard of it. Tang Muchin arrived at the front desk lightly, ordered 2 desserts and 2 unique drinks, waited for a while, and went back with a plate. "Please, Miss Rongrong." "Well, I'd rather have a taste." Ning Rongrong stretched out her hand to take the dessert, and ate it in a very ladylike spoonful while drinking the special drink. "Che, the lady is up outside, and she's a tsundere in front of her." Tang Muchin secretly complained. "Why do I think you're scolding me?" Ning Rongrong's big eyes were full of suspicion. "No way, it's impossible, how could I scold our lovely Rongrong? Mom, the girl's intuition is too accurate, I should be overturned because of this if I won't be a scumbag in the future." It tastes pretty good overall, thank you for bringing me here. Ning Rong Rong wiped the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief. Gaha, why are you being so polite today, Tisk? Is it because you are obsessed with me? You are enough. Well, I'm too handsome. You are shameless. The two were bickering. Tang Muchin, you're so mad at me, just wait, sooner or later, let you call me Sister Rong Rong. Haha, okay, didn't you say you want to bet, what are you betting on? In the future, I will form a team of my own and challenge you, you can ask the loser to do one thing to win. Okay, just don't get spanked by me when I lose. Your soul is weak. The two of them walked away, the sun shone on them, and the elongated figures quietly overlapped. In a dark alley. Fengzi, what do you think? An old man who stood tall asked, his sword eyebrows staring, not in the mundane world. I see, but this kid has a lot of tricks for girls, and our little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has a very high opinion of him. It was Ning Fengzi who spoke. I see, this boy wants to be with Rong Rong, and he has to pass our level. The scrawny but tall old man snorted angrily. The three old men are not ashamed to take a peek here. This stinky boy, I'm afraid I didn't expect that my sister actually feels different to him. It may be right for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but if it makes Rong Rong sad. I'm still a child now, Tong Yanwuji. After the 6 years of reading, I will let Rong Rong go outside to study and separate from this child. After all, we also heard their bet just now. The mainland is really turbulent, and it's only one after the other today. Fengzi, what is the school that will be chosen for Rong Rong in the future? Shrek Academy. Although I haven't heard of it, I can be sure that this kid will not be in the same academy with Rong Rong in the future. Let's see if this young man's performance can be recognized by us, said the old man with sword eyebrows and star eyes. In the sky, the sun is just right, and the breeze is not dry. On the earth, boys and girls are smiling. Let's make a preview here. Tomorrow's chapter will have a plot that everyone likes to hear and hear. Chapter 17 Tangyuehua under Gecko. Many days had passed since the previous date with Ning Rong Rong. Since the escalation of the affair with Ning Rong Rong last time, Tang Muchin discovered that Ning Rong Rong did not refuse Tang Muchin's usual hair play now. Tang Muchin sighed that he seemed to have returned to the high school life in his previous life, and he also liked to play with the hair of beautiful girls. And the beautiful girl's shy expression is the most moving, no one. Grasping a girl's hair is also one of the important indicators of favorability. In the past 2 days, Tang Muchin and Ning Rong Rong were separated from each other. Every time they went out of school before going home, they walked together. Tang Yuehua, who came to pick up Tang Muchin every day, only felt that she would be stuffed with a large bowl of dog food every day. Too bad he doesn't want to come pick up Tang Muchin recently. To simulate Tang Yuehua's psychology, he would definitely say, Hundan, with a good-looking girl, forget about the elder sister that no one wants. Today is the end of the class again. Tang Muchin didn't bring anything. After waiting for Ning Rong Rong to organize a small white embroidered shoulder bag, he whistled and walked out of the classroom first, followed by Ning Rong Rong. The classmates in the class basically left after class, so Tang Muchin and the two who walked behind could enjoy the sunset view of the Central Seoul Master Academy slowly. Today's sunset is so beautiful. Ning Rong Rong couldn't help sighing. Yes, the sunset today is not the same as usual. Usually, the sky is full of fire and clouds, and the whole world is still full of light and heat. Today is a darker blue, and the stars in the sky seem to be brighter. They are dotted in the sky and look psychedelic. The clouds in the sky seem to form the shape of flowers, and the pink clouds form a contrast with the dark blue sky. In the distance there are orange-yellow clouds, in Ning Rong Rong's eyes, combined into a beautiful picture. Yeah, but the sunset is beautiful, and the person next to me is even more beautiful. Tang Muchin folded his hands behind his head and said swayingly. Ning Rongrong's face turned up like a fiery cloud in the sky, but she didn't object, she just said softly, "What did you say?" The relationship between the two has really grown by leaps and bounds recently. At least Ning Rongrong will be slightly shy when facing Tang Muchin's sincere praise. Although many people in the sect praised her, they have never been as comfortable as Tang Muchin's praise. For a long time, the two of them thought about it, but they didn't speak. But after leaving the school, Tang Muchin quietly said to Ning Rongrong, "Actually, you think the sunset is beautiful, but it really makes you feel that watching the sunset is beautiful, because there are people around you who accompany you to watch it?" After speaking, Tang Muchin hurried to his car, waved his left hand, and climbed onto the frame of the car smoothly. It's a pity that Tang Yuehua didn't come to pick him up again today, so Tang Muchin was a little disappointed. But he sat down in peace, because Director Ode was about to drive the car. Through the small window, Tang Muchin saw that Ning Rongrong was still in place. Looking from a distance, Yui's face was ashamed, and his hands were clenched tightly. "Humph, it's the way of scumbags, just leave after teasing. Falling in love so soon will make my scumbag action impossible." Mu Chen kept these 2 points in mind. Tang San has the Xiantian treasure record, and there is the scumbag book below. There was no words all the way, and soon, he arrived at the door of Yuexuan. Tang Muchin stood up, got out of the car, and jumped down. The movements are very skilled, but unfortunately there is no one to let him get out of the car today. Entering the Yuexuan, there are all elegant people inside, at least the voice of the conversation is very low, and most of them are talking inside with elegant masks. According to speculation, Tang Yuehua did not come to pick me up at this time because he was teaching others to learn ritual and music. Taking the lead, Tang Muchin came to the second floor. The second floor was actually an empty hall, and then there were some rooms for teaching. But Yuexuan is naturally different from other places. The characteristics of this place are that it is large, luxurious, and elegant. At this time, someone in the hall was already practicing the ceremony of inviting the ball, and Mu Chen didn't find Tang Yuehua. Strange, there is no hall, no classroom, where is Sister Yuehua? With such doubts, Tang Muchin climbed up to the third floor again. Because Yuexuan was really too big, it was already night after Tang Muchin searched the third floor. "I'm so hungry." Touching his grunting stomach, Tang Muchin returned to the resting place on the fourth floor. "Where is it?" "Wait a minute, there is a flash of inspiration, it seems that there is still a place I haven't found. The fourth floor is actually Yuehua's private place, but it is not only the bedroom, there is also a huge balcony on the other side, maybe Yuehua is there. In." As soon as he said it, Tang Muchin rolled on the bed, rolled over to the foot of the bed and immediately turned over, put on his shoes, and hurriedly walked towards the other direction on the fourth floor. The night is slightly cold, the stars are shining, and the sky is dotted with stars. Occasionally, there are meteors passing by, with the slightest star flame, which is very beautiful. The moon climbed up quietly, and the bright gecko quietly scattered on the ground, quietly embellishing the fairies on the ground. Yuehua is like a fairy in the moon. Today, she is not wearing a palace dress, just a long white dress, snow-like skin, slender legs, elegant and charming temperament, a peerless pretty face, and a graceful figure. Human art. Tang Muchin walked quietly to Tang Yuehua's side, and stretched out his arms to wrap his arms around the slender waist. Although Tang Muchin was taller than his peers, he was still a head off compared to Tang Yuehua. So this world-famous painting, I gave it a name. It's called, The Story That Little Men and Ladies Had to Tell. Why, I didn't pay for the little girl, and now I'm looking for an old and degenerate girl. The tone was a bit resentful. There's no such thing. How can Sister Yuehua say that she is old and degenerate? She is obviously invincible of youth. Really, there was a kid who said he wanted to marry me before, but in the end, he met another little girl, and Tenten was overwhelmed. Dangerous. Mu-chen was a little anxious, but also a little bit happy. I am anxious about how to answer this sentence, and I am so happy that this situation is obviously jealous. Why, can't speak. Tang Yuehua's tone became even more resentful when she saw that Tang Muchen lowered her head and did not speak. Sure enough, old and degenerate women are real, and youthful invincibility is fake. It was really rare that the noble and elegant Tang Yuehua would use such self-deprecating words. It can't go on like this. But the language seems weak and weak. That's all. Tang Muchen made up his mind secretly. This trick can be described as 100 trials and 100 spirits. Heartbeat is worse than action, you can do it without moving your lips. This sentence is just the opposite in Tang Muchen's case. Sister Yuehua. With a murmur, Tang Yuehua turned back instinctively. But only see a rapidly zoomed-in face. Chapter 18. It is obviously a starry sky map, but it seems to be missing something. Oh, it turns out to be the moon. It has shyly hid in the clouds, can't bear to see two people on the ground so close. If it has cheeks, it is probably UIS like a monkey butt. The fourth floor of Yuexuan, balcony. A boy with a height of 1.5 meters was closely attached to an elegant and beautiful woman. Stick to cheeks, stick to lips. Another world-famous painting. What to call it? Things that the elegant woman and I have to say when I am 1.5 meters tall. On tiptoe, I finally kissed the woman I wanted. Sure enough, it's better to use the title. Shock. In broad daylight, this happened to the lady and the little Shota? Of course, Tang Muchen, who was posting, didn't think so much. Sister Yuehua's lips are very cold, and it seems to have a sweet taste, but in fact, this scumbag man knows that girls' lips have no taste, except for smearing something. The so-called sweetness is only in his heart. An inexplicable flow of joy. The lips met, seemingly blocking all words. This was also their first kiss. Tang Muchen's first kiss in this life. But don't say, Tang Muchen is young now, but his strength is not small, and his courage can be described as daring. He stood on tiptoe and grabbed Tang Yuehua's slender waist, and pressed it firmly against himself. Tang Muchen was naturally the one who used seduction warfare, while Tang Yuehua was the enemy. Good luck, Tang Yuehua had no choice but to raise his hand to surrender. Ouch, really, one is not enough to fight, come to. Tang Muchen felt dark in his heart. Report. The army headed by Tang Yuehua was defeated and the army was defeated. Will they be arrested? After a while, the two slowly separated. It was said that it was a long time, and it had been a quarter of an hour for the two of them to be intimate. Tang Yuehua's lips were a little swollen, and her eyes were a little slack. Ahem, it's not a relationship I've had too much experience with, amen. The two of them hugged and sat on the specially made sofa on the balcony. Don't say it, it tastes great. When I grow up later, I have to let Tang Yuehua see what is called a one-handed push-up. Tang Yuehua shrank quietly in Tang Muchen's arms, and said expressionlessly, why are you so skilled? Before waiting for Tang Muchen to explain, he broke free from his embrace and walked out of the balcony with his long legs. Is this the consequence of my lip service? Mu-chen was stunned. Children, please don't learn, it's wrong to play tricks. But immediately the balcony door opened again. Tang Yuehua was expressionless. I made a room for you, you can sleep there in the future, I will move things for you, don't think about coming here. He glared at Tang Muchen viciously. But it's actually a really cute stare. Tang Muchen's eyes were straight, and he looked straight at Yuehua. Tang Yuehua snorted, ignored him, and headed back to the bedroom first. Lying on the bed, she forced herself to fall asleep, but she lost sleepiness and couldn't help touching her lips, which were a little swollen. How can this bastard be so skilled, is it with Ning Rong Rong? Tang Yuehua began to roll over and fall asleep when she had thoughts. This night, she lost sleep. Someone outside, because there was no fragrant nephrite in his arms, naturally didn't fall asleep. Mistakes fail. I think Tang Muchin, my scumbag, was fooled by his own experience again. How can this be done? Am I going to sleep alone in the future, crying and chirping in the toilet? However, the first experience with Yuehua was still very good. Tang Yuehua's desire to speak was still incessant, his eyes were misty, his cheeks were dizzy, his lips were swollen, and his tongue was dexterous. Bring a different experience to Tang Muchin. But this kiss was just because of my skills, that is to say, Tang Yuehua had no objection to taking away her first kiss, so he still earned it. This time, it can be confirmed that Tang Yuehua's feelings for him have completely deteriorated. Well, in fact, there is another advantage. Letting her know about things early will help her open a harem. Hey, it's late at night, and I can only sleep by myself. Well, I don't know when I will be able to go back to my original room. Ah, this little girl Ning Rong Rong has a high degree of favorability towards her now, but she should be young, so she doesn't know what liking is, she can only say that she is attached to herself, and her feelings for her are different. If Yuehua knew about it, she would definitely say, this soul is weak, I had a French style with me a moment ago, and now I think of other girls. Oh man. In the dead of night, Tang Muchin's body is a child after all. Although his brain is an adult, he still can't bear the sleepiness and fell asleep early. In the dream, Mu Chen only felt that he had come to heaven. He saw all the beautiful girls and women in Douyi. In the dream, he seemed to be an adult, blowing fire at Tang Yuehua, and Gu Yuina, who was behind him, massaged for him personally. In front of her is Hulina, who has transformed her tail and dances gracefully, while Huo Wu Shui Binger next to her is also playing a duet of ice and fire. Ning Rong Rong in the left hand murmured that she could not be without dependence on herself, and Zhu Zuking in the right hand called out to see her conscience for herself. Qian Rongxiu outside the door was still the same, and she liked being jealous very much. Pope Bibi Dong said that he should try the one-day tour of the Pope's palace by himself. Big Matsuri Shivo Sixie's tenderness is like water, and Erlong Teacher's coquettishness is like fire. Damn, come to Douluo, how can you not be a scumbag? Chapter 19 Tang Yuehua leaves? The next day, the sun rose in the east, and the sky was as blue as a wash. As the central city of the Heaven Do Empire, Tiando City was naturally a place with developed economics and trade, and it was also well known throughout the continent. The sound of hawking had already sounded in the morning. Well, it's really comfortable. Rubbing his eyes in a daze, Mu Chen finally woke up from his happy dream. Really, can you grow up quickly, grow taller, and mature a little, so that you and Ning Rong Rong will not feel like smelting copper when they cultivate their relationship? Really, it's obvious that he looks very big in the anime. 12 years old is the same as other adults, tisk tisk. Looking at my arms and legs, I still don't seem to be very strong. This is not worthy of my wish to open a harem. Tang Muchin, but a man who wants to become the king of the harem, this dream is not inferior to that of Luffy's Straw Hat. One Piece/King of Pirates. If I could be the One Piece/King of Pirates, wouldn't I take all the beautiful girls like cutting leeks? Brainstorming every morning seemed to have become a habit, and Mu Chen finally got up slowly after going through a lot of nonsense. After walking out of his own room, Vivi's mouth was bitter. Should. But as usual, breakfast was already placed on the small dining table. Tang Yuehua sat quietly on a simple light blue chair as usual. A sumptuous breakfast was placed on the sky blue tablecloth, but her wonderful eyes couldn't hide the faint dark circles under her eyes. "What are you doing standing still? You haven't come to breakfast yet." Sister Yuehua still has a smile in her eyes and a gentle tone as before. Tang Muchin naturally didn't know what medicine Tang Yuehua bought in the gourd. Could it be that he wants to murder his husband? No, 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 it's impossible, it shouldn't be a laxative. With the aura of death, he sat heavily on the chair, and opened his mouth to eat the food prepared by Tang Yuehua with a death expression on his face. "Actually, it tastes really good. It should be no problem, don't worry, just a little hungry." Tang Muchin hurriedly devoured it. Tang Yuehua looked at Tang Muchin quietly, saw his satisfied look, and couldn't help laughing. Although Tang Muchin looked like he was going to do something evil at this time. "Okay, let's go to school when we're full. I won't send you off today. I just need to make up for a beauty sleep." Tang Yuehua touched Mu Chen's head and said with a smile. There is always a feeling of hiding a knife in a smile. Mu Chen didn't think much about it, and hurried downstairs to take the car to school. But he didn't realize that Tang Yuehua was standing quietly beside the window on the 4th floor, his eyes always locked on this car. After a long time, Tang Yuehua sighed softly. Sure enough, it's still a bit reluctant. Thinking of the intimate stickers last night, Yuehua couldn't help but shy Yui's cheeks, soft and charming, elegant and charming. Tang Muchin's head was spinning rapidly in the car. What should he think of to make Sister Yuehua forgive him at night? Going further and further on the road of scumbags, facing girls, he is still used to treating girls with tenderness and intimacy. When I came to the school, I entered the class as usual, and I didn't go shopping or anything. First, the school only knew its own class. Second, wouldn't it be good to tease the little girl? Entering the classroom, Ning Rongrong had already appeared in his seat, carrying 2 packs of milk in his hand, just opened a glass and was drinking. Let's talk nonsense. There is a mysterious race on this continent called the pig-faced cow. Although it has the face of a pig, it can produce high-quality going milk, which is the favorite milk of the nobles of the Tiandu Empire. But there is still a cup, which means, so it is, I know, little girl. Thinking of it, you're welcome, and sit down, and put Erlang's legs on the table. Just staring straight at Ning Rongrong's breasts. Look, I can drink this myself. You can drink this cup. If you bring more today, I will give it to you. I can't finish it anyway. Ning Rongrong looked calm, but was actually very nervous. That's fine, thank you, Rongrong. Hearing this Rongrong, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but feel a little joy, and it even showed on his face. Humph, the little girl really doesn't know how to hide her emotions, so she showed the progress of the strategy on her face, but she was quite happy when she received milk, and her heart was warm. Strong people are still attractive. As usual, it was another day of class and practice. The other children were crying like this. Tang Muchin changed hands in both directions and kept making intimate contact with Ning Rongrong, which made Rongrong feel shy. School was dismissed as usual in the evening, but Tang Muchin felt wrong when he returned to Yuexuan. At this time, the door of Yuexuan was tightly closed, and he could only enter through the small door. "Mr. Ord, what's the situation?" "Master Xian, today Master Xian told us that he was going to leave for a while, so that you don't worry, and gave you a letter." After that, he took out a letter from his pocket. The material of the letter is very high-end, and it is very comfortable to touch. There are a few graceful characters written on it, and Mu Chen personally opened it. Carefully open and flatten, the contents are as follows. Mu Chen, I had already gone to Clear Sky sect when you read this letter. There are some things in the sect that I need to take care of. If there is no accident, I will be back in 3 or 4 months. Anyway, you should study hard, but don't let Tenten stay in bed. I put everything for you, even if you are lazy, you can live well, I believe in you. Also, don't let your body be seen by contra people. Take care of yourself, my sister will be back soon. Tang Yuehua is as wordy as an old mother, but she is used to it, and she has always suffered and enjoyed her concern for herself. Also, I'm not a waste, I won't starve to death by myself. In the end, what is the main body? Does Tang Yuehua think that he is a soul beast incarnation? Oh, no wonder he looked at me differently before, so it is, I just happened to have obtained the inheritance of the Golden Dragon King and brought my own soul ring, wait until Sister Yuehua will tell her when she comes back. Tang Muchin complained for a while, and finally looked at the sky helplessly. His tone was a little melancholy, but when I think that it will take me so long to see you again, I will miss you very much. Chapter 20 Final Exam, 1. On the first day that Sister Yuehua left, I missed her. The second day after Sister Yuehua left, she thought of her gentle whispering, elegant and charming. On the third day after Sister Yuehua left, she missed her kiss. Yui's lips were like fire, and they were entangled. Hey! Tang Muchin sighed helplessly, lying on the table with a look of lack of energy. It has been a week since Tang Yuehua left. In the past few days, Tang Muchin has deeply felt that this elegant and beautiful woman is important to him. Without you, I would really starve to death. I can't eat the dishes made by others. What's wrong with you? Ning Rongrong pushed his shoulder with a worried look. It's been this decadent look since a week ago, and it looks really worrying. No, I'm not worried about him, I'm just afraid that the class challenge will fail because he's too decadent. That's it? Teacher Yefan stepped onto the podium at this time and said cheerfully, "Students, you have been studying here for 4 or 5 months, and it will be the end of the year soon. Our final test has also been approved, which is the actual combat rehearsal. This exam is the same as the previous one, it is ranking second, but the only punishment is that the last one can't stay here, and can only go to the second class. I believe that you will all show your strengths. After a while we will head to the second floor arena to start the test." "Are you sure, Go Muchin?" Ning Rongrong asked quietly. "What do you think? Even if there is a spirit ring, it's just a bigger sandbag." Tang Muchin yawned helplessly. "Don't worry," I said, "take you home run." The second floor arena. Another familiar plot. Yefan drew lots. Group 1 versus Group 8. The second group battle. "It's our turn." Tang Muchin took Ning Rongrong's little hand very resolutely, and the two walked into the ring intimately, with a calm expression. Of course, there was a suspicious Yoi dizziness on Ning Rongrong's face. Tang Muchin knew at a glance that this little girl must be caught in a brainstorm, and she might say, "Oh my God, he held my hand, everyone was watching, so shy," but his face was calm. "Hee, woman." On the arena, the opponents have long been standing. They are 3 passers-by who can't remember their names. After several months of polishing, 3 of them already have soul rings, and Huang Qinchin's appearance is still very bright. 2 people belong to the soul of the tool, and 1 belonged to the spirit of the beast, but the strength was still too weak. Tang Jirun, a weapon with a soul magic knife, an 11th level soul master. Tang Moran, a weapon with a soul breaking magic knife, a 12th level soul master. Sun Gai Riding, a beast martial soul King Kong Kiba Pig, a 12th level soul master. Tang Muchin and Ning Rongrong also reported their names. Although I feel inexplicably ashamed about the registration number, this is the tradition of Douluo continent, so let's do as the locals do. The 2 knives on the opposite side are probably biological brothers, so the martial spirits are very similar, and they seem to have a tacit understanding, which should not be underestimated. Ning Rongrong said quietly, "Come on, beat them up." Tang Muchen nodded. The lady had an order, and she dared not obey. Quietly using his soul power, he covered the golden dragon claw with his right hand, and his eyes narrowed. "Go ahead. Hey, first place, look at our strength." The more rounded fat boy, Guy, rode the bad issue and shouted, "The first soul skill, harden." It was obvious that the fat man's skin was bronze-colored, and his body made a scratching sound. He was very proud. "My first soul skill is to double the hardness of my body," in other words, the defense power is also greatly increased. Tang Muchen is very helpless. Why do these people like to report their own soul skills? Besides, your King Kong Kiba pig is a pig no matter how awesome it is. I don't think there is a pig god in the god realm. I only remember that there is a pig on the ground, but no matter how tough you are, the enemy of my golden dragon claws can cut iron like mud. Covered. Tang Muchen didn't wait for the little fat man to finish his arrogance, stomped his legs quickly, and slammed forward, gaining Ning Rongrong's strength in the air. Hey! Little fatty didn't expect that he was quite agile. The two brothers who used the knife were already ready to go, and they were already following up with the big knife, and there was no tacit understanding between the two of them. I have never heard of these three people before. I didn't expect that the strength here is still possible. Tang Muchen didn't dare to be careless at this time, and stretched out his right hand to resist the blade. In the end, the Golden Dragon King's claws were still very hard, and it couldn't be broken anyway. The three of them cooperated quite tacitly. The little fat man was the main defender, and the two main attacking swordsmen were still quite anxious for a while. However, how can the three supporting roles steal the brilliance of the protagonist? Taking advantage of the neutral position, Tang Muchen seized the opportunity and slammed the little fatty with a fist. Seeing the two brothers' tacit attack, Tang Muchen smiled. The first soul skill, the golden dragon ascends to the sky. The two brothers still wanted to activate their soul skills, but the entangled golden dragon rose into the air, tightly locking their arms, unable to move. With the increase, the restraint became stronger. Dangerous. The two of them couldn't help but think of these words. The next moment, the golden dragon suddenly rose into the sky. In the air, the golden dragon exploded, and the huge impact even stunned the two of them instantly. After all, the physical quality of the owner of the weapon spirit cannot be compared with that of the beast spirit. Tang Muchen looked at the little fat man quietly and said with a smile, "Come on, I'll take you down." The next moment, the round sphere was thrown off the ring with a sound like a slaughtering pig. Group 1 victory. The students below are a little silent. Can they defeat such a team that is so impeccable in attack and defense? The answer is impossible, but Tang Muchen did it. Although there is an increase, can we really block such a powerful force of Tang Muchen? Even Swaran was silent. Although Tang Muchen likes to tease people at ordinary times, he is ruthless in battle, which is also what Swaran appreciates about him. For a time, everyone was thinking about how to defeat this man. The boy in the ring laughed savagely, and it was common sense to see that he was a head taller than his peers. He had a golden dragon claw visible in the cold light in his right hand. Standing there quietly, it was a mountain that could not be climbed. Chapter 21 Final Exam, End. The second battle of the class was the battle of Swaran's team. The three members of Swaran's team had already obtained the spirit rings and occupied a place in the class. The battle between the three of them this time is quite interesting. They are fighting against the seventh group at the beginning, and now the third group, Xiaojun and Xiaozhan. But what is surprising is that the three of Xiaozhan quickly bowed down. But there were only two opponents who shot. One was Ma Tianyu. This person happened to have 10th level spirit power now, but the first spirit ability had a burn effect, and the damage to the two opposing weapon spirit users was difficult to resist. The other Wang Jings also shined brightly. His first soul skill is amplification, which is similar to Ning Rong Rong, but Ning Rong Rong can only increase by 20% now, but Wang Jing's Zhenxiang fried rice is not inferior. In addition, the Zhenxiang incident has also occurred repeatedly, making people sigh the pervert of this martial arts. The main reason is that your damage is high, but if you hit the number of times is ISS, it's a fart. But to be honest, after having the spirit ring, most of the people have played vigorously, and it is estimated that they have been practicing at home. The school that Tang San attended had only 2 spirit masters for first-year working students, and only Xiao Chenaiu in 6th grade was a spirit master, but he was defeated in the face of Xiao Wu, but most people in this central class had already reached the realm of spirit masters. Is really incomparable. You know, Tang San and Xiao Wu are really hanging on the wall, too hanging. He was the same age as Rong Rong, in fact Ning Rong Rong was born a little older, so it was the same age as Tang San. It is not difficult to break through level 30 at the age of 12. If you don't have level 30, it will be too embarrassing for the transmigrator. What is the use of accepting the inheritance of the Golden Dragon King, even the Master Kakozu can't surpass it? According to the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Rong Rong might still go to Shrek Academy in the future, but instead of going, he wants to join the Spirit Hall. After all, the Spirit Hall has Pope Bibi Dong, Qian Ren, Snow and Hulina are 3 peerless beauties. Of course, before Rong Rong joins Shrek, she should practice her strength, but she can't be bullied, especially Flanders, that's not good. Ning Rong Rong looked innocent, but she was often misspoken and had a heart of tofu. Such a girl could often poke at her cuteness. Seeing Ning Rong Rong sitting on the ground, wrapping her arms around her legs and looking at her with her pretty face on her legs, she was inexplicably cute. He couldn't help but raise his hands, and accurately touched Ning Rong Rong's back-length hair. To tell the truth, Tang Muchen thinks that one of the skills of making friends with girls is to scratch the hair. Of course, tugging is not counted. Gently touching may deepen the favorability, but it is not necessarily a surprise. Besides, Ning Rong Rong has a high degree of favorability towards herself. Who did you ask? What did I say? Don't touch it. Ning Rong Rong said fiercely, with a toss of his long hair. He opened his hands. Well, the experiment failed. Really fragrant. This sentence popped into my head. This Wang Jing's is really Master Zhenxiang. I'll deal with this guy first when I play. Staring at Wang Jing's with fierce eyes, Wang Jing's, who was proud of him on the field, couldn't help shaking. That guy is scolding me. Suddenly seeing Tang Muchen staring at him viciously, Wang Jing's felt inexplicable. What the hell, see what I do. Tang Muchen's second match was against Xiao Zhan's first team. I have to say, this team is really sad. They were beaten just now, and now they are beaten again. The 3 of them were thrown out one by one, even the old 8th. Not good. All fell heavily and squatted. In the 3rd game, Tang Muchen played a few tricks, and he was promoted quickly, and he was not his enemy. Seriously, he was a little puzzled. The first-year students in Notting City were all good at each other, and at least they fought against Tang San for a while before they were knocked down. Why are the nobles here so crisp? Of course, the strength of the first class is at least far more than that of the Dragon King, but because the Golden Dragon King is too buggy, he forcibly suppresses the strength of the beast martial arts, and then the Golden Dragon's claws are indestructible. The Golden Dragon can't escape, and Ning Rong can't escape. With Rong's 20% strength bonus, it's hard to lose even if he wants to lose. Now, Tang Muchen, who is at the 15th level, can even compare with a great soul master in his 20s. Naturally, his strength is far greater than that of these children. Of course, the game is still going on, but what is shocking is that Xiao Zhan's first team failed again. The opponents were the two Dao Lang and Sun Gai, who were in Tang Muchen's first battle against this little fat man. This team was originally ranked third, but at this time they lost 3 games and 3 games. If they lose another game, they must be the last in the ranking. A few people have all done their best to deal with the 4th game. The second group naturally defeated their opponents without any accident. The final battle revolves around the first and second groups. The two sides took their places, and each shouted a very shameful name to introduce, and then after Yefan's start order, they collided officially. Tang Muchen looked at Wang Jing's, the other party, with bad intentions. Wang Jing's was helpless, so he had to speed up his spell, the first soul skill, really fragrant blessing, fragrant, dry, blow bubbles after eating. Tang Muchen naturally didn't give him a chance to utter a complete spell, so he used the stomping technique and rushed forward. The first soul skill, frozen. Swaran's sweet voice came, and Tang Muchen was surprised to find that he was fixed in mid-air, and his body slowly melted into ice. This skill of mine is an instant soul skill, and the single effect is extremely strong. Unless someone with a level of soul power higher than mine can't break free immediately, what, how is this possible? Tang Muchen broke free in the air effortlessly, and his body fell suddenly, as if in a critical situation. Hey, the first soul skill, burn. Ma Tianyu suddenly appeared at the whereabouts of Tang Muchen, and stretched out his hands to touch it. But unfortunately, you can't think of the bug of the golden dragon claw. Seeing that the golden dragon claw was intact, Ma Tianyu opened his mouth. True fragrance spell, Lao Zi Tang Muchen, even if you starve to death and fall from here, you won't eat a single bite of your food, really fragrance. Wang Jing's, who was hiding behind Ma Tianyu, thought aloud. Ma Tianyu was facing a crisis at this time. Tang Muchen suddenly fell, and he attacked with a heavy punch, but the punch that he must hit was misaligned. Really fragrant. The right fist missed, and the left fist, the power of a blow, far surpassing the power of the Soul Master, hit the lower abdomen. Ma Tianyu fell to the ground, silent, obviously lost his fighting power. Wang Jing's. A terrible voice sounded. The next moment, Wang Jing's was lifted up and thrown high. Ah, not my handsome face, oh my ass. Although the remaining Swaran was not afraid, she did not change her face and smiled. Although I can't defeat you, it is still possible to defeat the auxiliary spirit master. The first soul skill, frozen. Oops, wrong. Tang Muchen couldn't catch up at this time. Ning Rong in the distance was quickly frozen, but after a while, frozen died. It turned out that Tang Muchen had stunned Swaran. This battle, the first group wins. The 16th group is the last. Next year, you can skip it and go directly to the second class. Chapter 22 Breakthrough in Relationship. Following Mr. Yefan's rhythm, he instructed a group of students to go to the classroom to rest and distribute the certificates for the final exam to everyone later. Tang Muchen stayed on the second floor to take care of Ning Rong. Ning Rong was the only female assistant spirit master in this class, so her physical fitness was naturally quite poor, but she couldn't resist Swaran's 100-year-old spirit ability, which Tang Muchen didn't expect, and was deeply sorry. In the battle, the role of the auxiliary type spirit master is still very large, and protecting the auxiliary type spirit master is a responsibility of the attack type spirit master. On the ring, only Tang Muchen and Ning Rong were left, and the two embraced in an ambiguous posture. Ning Rong quietly closed her eyes and lay in Tang Muchen's arms. If there are outsiders at this time, you can see a small loli lying on top of a boy who seems to be premature. It doesn't look like much either. Ning Rong's lips were on the thin side, her skin was the best among the girls Tang Muchen had ever seen, and her long eyelashes were dripping with water droplets, which should have been formed when the eye seal was lifted just now. Lovable, small Kyung nose, smooth forehead, dark eyebrows slightly wrinkled, is also a beautiful scene. Unfortunately, only I, Tang Muchen, can see it. Tang Muchen stared greedily at Ning Rongrong's sleeping face, only to think that this girl is really Zhongling Yuxiu. She concentrates beauty in one, and Yuehua is completely two kinds of beauty. Yuehua's hung is graceful and charming in her own way, her hands and feet are actually noble, and she has jade bones, which makes people feel that it would be a great achievement to win the heart of such a woman. Rongrong is charming in her tsundere, but sometimes she is so charming that you can't take your eyes off. Perhaps getting Yuehua's favor will make people lustful and excited. So Rongrong's love will make people feel lucky. I don't know what other beauties look like. I couldn't help hugging Rongrong tightly. The soft fragrance and jade bosom made people feel that this girl was so weak and boneless. She felt icy cold when hugged, very comfortable. What's wrong with me? Ning Rongrong, who woke up after a long time, snorted. What's wrong with me? You were frozen by Swaran's first soul ability just now. It's my fault that I didn't protect you well. These words are really sincere. It's alright. Ning Rongrong raised her little hand gently, smoothed Tang Muchen's frown, and said with a smile, this is impossible, and we didn't expect it. Tang Muchen grabbed Ning Rongrong's jade hand tightly and pressed it between his eyebrows. I will protect you, I said. I didn't do it this time, naturally I was wrong. Ning Rongrong was a little shy and couldn't help but whisper, why are you so nauseous now? Humph, let it go. Don't let it go, I'm the one who wants to protect you. Tang Muchen was a little proud. Okay, alright, I know, help me up, I'm sick to death. Tang Muchen naturally did as she did, but she still played tricks, wrapping one arm around her waist while helping Ning Rongrong up, and stroking her delicate thigh with the other, and hugged her princess up. What are you doing? Put me down quickly. Ning Rongrong's face was full of shame and ui. No, Rongrong, you've just woken up now, and you'll definitely feel weak and weak. I'll hold you and walk away, darling. The soul is weak. Ning Rongrong had no choice but to be shy out of thin air. However, Ning Rongrong felt quite comfortable later, and quietly looked at Tang Muchen's face, not handsome. But it was very comfortable in his arms, so he quietly rested his head on his chest. Tang Muchen, who was watching Ning Rongrong from the corner of his eyes, smiled secretly. Little Nizai, let you act like a ghost, in the end, you can only drink Laozi's foot wash. In fact, Ning Rongrong's favorability to herself was already very high. If it was true, she could take away her first kiss now, but Tang Muchen still enjoyed interacting with Ning Rongrong. In fact, there are several reasons. First, as a child, it is difficult to get two big beautiful girls. Second, now at least he can say that he and Ning Rongrong are friends. Once he hits the waves, he may fall into the Azura field, which is very bad. Thirdly, Ning Rongrong's backstage is too titled Douluo who dote on her. If she is caught, it will be very painful. To sum up, Tang Muchen didn't dare to make trouble. It is concluded that scumbags are also afraid of seeing their parents. The two walked quietly on the road, sticking close together. Although they didn't speak, they felt the warmth of their hearts. Going to the classroom, Tang Muchen walked in carelessly, while Ning Rongrong was too shy to raise her head. The class exploded. I'll go, Mr. Tang, you. Cow, Mu-chen, you are too cruel. Meet my sister-in-law. Go and go, the 8 characters haven't been written yet. What sister-in-law? You guys, if you don't cultivate well, you will be such a moth. Ning Rongrong suddenly raised his head and snorted, get up, Tang Muchen, put me down quickly, it's not ashamed. No shame. Tang Muchen answered these words very seriously, returned to his seat while speaking, and held Rongrong in his arms. Oh 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 oh. the boss is awesome. Stronger. Even Swaran had a look of admiration on his face. Ah, Tang Muchin, you are dead. Ow, don't bite there, the flax falls. It seemed to be a happy pig cry, and Tang Muchin was sore and happy. Chapter 23 The world is so big, I want to see it. After a commotion, Ning Rong Rong angrily left Tang Muchin's embrace, leaving behind Tang Muchin with bite marks on his hands. This is a dog. Tang Muchin wanted to cry without tears. Who are you calling a dog? The soul is dull. Ning Rong Rong tried to bite. Ah, you're not a dog, you're a beautiful lily, a rose in the mountains, a cold plum standing proudly on the snow-capped mountains, a splendid pink cherry blossom. Oh, don't bite. Is it ill? This mouth is merciless. Tang Muchin covered his hand and cried out in pain. Cough, students, be quiet. Yafan on the side couldn't stand it any longer. Hey, Sol Dan, in front of my single dog to show affection, who allows it? Well, send the final certificate to everyone can go home, and practice hard at home. I hope to see everyone's progress in the next semester. Immediately afterwards, Yefan personally distributed the results of the final exam to everyone. Tang Muchin seemed to be back in the past, shivering with his final exam results. The only difference is that I am an honor student here, let me know. The feeling of vacation is in comfort. Tang Muchin was walking alone in the shade of the school tree. At this moment, the weather had not turned cold. There were still many female teachers and female classmates wearing long skirts, which seemed to have a different flavor. Hello. The head was slapped hard. Don't think about it, it must be Ning Rong Rong, this stinky girl, she is the only one who dares to treat her like this. What are you doing? Tang Muchin was fierce. Nothing, I just wanted to ask, where are you going on vacation this time? I heard from my father that Sister Yuehua will be away for a while. Ning Rong Rong asked with some concern. I thought, maybe I'll go out and play around here. Won't it be dangerous? Don't worry, nothing will happen. Besides, it's boring to stay in one place. Well, I can't even come out. Dad and the others are very worried about me, so they put me in the sect to cultivate, and there is no fun in the sect. Ah, that's it, after all, you are the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The only thing I don't want to be called the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is that I was not at all happy when I was with you in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rong Rong said in a low voice. What? Tang Muchin didn't hear, but he added, well, when I go out to play and come back, I'll come back to pick you up to eat out, how about it? It's true, don't lie to me. Of course it's true, don't worry, I'll come back to play with you. Okay, pull the hook. It's childish. Despite saying that, Tang Muchin still hooked up with Ning Rong Rong. In the girl's eyes, she is full of hope, and she also really wants to come and play outside, but the sect is too strict, and she can only be happy when she plays with herself. Under the sun, 2 small shadows quietly overlapped. Fate is very wonderful, it can make 2 people who have nothing to do with each other start to become like glue, unable to let go. This is the case with the 2 of them now. Back at Yuexuan, Tang Muchin was ready to pack and go to Li, although the purpose has not yet been thought out, but isn't there an old saying like this, the world is so big, I want to go and see. Tang Muchin didn't tell Director Ode, he left a letter and put it in the conference hall on the 3rd floor, and sneaked out by himself. Without Tang Yuehua's Yuexuan, it really doesn't have the taste of the past, and Tang Muchin just wants to go outside to play. After all, Tang Muchin has been in this world for so long, and he hasn't had a good time going out. Using his identity to prove that Tiando City, although Tiando City is luxurious and advanced, Tang Muchin, who has integrated the Golden Dragon King, obviously prefers the wild, but he has never had the opportunity to go. It was the end of August at this moment, and the heat had passed, but the temperature difference was still quite large, and the weather was hot. Speaking of which, I don't have a destination either, so let's go wherever the fun is. Just do what he says, Tang Muchin hurried on the road resolutely. If you ask, isn't a 15th level spirit master just wanting to die by wandering around by himself? Sorry, there is the blood of the Golden Dragon King below. But speaking of it, the Silver Dragon King was not injured as badly as the original under the protection of the Golden Dragon King. Will she wake up long ago? I really want to see her. After all, she is Douluo's undisputed #1 beauty. All the female protagonists Kakozu are inferior to her existence, and she is the only one in the series who does not rely on the male protagonist, and has always suppressed the existence of the male protagonist. Her love is full of passion. If it weren't for her feelings, at least Dosi would not appear. It's a pity that in the end, the character was forced to change, and she was no longer the perfect woman who was cold and proud, mature and calm. If I can see her, if I don't say anything else, I will definitely slander her once, but at least, I can promise to support her in the future, no matter what, just because it is a couple. I came to this Douluo continent, although it is said that I am here for scumbags, but my ultimate goal is to protect them, change the plot, and make the tragedy never happen again. This is Tang Muchin's dream. There is a huge forest in the east of Tiando City. Tang Muchin looked at it from a distance, and felt his mind swaying, as if something attracted him. Just go there. Settle down, step forward. But he didn't notice that a figure flashed quietly behind him. Chapter 24, Pleasant Forest Tour. Tang Muchin strode towards this huge forest circle from a distance. When I got closer, I suddenly realized that this was an ancient forest. The tall trees were 10 stories high, more than half of the Skydo city buildings. Thinking that these trees are the most primitive plants, they absorb the essence of heaven and earth to grow into this towering tree. I was secretly excited. After all, this was the first time I had been outside in a few years. The usual life with Tang Yuehua was really happy. It was not until Tang Yuehua left that I felt as if I had never come out to see the scenery of Douluo continent. Hey, Tang Yuehua is a landscape in itself. Just like summer is finally over, the coolness of autumn comes quietly, and the heat wave is still lingering to death. Tang Yuehua lived in autumn, and carried out her own elegance, occasionally showing some coquettish shyness, like a shy flower that quietly blooms and emerges. Walking into the forest, as expected, there are tall trees that block the sky and bushes as tall as people, but the air is fresh and full of vitality. The forest is filled with the sounds of various soul beasts, one after another, and it sounds full of vitality, in contrast to the quiet situation in the forest in the previous life. This forest is called the Forest of Happiness. Why is it called this name? It was because the founding emperor of the Heaven Do Empire was able to start his country by defeating his opponents in this forest. The forest was named the Forest of Blessing by the founding emperor, meaning to bring happiness. Over the years, the Heaven Do Empire has had good weather. The forest has also been well protected. Entering the forest, the coolness of the autumn wind is already in the air, and there are still a few drops of pearl bailu on the evergreen leaves. Tang Muchin didn't dislike it either, grabbed the vine with one hand, and let the dew enter his mouth. Cool and delicious. Mainly still too thirsty, so anything to drink is delicious. When Tang Muchin was drinking water, there were even several 10-year soul beasts passing by. There are a few cute squirrels, and a few fire Madara cats embroidered with fire UI-colored patterns. Tang Muchin's own blood makes him feel good about soul beasts, and several cute soul beasts are also very bold, even daring to run over and rub Tang Muchin's shoes. Sure enough, the natural intimacy in blood cannot be avoided. Of course, this is the type of not being an opponent. If it is an opponent, then the bloodline is often suppressed miserably. I stroked the heads of a few cute pets, then let them go and let them play. A few cute things are also very cute, they often have to stay for a while, and their small eyes stare at Tang Muchin for a while before leaving reluctantly. The periphery of this forest of well-being is really peaceful. Tang Muchin couldn't help but sigh. Continue to move forward, Tang Muchin is here to play. First set a goal, let me appreciate this forest. The small stream in the forest gurgled, the mountain Izumi water spewed crystal clear water, the evergreen trees swayed their branches, and the blooming roses filled people's faces with smiles. Epiphyllums in the water are quietly blooming, and there are soul beasts haunting the path beside the stream. They occasionally sip the water with their heads lowered and their ears rubbed. It looks like a warm and gentle scene. This forest of well-being is indeed well-deserved. I heard that Sister Yuehua said that this place can bring happiness. I am unfortunate, but the environment of this place is so peaceful, it is estimated that it is not far from 10. However, Sister Yuehua, I really miss you so much, why did you suddenly go to Clear Sky Sect? Suddenly thinking of Tang Yuehua, Tang Muchin muttered to himself. The figure who was quietly following behind couldn't help but tremble, almost leaking his breath. Tang Muchin walked to the stream, first touched the head of the deer-shaped soul beast beside him, and then took a mouthful of the stream to eat. Cool and delicious, don't say it, cool. The deer-shaped soul beast arched Tang Muchin's waist behind him. Damn, don't you know that a man's waist can't be arched? I'll throw you up if you're a girl, okay. The deer-shaped soul beast motioned for Tang Muchin to sit on him. There is such a good thing, isn't this a day trip to ride a deer that I had to pay for tickets in my previous life? No money, yes. Tang Muchin did not doubt that he had him, so he went up first as a respect. When Tang Muchin settled down, the deer-shaped soul beast neighed, stepped away, and began to run like a joy. Tang Muchin had no choice but to grab the antlers. Follow the deer-shaped soul beast to dance in the forest. To be honest, this kind of soul beast has extraordinary leg strength, and in just a few breaths, he has come to a completely different world. Here is a sea of flowers, with brilliance everywhere, yoi willow green. The deer-shaped soul beast led Tang Muchin to roam in the sea of flowers, galloping in the wind. This motherfucker is still 100-year-old soul beast. After a while, the deer-shaped soul beast slowly stopped, put down Tang Muchin, and swayed his tail, and left quietly. This is where? Tang Muchin was a little confused. There seems to be a cave in front of you. Where did this man who kills thousands of knives take himself? I couldn't help but scolded inwardly, but the cave was a bit dark, so Tang Muchin quickly took out the fire book that he carried with him. The forest of well-being can live, because this forest has the characteristic that there will never be a fire, it is really cowhide. Therefore, many Heaven-Do city nobles like to come here for spring. Barbecue in the wild, fighting with musk deer in the wild, etc., can be found everywhere. Heck, he seems to have said something extraordinary. Well, let's just let it go. At this time, Tang Muchin was still a little nervous. After all, this cave was dark, and at first glance, he knew that it was not a good place. Although he was close to soul beasts, he had to be careful. I lit the fire book, held it high, and barely saw what was inside. There was nothing but dark walls and traces of cavemen formed after an unknown number of years. I don't know if there are any soul beasts here, let's go and have a look first. Tang Muchin stepped forward, tiptoed in, and quietly summoned the golden dragon claw in his right hand, in order to prevent all foreign enemies. Ow! There was a sudden cry in the cave, don't say it, it's really ugly and scary. How about, you suddenly made an unpleasant howl in a dark place, horse. Whether fear will immediately permeate the body. Fortunately, Tang Muchin was bold enough, so he hurried to go, but he just went over to take a look. He wanted to see which ugly thing was scaring people. Do you know that soul beasts are scary and scary? I must tell you this truth, and see if you will dare to scare people in the future. Tang Muchin actually has a reason not to be afraid, that is, the forest of welfare is basically not dangerous, and eternal spirit beasts rarely appear. After all, the human metropolis Tiandu City is next to it. Walking in, Tang Muchin saw it with the help of Huojizi. This is Chapter 25. This powerful King Kong bear is very stupid. With tawny skin and short hair on his bare head, he looks like a teddy. Besides his tall and mighty figure, the most striking thing is his silly appearance. Is this motherfucker Zhao Waoqi? The powerful King Kong bear in front of him is so similar to the anime. It looks really not as majestic as imagined. Tall is tall, that's why it is so cute. Tang Muchin leaned against the black cave and the cliff, quietly watching the stupid bear. Looking at the height of 3 or 4 meters, it is quite close to the top of the cave. With a burly body and a somewhat cute face, it is obviously a bear. Now Han Bear is lying on the soft straw mat, stretching his waist comfortably. Forget it, I'd better go quietly. This Han Bear looks so burly. I guess it has been cultivated for thousands of years. It's good that my bloodline keeps her close. If I don't get close, I may not be able to stop it. Quietly took a step, but unfortunately, the author will not let him leave safely. Click. The sound of a branch being stepped on. West. Without any hesitation, Tang Muchin turned over and rushed forward. The next moment, at the position before Tang Muchin, a huge bear claw whistled past. There seemed to be a sonic boom in the air. Mom! Tang Muchin suppressed his restless heart. The Han bear in front of him has bloody eyes. Ui looks like John Kiba dancing with his claws, which is extremely terrifying. If the average soul master is here, he may die, but who is our protagonist? He is a scumbag. How could he be killed? Go and fight back against the King Kong bear. Besides, when he traveled outside, he first came to understand the mountains, rivers, people and customs of Douluo continent, and beautiful women in his arms. Second, I want to fight the soul beast outside. There is no danger in dueling with the children in Tiandu, and it is not a big improvement for oneself. Kun does NT see how much Tang San has grown in the 2 years in killing capital. Only by fighting can you truly improve your strength and deepen your combat skills. After all, Bibi Dong, Bo Sixi, Lu Erlong and others had plenty of combat experience. If he can't even beat the woman he likes, like a rookie, Yu Xiaogang, then tisk tisk tisk. I can't say that I don't like Yu Xiaogang, but I can only say that Yu Xiaogang's strength is really unworthy. In the later period, it was only under the protection of women. As a scumbag, it is natural to open a harem, so if your strength is not strong enough, how to convince people, you will also be constrained to open a harem, and you must never allow these situations to occur. Therefore, when it comes to improving his strength, he has planned for a rainy day. The golden dragon claw slammed up and took big strides. Tang Muchin was determined to hit it 3 ways. After all, he had already made his move, and he couldn't stay behind, so it would be difficult for him to be a soul master. In addition, since he is not tall, he can only play 3 ways. Vigorous King Kong bear seems to have expected it long ago, and he actually lifted out the giant claws and regretted the golden dragon claws. But the ending was unexpected. Vigorous King Kong bear let out a neigh, and the giant claws trembled. This time, it was Tang Muchin who won. Tang Muchin was amazed at the sharpness of his golden dragon claws, which further aroused his desire to defeat Han Hangsheng. Bravely went up, the golden dragon shakes the sky. From the golden dragon claws on the right hand, a few giant phantom dragons appeared out of nowhere, wrapping around the huge body of Dolly King Kong Bear, and swaying upward, but it seemed that the soul power was not enough or the Han Bear was too heavy, causing it to fly a meter or two before it exploded outrageously. The hair of King Kong Bear has changed from bright yellow to black. This seems to have sparked the wrath of King Kong Bear. Ow! Han Seong suddenly slapped his paw. The huge bear claw seemed to have turned yellow, the sharpness was greatly enhanced, and it looked terrifying. Tang Muchin didn't dare to resist, he stepped hard, and jumped up suddenly, trying to avoid the skill. But when he jumped into the air, Tang Muchin found that his surroundings became heavier. He had just jumped up and was about to fall. Its increased gravity, oops. The body was firmly attached to the ground, unable to break free, and could only punch. Tang Muchin had no choice but to increase the soul power output of the golden dragon claw. Boom! There was a strong sound in the air. It seemed that the air was being ripped apart. Terrible! However, Tang Muchin just felt a tightness in Vivi's chest, but the golden dragon's claws were also a little broken, but the same is true for the strong King Kong Bear. The huge bear claws were already shattered, and there were traces of fresh blood pouring out. It seems that the hardness of the golden dragon claw is still very good. When he was a soul master, he could already be compared to the 1,000-year-old soul beast who was at least a soul master. It can be said that it is indeed the power of the golden dragon king's body. But the injury of the bear's paw seemed to arouse the blood of King Kong Bear, and its eyes were deeper, and seemed to be able to drip blood. The hairs on the body were erected, and it seemed to suddenly rise a little. The bloody eyes of the huge body, and the wide and solid back were worthy of being a high-level soul beast. This is indeed surprisingly similar to Zhao Waoqi's skills in the anime. Then, this Han Seong seems to have used similar skills of the immortal king. At least the sudden increase in physical strength is very obvious, but I don't know how much the increase is. Tang Muchin was a little surprised. The powerful King Kong Bear with 3 skills is invincible, only outwitted. What to do? Tang Muchin thought secretly while dodging the attack of vigorous King Kong Bear. Have. Tang Muchin hurriedly ran to the entrance of the cave in the distance. According to observation, this is a relatively high place, and the cave was built at this height, so he just ran outside and waited for it to come out and then find a chance to defeat it. It is too small and inconvenient to exert its true strength. There was light in front of him. Tang Muchin ran out of the cave with a strong King Kong Bear while harassing him with the golden dragon ascending to the sky. Reaching the edge of the highland, Tang Muchin made an emergency stop easily, relying on his small body and small inertia. Hey, stop, I hide. Tang Muchin dodged to avoid the impact of vigorous King Kong Bear. But this mighty King Kong Bear seemed to have killed Ui's eyes, dashing all the way, ignoring it, and then rushing out of the high ground. In the air, the bear claws swayed upwards, making a gesture of flying. The blood in Ui's eyes dissipated, and his eyes were confused. What's happening here? The stupid head of mighty King Kong Bear will definitely think so. How can I appear in the sky, Flax? Immediately afterwards, he couldn't control his body and fell with a loud bang. It looks like a Filipino diver who slipped and slipped in his previous life. It's a pity that there is no water below, and this is not a competition. This is a high ground. Summary: Strong King Kong Bear equals stupid. Chapter 26 Monkey Eats Laozi. A set of Golden Dragon Boxing. With Han Bear's fall, Tang Muchin had no choice but to stand on the edge of the cliff and make an amen gesture. I don't know if Han Bear is still here. This height is quite high, but Han Bear's skin is rough and fleshy. Maybe there is a way. After all, according to Tang Muchin's idea, you can use the immovable King Ming's body first, and use a strong Vajra palm on the ground, which can slow down some of the impact. It's just that Han Seong, the head melon seed, may not be able to think of this way. Well, leave him alone. Tang Muchin patted his butt and left. there is no way to do this, Han Hangshan chased him out. After carefully observing the surrounding scenery, I found that this forest looks good everywhere. It is a high place, but the lush trees around it can even be as high as the high land. How to make Tang Muchin think of the previous advertising slogan, the scenery is good and the water is good, so he has developed a person of water and soil. For the next few weeks, Tang Muchin stayed in this forest of well-being, picking wild fruits when he was hungry, and drinking the mountain Izumi water by the stream. As long as he doesn't encounter soul beasts who come to sneak attack, basically Tang Muchin will not open meat. After all, his sister Silver Dragon King is the co-owner of soul beasts. However, on the way down the mountain, Tang Muchin found Han Han Bear fighting with a huge wolf-shaped soul beast. Both soul beasts were seriously injured and died one after another. Tang Muchin naturally picked up a big bargain and could eat it. First, use the knife you carry with you to open a scoop for them, then cut off an appropriate amount of raw meat, and hide the rest of the meat beside the stream to ensure that the meat will not spoil. Then make a fire to cook, because the forest of well-being has its own characteristics, so there is no problem in making a fire, so Tang Muchin enjoys this meat happily. These 2 days, that is, he climbs trees, eats wild fruits, and eats meat. Boring life. However, Tang Muchin also found a very aggressive monkey in this forest. It was probably hundreds of years old. It was agile, it hurts to beat people, and it didn't admit defeat. For Tang Muchin, it was a rare sparring partner. On this day, Tang Muchin built a fire, took out a branch, caught the bear meat, rolled back and forth in the fire, fried until golden brown and tender, sprinkled with cumin powder secretly brought from the kitchen, and evenly spread the bear meat. Wait until the taste of cumin powder is completely absorbed. It's time. Tang Muchin took off the prepared fire-roasted bear meat and was preparing to have a feast. Squeak. A sharp and urgent voice came from far away. Come on. A golden-haired monkey appeared. Not to mention the monkey's face for the time being. Anyway, I don't think it looks good. This monkey is about 1 meter 5. Well, it is similar to the height of the Monkey King in the book. All hairy, crap, monkey. Then the most striking thing was this guy's eyes, thief, mouth open, drooling, looking at Tang Muchin's barbecue. Want to eat? Tang Muchin shook the barbecue. The monkey nodded eagerly. I don't give it. The monkey scratched its ears and cheeks in a hurry, and couldn't help neighing, as if saying hurry up. Old rules, have a fight with me. Tang Muchin was a little eager to try. The monkey shook his head and hooked his fingers. Damn, it's crazy. But Tang Muchin knows that this guy is really powerful. Although he has only 100 years of cultivation, his actual combat experience is solid. The speed is fast, the strength is strong, and the body is flexible. A natural warrior. Tang Muchin put the barbecue aside, prepared his hands, and prepared to prevent attacks. Brush. The figure suddenly disappeared. This speed. The next moment, the monkey appeared right in front of Tang Muchin and punched with an uppercut. Tang Muchin had no choice, and hurriedly used his left and right hands to barely block the opponent's attack. But he was already at a disadvantage. After all, Tang Muchin couldn't keep up with the dead monkey. But don't tell me, this dead monkey hides such a powerful force in such a small body. Think urgently about how to defeat the monkey, rather how to limit him, or how to take advantage of the monkey's disadvantage to defeat him. The most obvious advantage of a monkey is its speed, and its disadvantage is its own defense, so how to beat it? A few days ago, I couldn't keep up with the speed of this monkey, so I might as well show the flaws first. As soon as he said it, Tang Muchin secretly revealed a flaw in defense. Sure enough, the monkey immediately followed the opening, and a pair of monkey fists were playing with a tiger and a tiger. Hey, hooked. Tang Muchin pretended to be forced to fight back, and fell back while feeling the monkey's movements. Where is there? The monkey is eager to win, and its breath is felt by himself. Right behind you. The golden dragon claw bravely greeted him. A punch hit the monkey hard in the face. The monkey made a strange cry, and the whole person was beaten to the ground. Sure enough, defense is a disadvantage. Tang Muchin chuckled. The right hand kept eating and locking the monkey tightly, preventing it from moving. Dare to be old Ruan. Watch me eat meat. The monkey was too fast a few days ago, so he just grabbed the meat and took it away. Today, I'll do it for the sky and destroy the monkey first. Monkey, eat Lao Tzu's golden dragon fist. Form 1, the crow is on the plane. Type 9, tornado destroys parking lot. After a set of punches, the struggling monkey rolled his eyes and fainted. After all, the current Tang Muchin's strength is far superior to the average adult, and the monkey with low defense naturally can't stop it, and it is still a fragile head, of course, fainting. Chapter 27 The Life of a Frozen Person on the Top of the Mountain. Although he defeated the golden monkey in the end, Tang Muchin still gave him the bear meat he wanted to eat, and he was thankful for being his sparring partner during this time. Watching the monkey limping away, Tang Muchin silently took out the huge bear meat that he had already baked. Humph, you can eat bear meat if you want, but you can only eat small pieces, such as the big ones in my hand, it's impossible. While thinking about it, he opened his mouth and started tearing, his mouth was full of oil. Well, fried crispy, tender, comfortable, this is life. Ah, I don't know what happened to Sister Yuehua, I miss her a bit. This involuntary murmur caused the figure behind the tree shadow to shake uncontrollably. This kid. After a big meal, bury the remaining bones in the soil and wait for the natural weathering. After all, we are educated young people in the 21st century. Tang Muchin extinguished the flame, took the props to wash by the stream, and washed his face and palms by the way. Well, looking at the reflection on the water, I'm actually quite handsome. In fact, this is just what he imagined. In fact, Tang Muchin can only be said to be on the upper side, that is, his facial features are straight, he looks comfortable, and the word handsome is still not far away, but there is still, just like some people say that he is above friends, before the lover is full, Tang Muchin's appearance is above ordinary, and the handsome character has not arrived. The daily activities of muscles and bones are to do radio gymnastics every day, and then look for the next soul beast that can improve their fighting skills. Tang Muchin has at least challenged the spirit beasts of the 7 or 8 middle schools here. No surprise, they belong to the spirit beasts of 100 years, and they have defeated them one by one. As for the 1,000-year-old spirit beasts, Tang Muchin thinks it is too dangerous to challenge, after all, his own attack the means are too singular. Is it possible to challenge the 1,000-year-old soul beast with only one golden dragon ascending to the sky? This is impossible. Unless his level is very high, but he is only 15th level now, which is somewhat difficult. After finishing a set of boxing every day, this is the military boxing that he trained in his previous life. The one set is very powerful, and it looks like a double punch. As I said before, now it's summer turning to autumn, the weather is still relatively hot, and Tang Muchin's daily military boxing still consumes more calories. The clothes were already sticking with sweat, which made Tang Muchin, who was obsessed with cleanliness, uncomfortable. Take a shower. As soon as he said it, Tang Muchin took off his shirt and trousers, and immersed himself in the stream. The stream was still very cool, at least Tang Muchin couldn't help but let out a soothing sound when he went down. The original ecological environment here is still very okay. The common people today are so happy. Tang Muchin has a bad habit of taking a bath, that is, he likes to sing, and the key is to sing badly. Referred to as gakulang hao. I don't know how Tang Yuehua could hold back. Hey, when I say taking a bath, I think of Tang Yuehua, and when I say Tang Yuehua, I think of her leaving. Sister Yuehua, I miss you so much. There were a few small trees on the hillside in the distance, and the figure on the tree sneezed quietly. Who's scolding me? Isn't that Stinky Boy? Looking from a distance, Tang Muchin could be seen scrubbing from this tree. Don't be ashamed. He spat softly. Tang Muchin lay quietly on the stones of the stream, which had been smoothed out by the gurgling water. There is still moss lying on it, it feels slippery and feels great. The small fish in the stream also drifted and swayed, and kept biting Tang Muchin's thighs and toes. Could it be the legendary bathing in fish? It looks very nice. Tang Muchin's daily life is to get up in the morning, then eat breakfast, play a set of military boxing, then challenge various soul beasts along the way, and then return to the cave to rest at dusk. In this way, the cave of Han Hangshan was occupied by Tang Muchin. It was like this for a week or two in a row, when Tang Muchin was ready to go back in 2 days. An accident happened like this, causing him to delay the time to go back. It was like this, Tang Muchin lay down on his straw mat that night and fell asleep beautifully. In the middle of the night, I suddenly felt a chill on my body. What did you think it was? Open your eyes and take a look. Good guy, the black cave has turned into an ice-cold color, and the temperature is getting lower and lower. Suffering, could this be the life of a frozen person on the top of the mountain? What is even more terrifying is that the huge cave is densely covered with spider webs. Let me ask, will you be afraid when you suddenly wake up and see the situation? At least, Tang Muchin panicked for a while, it was really terrifying. There are spider webs everywhere, and the ice blue color seems to be cold, which is really scary. The enemy is definitely a tarantula, and the tarantula has a characteristic that it is ready to eat when the food can no longer struggle. It seems that I am being treated as food, this time I have encountered a life and death crisis, I just don't know who is hunting who. Chapter 28 Look at my set of Golden Dragon Ascension to Heaven and Thomas spinning to send you to the sky. The temperature in the cave kept dropping. Although it was summer and autumn solstice, a coolness spread from the solace of my feet to my heart. The predators have not yet appeared, and they have always been waiting for the best time to enjoy the food. But you can't sit still, you have to think of a way. The Golden Dragon King is tyrannical to the body, but he has no control over the elements, otherwise he will burn directly. However, I brought my own flint, and I tried to light the fire first to burn the spider web. As soon as he said it, Tang Muchin took out the flint from his backpack and started rubbing. Sparks radiated everywhere, and a flame was sent to the ground, but it was very vague. Tang Muchin quickly placed some weeds to guide the fire. The spider web should be composed of fibers, so I will use firewood to get some flames and burn it to see if I can seduce the spider. I took the fire with firewood, and the fire burned roaringly. After touching the spider web disappeared as quickly as snow melted. Effective. Tang Muchin was overjoyed and worked harder to burn the spider web with flames. After a long time, the cobwebs in the cave have been burned. With a scream of fury, a huge spider crawled in from outside the cave along the steep walls of the cave. With the help of the firelight, Tang Muchin could see clearly. The scary appearance of this spider, 8 long spider legs, and spider hair look very scary. The ferocious face, the pus-watering body, and the ice-blue tentacles looked very disgusting, the kind of disgusting nausea. How the hell can there be such an ugly creature? Tang Muchin was stunned, the spider's face actually refreshed his cognition of ugliness. It is said that there is no ugliest, only uglier, and that's it? The spider seemed to have heard Tang Muchin's words, maybe even understood, and it screamed suddenly. Tang Muchin's ears hurt from the thick echoes in the cave. Could it be a frozen tarantula? Tang Muchin remembered that Tang Yuehua had said that the frozen tarantula was a very ugly creature, and it looked very down to earth. And there is a bad habit, that is, it likes to eat young soul beasts or unhatched eggs, and in the soul beast world, it is also a creature that everyone shouts at. But at the same time, the general strength of this creature exceeds its own lifespan. For example, even with a cultivation base of only 900 years, this kind of soul beast can burst out the power of 1,000 years. It is a nightmare for soul beasts and soul masters. I vaguely remember that Tang Yuehua said that the weakness of this creature is its lower abdomen and eyes, and to kill it, it must be completely burned to ashes. Simply put, after it dies, its ashes are lifted. Because the pus from its death will quickly nurture the next generation of frozen tarantulas, and the reproductive ability is extremely strong. What to do, this disgusting creature? Tang Muchin wanted to try to expel him with the golden dragon ascending to the sky. Hey! 2 golden dragon phantoms suddenly appeared, entangling the frozen tarantula. It slammed into the air during the wrapping process and exploded. In the thick smoke, Tang Muchin didn't know its injury, so he could only take it seriously. How can such a dog creature come here? Sure enough, he had let his guard down too much. The primitive soul beast forest would be in danger no matter what. Too many scary predators. However, although I made a mistake today, I can only make up for it with the name of this spider. If you want to hunt me down, I will send you to the sky with a set of golden dragon ascension Thomas whirling explosion. The smoke dissipated, and the huge figure crashed to the ground. A closer look reveals that although the spider has some scars on the surface, it is more dust. Frozen Spider's hideous face clearly saw anger, and it was Tang Muchin's attack that made it feel pain. He opened his mouth and sprayed a mouthful of icy blue spider silk, which formed a web in the air and flew towards Tang Muchin. This thing must not be caught by him, because it is very sticky and elastic. Tang Muchin tumbled to the left, jumped onto the cliffs of the cave with his strength, and then slammed into the spider's eyes with gravity, completing the upper body of the golden dragon claw in the air. Facts have proved that this method is wrong, and the frozen spider should be aware of its own weaknesses, and it will naturally protect its eyes. A spider leg swept over and hit Tang Muchin's waist. Tang Muchin only felt that he was repelled by a strong force, and the whole person was thrown far away and fell into the rock of the cave. Cough cough. It hurts a bit, even if it is the body inherited from the Golden Dragon King, it feels numb to deal with this kind of strength. However, strong physical fitness can ensure that you can complete the next blow quickly. But the attack method is too single is its own fatal flaw. What to do? Tang Muchin's mind turned fast. Sneak attack. There is only this way. Tang Muchin is a little helpless. This life and death battle can only depend on luck, and try it when the spider wants to eat. And Tang Muchin just lay there quietly, motionless. The frozen spider was quite attentive, staring at Tang Muchin motionless on the other side, worthy of being an icy predator. After a long while, probably after confirming that Tang Muchin couldn't move, he slowly stepped over. Tang Muchin quietly opened his eyes and observed secretly. This spider is at least 4 or 5 meters long and more than 2 meters high, especially the spider legs, which are long and slender and look terrifying. It came to Tang Muchin's side, and first arched Tang Muchin with its tentacles to confirm whether it was pretending to be dead. This spider is really attentive. Tang Muchin got goosebumps by his furry touch. After the second confirmation, the frozen spider spit out spider silk, covering Tang Muchin's body, and then opened its hideous mouth. Damn, go to hell, you are ugly. With a loud roar, the golden dragon claw suddenly stepped forward and punched his eyes. Reaching in, with blue liquid. This time he hit the bullseye. The frozen spider covered his eyes and fell into madness. The 2 front spider legs swayed wildly, but luckily, Tang Muchin's web was cut open. Look at the spider spirit in madness ahead. Don't come out and scare people with ugly words. The golden dragon ascends to the sky. The high-power golden dragon ascended to the sky outrageously, rolled up the spider and violently impacted its wound. Most of the power of an explosion in the air is directed towards the eyes. Boom, the fallen frozen spider was motionless. It should be all right. Tang Muchin wiped off his non-existent sweat, and added a few more notes of the golden dragon ascending to the sky. Tang Muchin looked at the spider motionless and probably had a braid, and then quickly started a fire and smashed it on the spider. Cut the grass without removing the roots, and stab chrysanthemums in the future. This Tang Muchin has experience. Don't even think about attacking me, you will obediently be burned to ashes by the fire, and then let the autumn wind blow you. While thinking about it, Tang Muchin added firewood, one by one, and the temperature of the burning hole increased. A little hot. Tang Muchin added the last piece of firewood, and hurriedly put on his small backpack and prepared to leave. He was looking for a new place. It was still dangerous here. This spider probably came here after confirming that there was no naive bear in the cave. Scare someone to death. Chapter 29. In ancient times there were heroes who saved beauties, but now there are beauties who saved heroes. Watching the frozen spider's body gradually burn to ashes in the fire, Tang Muchin added some firewood, and stayed up all night today, waiting for him to burn all, before raising his ashes. This is a good habit necessary for traveling at home and killing soul beasts. Well, that should be about the same. Tang Muchin sat quietly, with flames reflected in his eyes, but the raging flames could not dispel the coldness in Tang Muchin's eyes. As expected, I was still careless. If I didn't meet someone like a frozen spider who likes to wait for their prey to die, but if I met those spirit beasts with a violent personality, I might be dead. Tang Muchin also had a conjecture that these soul beasts were not afraid of him. He thought that his intelligence was too low and his intelligence was not open, so he couldn't recognize him. His bloodline might have a strong attraction to them. Hey, don't worry, just pack up and leave tomorrow morning. This practice is still very useful. At least he has experienced a life and death crisis. However, although the teaching of the Heaven Do nobles is strict, it is not very helpful to me. I should accompany Yuehua for 6 years. At least the primary Spirit Master Academy is finished, and then I will leave Tiandu and go to the Spirit Hall. Not only for the 3 golden flowers in the Spirit Hall, but also for the true test of himself. Tang Muchin fell into the fantasy of a better future. Shhhhhhh. What sound? Tang Muchin turned back suddenly. A huge figure crept in quietly. This is an enlarged version of the frozen spider. I'm going, why is it so big? The big spider in front of him is at least 7 or 8 meters long, and its height has surpassed the top of the cave, but it squeezed in desperately, and large pieces of rock at the entrance of the cave fell down. Damn, what to do? Can't hide, this cave actually has no place to hide people. Finished, this soul beast Tang Muchin made a rough judgment. At least close to eternal. The ice blue color on the body is like a crystal clear gem, which looks a little beautiful, but seeing this hideous and ugly face, Tang Muchin exclaimed that it was terrible. Brush. The hideous face stretched out, and the originally sky blue eyes became bloody Yui. He looked at the spider burning in the flames and couldn't help crying. His eyes suddenly turned into Yui, hissing upwards. Huge soul power fluctuations burst out from within the body. Caves are even directly destroyed by powerful bodies. I'm going, it's so terrifying, this soul beast can't fight by itself, how can I escape? The brain is buzzing, this soul beast is absolutely invincible. While he was frantically demolishing the cave, Tang Muchin planned to find a gap and sneak out quietly, at least it wasn't that easy for the soul beast to get in. Tui, fuck, when I reach the soul, come back and chop you. It's not bad for you to cut your brother down. While thinking about it, Tang Muchin was not slow. In the previous life, his instructor told himself that when encountering a strong enemy, he would give priority to saving his own life, not to fight recklessly, and to give a fatal blow when he found an opportunity. Now that your realm is too low, you are naturally not an opponent, but when your strength rises, isn't it the same as beating your brother with one hand? Standing in front of the super spider, Tang Muchin searched left and right, but couldn't find a gap to get out. In front is another spider that has been mad. Hey, what's going on here? Tang Muchin was a little helpless, but the next moment his eyes became sharp. If there is really no way, you can only do it yourself. Concentrate the soul power of the whole body and concentrate it on the golden dragon claw on the right hand. Golden dragon, ascend to heaven. Two sturdy dragon-shaped phantoms burst out suddenly, rotated and combined in the air, and finally slammed into the big spider. Perhaps it is the essence that is concentrated, and the power is also particularly strong. With a huge explosion, the big spider couldn't help but back away. Good chance, rush. Tang Muchin didn't dare to neglect, started to run out quickly, and jumped out of the cave while taking advantage of the neutral position. After running for a few minutes, Tang Muchin felt that he did a good job this time, and couldn't help but look back at the direction of the cave to determine the orientation of the big spider. As a result, the moment he turned his head, he seemed to have met love. The giant spider followed itself at a super fast speed. Soul beast scares people to death. Raise your hand and send a golden dragon to the sky. Barely hindered the big spider's offensive footsteps. Tang Muchin could only change direction and continue to escape. Too bad. It's a bad feeling, and I can't get rid of this big spider. What to do? Tang Muchin felt the crisis of life and death this time. If you get caught by this spider, you will really die. Damn, people are dead eggs in the sky, immortal million eternal. Give it a try. Tang Muchin was going to seduce him to some places with many trees, limit his movement, preferably restrain him, and then attack with fire. He found that fire attacks worked wonders on these spiders. Well, there is. About 300 meters ahead, there is a dense forest. There are many places where coiled dragons form roots, and the branches are thick. It is a good place to see if they can be restrained. If possible, the ashes must be lifted for you today. Tang Muchin jumped and easily crossed the huge branch coiled on the ground, but the big spider behind couldn't dodge and crashed directly into it. Hee, there is a drama, the plot is similar to what I imagined. Tang Muchin turned back again, and a golden dragon ascended to the sky towards the big spider's butt first. Hoo, today's high-power Jinlong Shengtian has been used a lot, and it's a bit unbearable. Tang Muchin felt that the soul power in his body was almost gone, so he quickly lit a match and slapped the big spider's ass. This method proved to be wrong, and the big spider was provoked and was about to break free. But Tang Muchin still has a coup, lighting a torch and stuffing it into the big spider's eyes and mouth. After doing all this, Tang Muchin resorted to Doton, Earth style, the technique of escape. Tang Muchin originally planned to play with the big spider by himself first, and then escape by himself, which also avenged his revenge. I just didn't expect this big spider to be so tenacious. It desperately wanted to break free, but the key was to break free. With a huge body, he rushed over suddenly. Ah, a mouthful of blood spurted out. Tang Muchin only felt the pain of TB, the pain of the heart, the pain of having a child. Tang Muchin felt that his internal organs were displaced, and his body couldn't stop shaking, but he couldn't exert himself. Why is this spider so fast? Tang Muchin complained. The big spider opened his mouth and covered Tang Muchin's whole body with a spider silk, wrapping him up and preparing to eat to avenge his little friend. In the midst of despair, a milky white energy fluctuation came quietly, seemingly slow but in fact quickly filled the entire jungle. Feeling this familiar energy, Tang Muchin opened his eyes. This, isn't it about going to Clear Sky Sect? But it's okay, I took a dog's life. Tang Muchin finally breathed a sigh of relief, but took another breath. What are you doing here as a 9th level soul master? Chapter 30. Lips meet always with fiery heat. The airtight forest was filled with milky white light, and at the moment when the realm appeared, all the noise in the entire dense forest had subsided, leaving only the silence of ultimate. This is a bit ruthless, this effect is a bit awesome. Tang Muchin was stunned. The next moment, the big spider suddenly left Tang Muchin's position and was sent into the air. The blood in the big spider's eyes has long since faded away, and all that is left is panic, struggling constantly, and his 8 legs are stabbed apart, and he can't stop waving in the air. The soft white light gradually enveloped, and Tang Muchin and the big spider were enveloped respectively. Tang Muchin only felt warm all over his body, and his injury slowly recovered. Still very okay, the effect in this field is really strong. The big spider's expression didn't show any pain, but the 8 legs struggled indiscriminately, kept straightening, and streams of sky blue blood dripped down. Noble ring, bondage. A cold voice came. The big spider was tightly bound in the air, and the milky white soul power condensed into a binding rope under the action of the domain. The big spider struggled in the air for a long time, and finally was unable to drop the spider's feet. Turned into bits and pieces in the air. I'm going, idiot. This motherfucker is really a 9th level soul warrior. A figure came out gracefully from the pure white space. He is about 1.7 meters tall, wearing a long purple dress and lavender high-heeled sandals. He is unadorned all over his body, but his own dazzling colors are also blooming. Dan points his lips, his eyes are like stars, and his skin is like snow. Ken Ruoningzi is also a character who scores 9.8 out of 10. Sister Yuehua. Tang Muchin was a little excited. Who allowed you to come here secretly alone? If I hadn't found you, your life would have been in danger. Tang Yuehua was a little cold. I'm sorry, Sister Yuehua, please untie it for me first. Tang Muchin looked a little pitiful, and acted like a spoiled brat that he was proud of. Treating others may not be effective, but the effect on Tang Yuehua is 100%. Sure enough, it didn't take a moment for Tang Yuehua's expression to fade away like a flower in spring, melting ice and snow, and it suddenly looked like a lilac flower that was eye-catching. Tang Muchin was stunned. Tang Yuehua was a little shy, but pretended to be calm. Idiot, what are you looking at? Look at my wife. Tang Muchin answered without hesitation. Noble ring, bondage. The flax fell, don't do it. Another happy bark. Come to a remote place. This place looks remote. In fact, there are plenty of water sources. There is an extended delay above to block the rain and ice. There is a clear stream outside, which is a natural place suitable for accommodation. Tang Yuehua threw Tang Muchin on the ground and ignored him, letting him lie there and groan. Seeing that his moaning had no effect, Tang Muchin gave up and lay there quietly, not knowing what was wrong. Tang Yuehua first filled a cup of stream water with the kettle that he carried with him, and then walked over slowly. Get up and drink yourself. I can't get up, I'm hurt. Tang Yuehua was a little helpless and could only sit down in person. She didn't have the slightest refusal to this person. Tang Yuehua's appearance of sitting quietly is also very beautiful, and every move shows the master style of Yuexuanxuan. Carefully put Tang Muchin's head on his thigh. Ow, it's a knee pillow, it's... Tang Muchin was so happy that he forgot to hide on the surface. Snapped. Tang Yuehua hit Tang Muchin's forehead with a knife. It hurts. Tang Muchin exclaimed in pain.
You still dare to think wildly. Tang Yuehua's little ears are a little pink Yui. I'm not, don't talk nonsense. Denied 3 consecutive plus. However, after this incident, Tang Muchin didn't dare to make trouble, so he raised his head obediently and let Tang Yuehua be at the mercy of him. He drank the water that Tang Yuehua personally served one by one. It's so sweet. Tang Muchin was a little emotional. Stream water is colorless and odorless, how can it be sweet? That's because the person who feeds me is the one in my heart. Doesn't the sweetness in my heart become sweeter when I bring it to my mouth? You little soul. Tang Yuehua consciously couldn't tell him. This kid has a 3-inch tongue, saying that everything else is fine, but picking up a girl is endless. Tang Yuehua knew the nature of this guy, but he was still led away. Humph, even if you are the stone girl Guanyin, you have to follow Lao Tzu's routine. Tang Muchin rested for a while, feeling that his body was recovering well, at least he could move a bit. I can't help but sigh that the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King is so domineering. Although I don't feel very much right now, this guy's recovery is awesome. Even though Tang Yuehua's treatment is available, ordinary people can't move for at least 10 days and a half in this situation. After trying for a while, at least I can move. Sure enough, I am also awesome, because now I am the Golden Dragon King. Sister Yuehua, come over here. Tang Muchin cried, I remembered. Although Tang Yuehua said that you are my little ancestor, I really served you and owed you something in my last life, but she still came here obediently. He stretched out his hand to help Tang Muchin up, and slowly, embraced his arm, and slowly exerted force. Tang Muchin stood up following Tang Yuehua's strength. But he was looking at Tang Yuehua. This woman has taken care of herself for 6 years. Although she says she loves and hates herself and likes to nagging each time, she really likes this beautiful and noble lady. Humph, I'm just greedy for her body, what's the matter? Sister Yuehua. With a whisper, Tang Yuehua instinctively turned back. A magnified face. Same as a month ago. A passionate kiss is attached. Lipstick, cheek stick. This is the second time, the kiss is warm, the kiss is hot, with 2 hearts, gradually blending. Chapter 31. In this world, the law of peace and security can live up to Yuexuan, and it can live up to Cheng. The lips met, kissing passionately. Tang Muchin didn't plan to kiss properly this time. Tang Yuehua was not to be outdone this time. She even wanted to attack with her backhand this time, using clever tactics. Today this person is not the same as usual. Although Tang Muchin had some doubts, this did not prevent Tang Muchin. Tang Yuehua had only kissed Tang Muchin once in her life, and it was her first kiss. At that time, Tang Muchin tried his best to bring her a good experience. This time it was different, Tang Muchin showed his boyish haki. Although Tang Yuehua didn't want to be taken away, it was also unbearable under Tang Muchin's superb kissing skills. In addition, although Tang Yuehua is the noble and elegant Yuexuan Xian master, but he came from the clear sky sect since he was a child, and he has the arrogance of not admitting defeat. Even in this matter, he will not be reconciled. Besides, what if I was led by a child by the nose? Tang Muchin only felt that it was a rare beauty in the sky. The two meet their lips. In fact, there is no taste at all, just two people's hearts are connected to their hearts, their mouths are connected to their mouths, their hearts are attached, their lips are attached, as if a warm current flows into their hearts, just like a happiness wandering around. What is this? Tang Yuehua asked herself why she felt happy. This is the first time I have faced this feeling head-on, and my previous self would always shirk it for various reasons. Why do you shirk? It's not because you have too many concerns. It's just that now, he seems to have put aside his worries, what age difference is big, and what he is too concerned about. Put it all aside and enjoy yourself now. Although I don't want to admit it, I really like it. He opened his confused star eyes and looked at Tang Muchen in front of him. His height is close to himself, and he also looks angular and strong. Although he is not handsome, he is also good looking. His temperament is calm, but he is always very skinny. He always likes to make himself happy. Wolf, who didn't spit out his bones, finally lost himself. When did he start to feel that his promise to himself was true? Maybe the first kiss, maybe the first time he said it? However, such a skilled kissing technique is really annoying. Although Tang Yuehua was in love with her, there was still a trace of clarity in her eyes. Thinking of the skilled kissing skills, she couldn't help but feel sore in her heart, and bit Tang Muchen with her teeth. Ah, it hurts. Tang Muchen covered his mouth and opened his mouth wide, feeling pain in his mouth. Why is it me again? Tang Muchen was a little sad. Being a scumbag is really a technical job. Too difficult. Tang Yuehua hummed and stood aside, still looking very unhappy. God, Comrade Tang Yuehua, this is different from your noble and elegant personality. Why are you acting so cute now? Have you never been in love, and now you are trapped in the trap of the old driver Tang Muchen? It seems so. Tang Muchen waited for a while for the pain to disappear before saying with a wry smile, Sister Yuehua, it's very painful. For a pervert who forcibly kisses a woman, it's still cheaper to give you a bite. Tang Yuehua returned to a cold state. But Tang Muchen probably knew that she should be shy. After all, the little ear has quietly become Yui. Humph, let you act like a ghost, in the end, you will still be subdued by the scumbag skills that I have already filled. Tang Muchen got up and hugged Tang Yuehua, put his head in Tang Yuehua's ear, and sighed quietly. I might have been too excited about the kiss just now, and I suddenly realized that I could move. Ah, watch me do it. Tang Yuehua's ears were itchy due to the hot air being poured out, and she couldn't help but said, Go away, it's very itchy. Sister Yuehua, don't you like it? You're such an asshole. Tang Yuehua struggled to no avail. Besides, because of Tang Muchen, she couldn't make any effort now. Only Tang Muchen could do anything wrong. Don't touch it. Tang Yuehua's voice was a little breathless. Then she didn't know where the strength came from and lifted Tang Muchen up. How dare you play bad here? Huh? So it's okay not to be here? No. Ah, don't bring that. Sister Yuehua, you see that you are enjoying it too. It's good for us all. You also said that if I don't beat you for a few days, you will dare to go to the house and uncover the tiles. Cry and haw. Tang Muchen, do you really want to be with me? Tang Yuehua's voice was a little serious. Naturally, I never boast about Haikao. I admit, I don't feel like my elder sister or younger brother to you anymore. This is what I finally realized after so many days, but I don't want to be your girlfriend just like that. After all, I don't have that special feeling for you. Shen, I once promised not to marry for the rest of my life, but I didn't expect to break it for you. Because Sister Yuehua's everything is in my hands. Maybe I will marry you in the future, but you have to promise me a few conditions. You said. No matter how powerful you are in the future, you are not allowed to forcibly persecute me or dominate me. And you are a very caring person. If you really want to marry me in the future, be upright and let me completely fall in love with you, so that I can see it in my eyes. It's only you, it's all about you. Tang Muchen was also a little nervous at first, this girl wouldn't allow it, but after hearing this, he finally felt relieved. If it comes true, you have to guarantee my status, and you have to guarantee that you will not leave me and will be good to me. Tang Yuehua made a super fierce expression, which looked unusual. In the end, it is a woman who has seen ups and downs, and it does not limit my freedom, but only requires myself to keep liking her all the time. Tang Muchin couldn't help hugging Tang Yuehua tightly. Although Tang Yuehua was not used to it, she was still firmly held in Tang Muchin's arms. Sister Yuehua, don't make trouble, listen to me tell a story. Once upon a time, there was a couple who loved each other and respected each other like guests. The good times didn't last long, but the evil monk temple captured the man and made him a Buddha, but the wife never gave up searching, but she found nothing until one day, a letter from 1,000 miles away directly, with only a line of poetry written on it. The world is safe and secure, and the Tathagata will live up to the emperor. In this situation, I just want to say that if the world is safe and secure, it will live up to Yuexuan's responsibility. Chapter 32 Scumbag King, I'm set. The world is safe and secure, and you can live up to Yuexuan and your Cheng. Tang Muchin said firmly. Although I, Tang Muchin, are a scumbag, I am completely different from those scumbags who play with their feelings. I am an affectionate and promiscuous man. Sister Yuehua, why is it so easy for you to hit that frozen spider? You want to ask me why I'm so relaxed? Tang Yuehua covered her mouth issue. It's my secret. Although my awakened soul power was only half level back then, I at least had the innate domain, and luckily, I met a noble person. With her help, my strength grew rapidly. I am very grateful to her, but she said I've been waiting for this person since I'll meet you in Heaven Do City, but when I waited for you, a little rascal, you always abused me, and now I've broken my promise not to marry. You get it, everyone, no spoiler. In the innate realm, my control is very powerful. It can be said that in the noble circle realm, I can implement my inner thoughts as I want. No wonder you can restrain this spider so easily, but don't you have any weaknesses? This effect is too powerful. Of course there are. The weakness is that the level of soul power cannot exceed mine, otherwise it will be useless. Sister Yuehua, what level of soul power do you have? With the help of that person, I tasted an immortal grass. After so many years of cultivation, I have reached the level of the peak of the Soul Emperor. It is thanks to that mysterious person back then, although I don't know who she is. But I vaguely think it's a woman. So it is. However, you kid, didn't you just kiss me without my permission? The whole body was shocked, and the milky white soul power escaped everywhere, and spread to the surrounding space in a blink of an eye. Tang Yuehua said softly, bound. The milky white light gathered a condensed rope and bound Tang Muchin. I'm going, why are you tying me up? Tang Muchin struggled to break free but did not break free. The hardness of this restraint was a bit actually tested. My restraint characteristic is absolutely established. Perhaps it is a gift from this innate domain, although my soul power is not very high, but at least I have the power to protect myself. But if my innate soul power is not so much if it's low, I don't know how strong my strength will be. Even with the help of immortal grass, I'm still restricted by innate soul power, and it's still difficult to break through Soul Saint. Tang Yuehua sighed faintly. At this time, the noble and elegant Tang Yuehua seemed to become a little lonely. Yes, the direct descendants of the Clear Sky sect, if it weren't for the fact that her innate soul power was a little lower, she is now estimated to be admired by thousands of people because of her strength. Tang Yuehua's older brothers are all absolute powerhouses in the world, and have already achieved the title Douluo. Tang Yuehua also had a dream of becoming a titled Douluo since he was a child. I would like to help her if I can. Tang Muchin thought quietly that the particularity of the Ice and Fire Eyes, even those beasts and the Silver Dragon King. Tang Muchin had a hunch that the Silver Dragon King and Guyuina would meet soon. Perhaps it was the innate blood familiarity of the Golden Silver Dragon King, or the innate intuition of the husband and wife. That's right, Guyuina is my wife, and she doesn't agree to fight. In the future, he will be the man who will open the harem. Tang Muchin thought about it carefully, and even wrote a poem about his dream. The content is as follows: Ning Rong Rong is not very gentle, Tang Yuehua will always keep it, Zuzuking is still confused, Bibi Dong is looking forward to saving, Chien Rongxiu longs for light, Gu Yuina implements her dream, Bo Sixi wants to rely on, Hulina is crazy about love, Lu Er Long looks forward to love, Huo Wu needs strength, Shui Binger falls in love with a scumbag, ahem, Tang Muchin, do what I say, I put my words here today, the king of scumbags, I will take it. Putting these aside, Tang Muchin said pitifully, Sister Yuehua, can you let me go, I'm very tired. Tang Yuehua said coldly, are you thinking about women again? Looking at Tang Muchin Wu's expression just now, Tang Yuehua knew what Tang Muchin was doing again. Humph, tie him up for a long time. Tang Yuehua simply ignored this guy, and went to the side to prepare to practice. Although his soul power was not diligent, he naturally couldn't fall behind in his daily practice. Tang Muchin wanted to cry without tears, so he could only lie there quietly and hum. Really, Sister Yuehua understands me too well. In the future, you have to be careful not to be seen by Sister Yuehua. He was tied up like this all night. The worst scumbag is me. Was chained up for a night. Seeing the sunlight appearing all around the next day, Tang Muchin was so moved that he cried. Tang Yuehua really implemented his truth, and determined not to untie himself, even if he was the Golden Dragon King's physique, he couldn't break free. It can be said that the more you struggle, the more painful it is. It can be said to be the kind of comfortable way in the TV series. The bad guys say that the more you struggle, the tighter you will be. Humph, I didn't expect Tang Muchin to encounter such a thing. Just wait, when I grow up, and see how I spank your ass. Tang Muchin lay on the ground humming, because Tang Yuehua had already woken up. She came over, but she didn't see any movement. Tang Muchin only felt light on her body, and the restraint disappeared without a trace. Almost left today. Well, almost, I was going to leave now. Humph, sneak out and come to play in these forests with powerful soul beasts. If I hadn't followed you, what would you have done? I'll go back and take care of you. The two packed their things and set off together out of the forest. One big and one small, one tall and one short, one male and one female. Tang Muchin quietly stretched out his hand to hold Tang Yuehua's hand, but Tang Yuehua did not refuse. Well, the sun is just rising, it's in a variety of ways, it's a picture of a figure. Title, Shocked. In broad daylight, a man and a woman did such deeds. Chapter 33 Baby is baby, baby is baby. Looking at the forest that was gradually receding, Tang Muchin felt a little reluctant. Goodbye, forest of welfare, as the place where my relationship with Sister Yuehua sublimates, I will definitely come to see you in the future. The two held hands, and although Tang Yuehua didn't really want to ignore him along the way, this guy always shocked Tang Yuehua for 100 years with his coquettish actions. Every time I get angry and ignore him, I will always be offended by strong words and I can't help hitting him. Tang Yuehua said, I am too difficult. Boys these days are really hard to take. Tang Muchin was very happy. During the time when he and Tang Yuehua came out, the relationship between the two finally formed a qualitative change. At least, the first goal has been accomplished. Holding hands with Tang Yuehua is not just holding hands, it's called promoting feelings. Cheek sticking with Tang Yuehua is no longer called sticking, it is called disturbing your heartstrings. Now Tang Yuehua's senses are actually different from you. Yesterday, Tang Yuehua actually agreed to Tang Muchin's request and expressed his willingness to wait for him. But the momentary change in the relationship will always make her feel a little uncomfortable. After all, Tang Muchin had always been treated as a child before, but suddenly she said that she wanted to talk about marriage. Oh,
it should be impossible to talk about marriage, even if it was an object. She was naturally not used to it, even though she was sure that she was right. Tang Muchin is different, and he is willing to give him a chance. Perhaps, this is the difference between girls' minds and boys' minds. Tang Yuehua is still a girl, she has never been in a relationship before. Tisk tisk, what a single dog Xian owner. It seems that the task of teaching Tang Yuehua can only be handed over to our male protagonist, Comrade Tang Muchin. Tang Muchin naturally also knew what he planned to temporarily and steadily increase Tang Yuehua's dependence on him. Now the favorability is enough, but he still lacks the sense of security that he brings her. However, at my age, it is unrealistic to want to give a sense of security. Then, although Tang Yuehua loved herself and could accept herself, it was just that, not the feeling of being together. Of course, if this is the case, Tang Yuehua might really be a copper-smelting patient. It is a pity that she is not. She is a normal old leftover girl, so she can only break through with the right method and the right time. While thinking about it, Tang Muchin only felt that he had a long way to go, and he couldn't handle a girl now. Ouch, so sad. Tang Muchin, tell me about you and Ning Rong Rong. The fluttering voice woke up a certain dust in his contemplation. Without hesitation, he answered instinctively, fuck it. As soon as the voice fell, Tang Muchin said to himself, it's over. Sure enough, Tang Yuehua's face darkened next to him. I lost. Can I change my habit of talking so fast? Use your brains, beauties are coming. In a hurry, Tang Muchin continued, what the fuck, I'm playing with Sister Yuehua, why do I want other women? Besides, I only see Sister Yuehua in my eyes. Tang Yuehua seemed to be smiling but not smiling. I can't see anger in my eyes, but I want to see how Tang Muchin will come back next. Tang Muchin had no choice but to swear, I swear that I will only have one wife, Sister Yuehua, in my life, if I don't make it happen. Tang Yuehua nodded with satisfaction. Although he has not agreed to be his girlfriend, the relationship between the two has changed qualitatively, and naturally he wants to curb this guy's fuss. Otherwise, this guy doesn't know what to do. For example, when I woke up the next day, I found myself a sister or something. Going out for a walk, I found a lonely girl. Helping the elderly brings a beautiful family. A duel to a local girl. Maybe everyone who goes out and bumps into someone is a princess. This is the playbook of Douluo continent. Unfortunately, Tang Yuehua actually likes to watch these. So, you get the idea. Although Tang Muchin made a solemn oath, he did not panic at all, and took advantage of Tang Yuehua to turn his head and move forward. Tang Muchin said secretly, humph, stupid Douluo mainlanders, you don't know, the language art of our Blue Star people, so-called wife is wife, baby is baby, baby is baby, lover is lover, girlfriend is girlfriend. Humph, it's impossible to stop me from opening a harem. Tang Muchin was naturally complacent. In this wave, Tang Yuehua was appeased first, then his doubts were resolved, and then he paved the way for his future happy life. At the same time, he supported Yuehua. However, Tang Muchin in the future was poisoned because of this. Of course this is another story. Chapter 34 Scumbags always have two hands. The introduction is gone, I have changed it and put it in the first chapter. Seeing Tang Yuehua's slightly happy look, Tang Muchin wiped off the cold sweat that didn't exist. Finally fooled the past, a woman's heart, a needle in the sea, the ancients honestly did not deceive me. But it was also beneficial. Tang Muchin played with Tang Yuehua's tender hands a little boldly, but Tang Yuehua didn't care. At least Tang Muchin is the guy that Tang Yuehua has temporarily identified as her prospective boyfriend. Although Tang Yuehua was suspected of smelting copper, there were only two people here. The most important thing is that in Tang Yuehua's heart, Tang Muchin is a person who can be treated equally. What he did, what he saw and heard, was not something a child could do. In addition, Tang Yuehua always thought that this guy was a soul beast, so he would naturally think that he was older than himself. How could it be considered copper smelting? Of course, our Tang Muchin was so confused that he forgot about this matter. Scumbags always have to suffer, and Tang Muchin is no exception. Arrange. Okay, don't touch it, your hands are sweating. Although Tang Yuehua has the intention of rewarding Tang Muchin, well, this guy is too arrogant. Ugly refuse. Okay. Tang Muchin was also a little helpless, he was addicted to touching it, and he really lost the face of a scumbag. But it looks really comfortable. Tang Yuehua's hands are just like the hands of an 18-year-old cardamom girl, maybe even smoother. Her fingers are green, her nails are white, and she feels jelly-like smoothness when rubbing her fingers. It really makes people want to bite. One bite. Tang Muchin followed Tang Yuehua step by step, and carefully looked at the woman. It hasn't changed in the slightest since the first time we met, and it is still as elegant and beautiful. The light blue hair first dangles in the back of the head, and then leaves two strands of hair hanging down, which is more fresh and moving, and the height can be regarded as a comparison. Tall type, tall and fair-skinned, but now wearing a purple dress that outlines the traces very well, making it even more beautiful. This woman is really a collection of elegance and beauty. Besides, her strength is not what she shows. If possible, I would also like to see her confused appearance. That might be the best time to prove that I can protect her. The two stopped and walked along the way, and it took about a day and a half to return to Yuexuan. It's already morning. Yuexuan would be difficult to operate without Tang Yuehua. Tang Yuehua would naturally start sorting out these messes when he came back, and he would also be responsible for teaching etiquette and music. At this time, the holiday is half over, and it can be said that I will go back to school in a few days. Tang Muchin once again experienced the pain of going to school in the previous life. If possible, I would really like to blow up this Junior Heaven Do City Spirit Master Academy to fulfill my dream and save more children from danger. Of course, just think about it, don't take it seriously. After all, school is a good place to impart knowledge and guide your studies, but it must not be bombed. Have you forgotten that you are going to vomit during the winter vacation this year? Back to Yuexuan, Tang Yuehua also came back, and the relationship has improved. Tang Muchin naturally began to miss Tsundere and blame Comrade Ning wrong. I said that I wanted to see her, and I would find a chance to see it. Why don't I do it today? I just decided that I would do as I said. But naturally, I have to pass the Tang Yuehua test. Although my intelligence is too ordinary now, but my body is still a child, I naturally have to report it first. Besides, you can also use this thing to brush a wave of favorability. JT, do it? Tang Muchin hurried back to his room first, and took out the private money he had hidden. Heavy, at least 500 gold soul coins, enough, take out a little first. Going downstairs, I happened to see Tang Yuehua discussing matters with Director Ode. Where are you going? Sister Yuehua, I see that you have to deal with affairs as soon as you come back. It's really tired. I want to go to Shizalo to buy you some sweet-scented osmanthus cakes to eat. Your favorite sweet-scented osmanthus cakes. Tang Yuehua heard nothing wrong, and thought that Tang Muchin was still very considerate. Note down the book, the prospective boyfriend's score, +1. Tang Yuehua naturally agreed, and then assigned Director Ode to do the work. I'm waiting for your sweet-scented osmanthus cake. Tang Yuehua was a little happy, covered her mouth with her little hands, and her eyes were curved like Kiba. No problem, wait for me, Sister Yuehua, don't worry, it's definitely the best sweet-scented osmanthus cake you've ever eaten.
Tang Muchin put on his shoes and ran out of Yuexuan. How should Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile school go? By the way, Ning Rongrong gave me the map. But I went to find Ning Rongrong. What should Tang Yuehua do? After all, Tang Yuehua's favorite place to eat is outdated and far away. Of course, scumbags always have both hands ready. As the saying goes, someone doesn't have to be a sin. No problem, took out the map from the backpack, and then Tang Muchin assigned a servant at the door of Yuexuan to buy Usman thus cake for him, and also gave 10 gold coins to seal the fee. Remember Ao, it must be the most expensive one. Besides, pack it for me. After arranging everything, Tang Muchin went to the 7 treasure glazed tile school outside Tiando City with peace of mind. Because of the cooperative relationship, it was not far away. Tang Muchin hired a carriage, and then paid for the ride. Chapter 35 You bad old man is very bad. The 7 treasure glazed tile school is probably located outside Tiando City, just a dozen kilometers west. Although Tiando City is huge, the journey is a bit long. But fortunately, there are soul beasts in this world specially used to hurry. As if Tang Muchin paid about 10 gold soul coins, the animal trainer gave Tang Muchin a griffin soul, and instructed him, it can be returned within 1 day, and you can directly give him instructions wherever you want to go. Tang Muchin nodded and sat on the griffin soul beast. This is only a 100-year-old griffin. In short, it was still very comfortable on the back. Tang Muchin sat on it and directed the flight to the Kaibao glazed tile school. It only took about 10 minutes to fly over Skydo City and the 10 kilometers away. The griffin stopped at the 7 treasure glazed tile school station. Tang Muchin turned over and got off the griffin, stood on the ground, and looked at the station here from a distance. The 7 treasures glazed tile school is located in a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters, with streams running across the river, mountains like peaks, and UI flowers blooming everywhere. I have to say, the view here is really nice. But the wealth of the 7 treasure glazed tile school is also extremely immeasurable. The proof is that its buildings are full of rich colors. It looks expensive but not luxurious. All the materials are made of precious white jade, which makes Tang Muchin feel that it is good to be rich. As the little princess here, Ning Rongrong, tisk, I earned it. Walking into the sect, there are 2 guards at the door, looking at the age of more than 20 years old. Tang Muchin wanted to see Ning Rongrong relying on 2 people, but it was fortunate that Ning Rongrong gave him a token last time. Stop whoever comes. Tang Muchin took out the token engraved with the 7 treasure glazed tile school martial spirit logo and handed it over. After checking it, the 2 guards confirmed that it was correct, and returned the token to Tang Muchin, respectfully saluting. Tang Muchin asked, I'm a classmate of your eldest lady. I want to ask where she is. The guard looked a little scared, but still pointed him in the direction, it should be in the garden. Every morning, the eldest lady is in the garden. Tang Muchin said to himself, could it be that Ning Rongrong's little devil attribute has brought indelible pain to these guys? Forget it, go find Ning Rongrong first and take her out on a date. The 7 treasures glazed tile school is a very big place. Tang Muchin admired the beautiful scenery along the way. Of course, as the second sect of Douluo continent, there are many spirit masters who are stepping up their training. They are all alive and kicking. Walking into the garden, it is a charming fragrance filled with delicate flowers. And there is also a small lake, the blue water is really clear. Tang Muchin couldn't help but think of a sentence, the west wind blows the leaves all over the lake, and it's easy to change the autumn clothes for the first time. But where is Ning Rongrong? Tang Muchin walked in and started looking for traces of Ning Rongrong. But Ning Rongrong didn't find it, but found an old man with white hair. This white-haired old man is really tall. Look, he might be twice as tall as Tang Muchin now, and he is as thin as a skeleton, looking tall and thin.
The whole person stood there, as majestic as a mountain. Tang Muchen had already guessed in his heart that this was the boss of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Standing there quietly, Gurong suddenly felt a faint wave of soul power, just as he was feeling doubtful. Because only a few people came to this place, this soul power fluctuation had never been seen before, and when he turned his head, he saw that it was a young man. This is the boy who was with Rong last time. Tang Muchen looks average, but has thick eyebrows, big eyes, and straight facial features. Although Gurong hasn't seen him for a long time, he still remembers such a number 1 person. How did this kid get in? Could it be that Rong gave him the token? Thinking of this, Gurong's eyes naturally turned bad. Good guy, although Rong is not my granddaughter, but I regard her as a granddaughter. You are planning to eat my little cabbage, so I don't teach you a lesson. Humph, just as Tang Muchen walked in, he felt an inexplicable chill. What the hell? Gurong, who turned around, said before Tang Muchen could speak, "You're here." Tang Muchen's instinctive reaction, "I'm here." Gurong said, "Are you ready?" "Ready." "Huh? What the hell?" "Okay, then I'll practice you today, so that you can learn to better control your martial arts." There was no movement, and the next moment, Gurong appeared in front of Tang Muchen and kicked. Tang Muchen didn't even have a chance to block, and was instantly kicked away. The strength of this old guy is so great that Tang Muchen, who flew several hundred meters, got up from the ground. "P. You old man is so bad, you can kick ass. Ready, take the call." Gurong stood there quietly. Tang Muchen was puzzled. What did he mean? Chapter 36. A girl's boudoir is a mystery. Although he was very puzzled, Tang Muchen still waited solemnly. Suddenly, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became tense, and the yellow leaves that fell in autumn were still in the air, and the air was chilling and bleak. The heavy pressure came, and it came in a blink of an eye, oppressing Tang Muchen, and the power was well controlled, and it fell on Tang Muchen in all directions. Tang Muchen only felt that his body was constantly being squeezed, but it was controlled to a certain degree, and each time it was the critical value of his body and spirit. It seemed that he not only wanted to teach himself a lesson to the man who deceived Rong Fang's heart, but he might also give himself a chance. Concentrating and gathering energy, Tang Muchen tried his best to resist Gurong's pressure, and the uncontrollable spirit of the Golden Dragon King had already come out, protecting Tang Muchen's whole body. "Hey, it's kind of interesting." Gurong was a little surprised. When this martial spirit appeared, he instantly suppressed his bloodline. His bone dragon was in awe of it, but the difference in spirit power was too great, and it only took a moment of effort, but it was true Gurong was surprised. "I increased the intensity a little, and wanted to see the limit of this martial spirit." "Ah!" Tang Muchen's blue veins burst out. Gurong is really merciless. In order to see the true potential of the Golden Dragon King, he has already given him unbearable pressure. Tang Muchen couldn't resist anymore. The huge coercion was second to him physically. His heart was already shaky, and he felt like he was about to faint. "No, I can't pass out yet. I'm the one who wants to stop the scumbag king. If I fall here, it will be difficult for these old guys to pass the level in the future. How can I get Ning Rong in the future, let alone accept it? Own polygamy. I'm the scumbag king, I promised, I made a wish, the scumbag king, Tang Muchen, will do it." With this absolute will, Tang Muchen held on very resolutely. "This kid's willpower is excellent, give you a hand." The pressure was condensed, and Tang Muchen only felt as if he was tied to the Jinchuriki/column by the sea, allowing the stormy waves to attack him. Snapped. It seemed to be the sound of something shattering. Don't worry, it must not be this guy's integrity, but his soul power cultivation. 16th grade, breakthrough.
After so many days of training and fighting against spirit beasts, Tang Muchen made a breakthrough under the pressure of Gurong's spirit power. This breakthrough was very enjoyable and dripping. Tang Muchen only felt that he had become a lot stronger, and he could fight at least 3 times before. Moreover, this breakthrough made his mind instantly clear, and he was still in a drowsy appearance. Well, it's a talent that can be created. Gurong nodded secretly. Relying on his own will to resist the coercion, even though it is only the coercion of the soul venerable level, it is also very good, and the link tie is guarded. If you fall in love with Rong, such a person with great will and perseverance is not bad. Barely past his first hurdle. Humph, Rong is the little princess of our 7 treasure glazed tile school, how could she hand it over so quickly? We have to review it carefully. We treat Rong like our own granddaughters. Thank you senior for your pointers. Tang Muchen returned to Qingming, although he was sweating profusely, he still insisted on salute. Ah, Tang Muchen. An exclamation. A beautiful girl in pure white clothes is coming from a distance. She hurried to Tang Muchen's side, and even though he was sweating profusely, she supported him. Grandpa Bones, what's the matter with you? Ning Rong pouted, a little unhappy, and scolded Gurong. Gurong's expression changed when she saw Ning Rong, and she couldn't help lowering her head. Humph, Grandpa Bones, I'm ignoring you. Ning Rong shook off her long pale pink hair, supported Tang Muchen and left. Before leaving, she even looked at Gurong with a fierce expression. Gurong broke out in cold sweat. He, a rank 95 titled Douluo, felt ashamed by Ning Rong's kick. Really, Rong thinks I've gone too far. I'll go to the sword and complain later. If you get closer to that sword in the future, just ignore me. Gurong was caught in a brainstorm. Seeing Ning Rong help Tang Muchen to leave, Gurong couldn't help but sigh, women's colleges don't stay. Of course, this is the feeling of many elders. Now Gurong felt that he should be stronger just now, and the look in Tang Muchen's eyes was even more unkind. Tang Muchen just felt the air was cold, and secretly shouted, "Why does the weather feel cold?" However, he didn't delve too much into it. Ning Rong's body was soft, and Tang Muchen's walking by relying on her felt great. The two soon came to a quiet and elegant residence. The door was decorated with pink yoi-colored flowers. The door was also painted with the appearance of a bear and a deer. It looked a little cute, and the door handle turned out to be a little rabbit. Seeing Tang Muchen staring at the door, Ning Rong was a little shy and yelled, "What are you looking at?" When you hit gate of opening, it is the decoration that girls love. White and elegant walls, elegant bookshelves and desks with a scent of sandalwood, a large mirror, accessories that little girls love, and so on. What makes it different from the boys' room is the scent and the neatly arranged objects. The so-called girls' boudoir is full of mystery, and the girls' feelings are always poetry. I have already entered the boudoir to see the answer to the mystery, so is the distance from poetry still far away? Ning Rong shoved Tang Muchen in, pointed to one place, and said, "I'm sweating, I'm dead, go take a shower." "Ah, where is this place, okay?" Tang Muchen asked knowingly. "Hey, this is my room, hurry up." Ning Rong's face exploded in UI. Tang Muchen was satisfied when he got the answer. Conclusion: it is a great joy in life to molest Ning Rong every day, and of course it is also a manifestation of Tang Muchen's bad taste. Chapter 37 Ning Rong is shy. After Tang Muchen molested Ning Rong, he was also content and obedient and ready to take a bath. But there is one very serious thing. "What about my clothes?" Tang Muchen asked. "I'll make arrangements for you, hurry up and go." Ning Rong couldn't help but push Tang Muchen in first, and graciously put the bath water for him. "After doing all the work, I left the bathroom satisfied."
Tang Muchin looked at Ning Rongrong's busy and virtuous appearance, and couldn't help sighing, is this really the tsundere? Of course, when Ning Rongrong came out of the bathroom, her face suddenly exploded. Ui. This is the first time I let boys other than Dad, Grandpa Bone, and the others come in and put him in bath water, so shy. While thinking about it, he dragged Ui's cheek, which was shy to roll away. Forget the tsundere guy, let's put our eyes on the bathroom. Tang Muchin only felt that the scenery inside was familiar, and it was really beautiful. Why do you say that? Ning Rongrong's personal clothes are all hanging here. Looking at Tang Muchin, Ui, without an old face, kept mumbling, I'm not a pedophile, I'm not. Take off your clothes and step into the pool of water. It's so extravagant, bathing is done in a pool, the key is still very big, and the walls of the pool are all made of white jade, one has to feel the luxury of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Ah, damn capitalism, here I come. Just like this, open your arms, lean forward, and pour into the pool. It's cool, it's icy cold, and now the weather is at the end of August, it's still more comfortable to take a cold shower. Tang Muchin enjoyed the breaststroke and butterfly stroke in the pool. Hey, I found a suit for you, and I put it in AO. Ning Rongrong's voice came from outside. As he spoke, he opened the bathroom door, then crept in, covering his eyes with his hands, quickly put down his clothes, and then quickly retreated. Unfortunately, because he covered his head, he hit the door when he went back. Well, it hurts. Are you all right? It's all right, take a shower, we're going out to play. Ning Rongrong left the bathroom as if running away. This girl is quite cute. Tang Muchin lay quietly beside the pool, carefully recalling every bit of how he and Ning Rongrong knew each other. Time passed quickly, and I had known her for half a year. When I first saw her in the Heaven Do Empire, I wondered how the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school came to wake up here. Later, I met her for the first time, and then Ning Fengzi entrusted him to take care of her, and then formed a team in the Spirit Master Academy. To beat others and become the number 1, of course, you can't forget the moments when the two were alone and on the date. Looking back suddenly, the growth rate of the relationship in the past 6 months is really fast, but this is based on a man and a woman. If Ning Rongrong knew that he was a careless person, it would be a catastrophe. Therefore, Tang Muchin came to a conclusion. Conclusion 1, the children of Douluo mainland are indeed precocious. Conclusion 2, the emotional experience is too smooth, and it may take twists and turns. After a while, Tang Muchin got up slowly, using the bath towel from where did Ning Rongrong come from, and got dressed, and found that the clothes fit perfectly. This may not be a coincidence. After getting dressed, Tang Muchin's hair was wet, even though it was short. Outside the door, Ning Rongrong was waiting with a towel in hand. You wipe it? Okay, thank you. With a simple thank you, Tang Muchin was rude. It took half an hour to bring everything in order. The sun is shining brightly at this moment, and the hour is a little later. Take it out for lunch. Tang Muchin glanced at Ning Rongrong, and suddenly felt his eyes lit up. Ning Rongrong was wearing a white and simple dress, only revealing her delicate collarbone, her fair skin brightened her eyes, her big eyes blinked, she seemed to be able to speak, and her lovely face showed her true beauty in every move. What a lovely loli! As the saying goes, loli has 3 virtues, and it is soft and easy to overturn. The ancients never lied to me. Tang Muchin's eyes are straight, it's not because she doesn't see many beauties, but loli is too cute. The beauty of this world is obviously far beyond anyone I have ever seen in a previous life. What are you looking at? Let's go, it's getting late, I'm hungry. Ning Rongrong shook her head, hiding her shyness with a shy face. Ow! Chapter 38 No,
no, no, there are still people robbing girls. Accompanied by Ning Rong Rong, Tang Muchen realized the attitude of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School towards the distinguished guests, and people greeted him wherever he went. But this little witch is really liked by many people. Tang Muchen couldn't help sighing when he looked at the eyes of some of the same-year-old children looking at Ning Rong Rong. It's really precocious, the children in Douluo continent look like satyrs in sheep's clothing. Having said that, don't ignore the biggest pervert. After leaving the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Tang Muchen stretched out his right hand, bent it to meet his thumb, put it in his mouth, and blew a loud whistle. In a short while, a huge griffin flew to the vicinity of Tang Muchen, circled down, and stood quietly on the ground waiting. Tang Muchen got on the griffin at first, grabbed the hair on the griffin's body, and then stretched out his hand, motioning for Ning Rong Rong to come up. Naturally, Ning Rong Rong didn't show weakness, she stretched out her hand to hold Tang Muchen's hand, and got on it as soon as she tried. She is not afraid at all, it can be said that she is naturally bold. The griffin fluttered its wings and started to leave the ground. At this time, although it was a spirit beast with a relatively stable flight, there were two people on it that were still a little urgent. Ning Rong Rong was obviously a little excited, clutching the griffin's feathers tightly, her eyes were wide open, like acorns, and they were very cute. With the flapping of their wings, two people and one beast entered the air. Strange to say, the sun was still shining just now, but now it is obvious that the sun is no longer shining. Blue sky Shirakumo, clear sky. Occasionally there are flying soul beasts passing by, but they are also quiet, lined up in a single line, and there are also quiet and peaceful flowing in my heart. There was nothing to say along the way, but it also had a taste of its own. After about a quarter of an hour, the two landed at the booth where spirit beasts were rented out in Tiando City. They first returned the griffin to the boss, and then took back the deposit of 50 gold spirit coins before Tang Muchen turned around and left. But the griffin was a little reluctant. Honestly, is your griffin female? I think yes. The two of them didn't have any destination, but Ning Rong Rong just said that he was hungry. When dating, you should always please girls. Tang Muchen thought about it carefully, and it seemed that there was a suitable place to eat. So he took the initiative to say, I know a place that sells top quality meat, and the chef is also the top of the empire. Let me show you. Okay, then let's go. I just happen to be hungry. I'm going to eat for you today. Go, go, you're a real pig. What's the matter? I'm someone who wants to grow. Tang Muchen stared at Ning Rong Rong's chest. No ups and downs. Are you thinking of something very rude? Ning Rong Rong twisted Tang Muchen's ear and asked. No, little ancestor, be gentle. Tang Muchen was still very decisive where he should admit. They were fighting all the way, and the two walked along the route. It's about 500 steps forward, 60 steps to the right, 30 steps forward, and it looks like you're going to the left. But on the way, Ning Rong Rong found a shop. There are a few big characters written on it with dragon flying and phoenix dancing, ancient tea degree. It's selling the milk shaved ice, which is very popular this year. Let's walk around and buy one. Ning Rong Rong walked over excitedly, but turned around before walking in and said, I'm asking you to be so proud, after all, you're going to take me to a big dinner, this milk shaved ice just caught fire, you didn't. After eating it, Miss Ben graciously bought it for you. But as everyone knows, Tang Muchen has been shocked for 100 years. Gukadu, isn't this a milk tea shop, a famous milk tea shop in the previous life, but even green tea came out when this anime was released in the previous life, so this shouldn't be a particularly bizarre thing. It's true that I haven't had milk shaved ice for a long time, and I feel unfamiliar. I liked to drink this in my previous life. The specially prepared condensed milk tastes great. So Tang Muchin waited obediently at the door. It seems that the waiting time is a bit long, and Tang Muchin can hear the quarrel if there is any. It seemed to be Ning Rongrong's voice. Can't wait, go in and have a look. The business of this ancient tea degree is really good, and there are people in it. He squeezed the people around him hard and came to the center. Tang Muchin was surprised to see Ning Rongrong confronting an adult man. The confrontation between the two people with a height difference of half a person, naturally attracted attention. This package is obviously mine, how can you be like this? There are drops of water on his delicate face, and he looks pity to me. Anyone who sees it will soften his heart, but the man on the opposite side is very manic. You said it was yours, how do you prove that there is so much money in it? Do you have a 6 or 7-year-old child? The man looked wild. The man looked to be in his early 20s and looked a little thin, but his eyes were cloudy. After listening to it for a while, Tang Muchin probably understood. It was basically the man who said that Ning Rongrong was caught stealing a package, and then Ning Rongrong's defense was useless, and the people around were a little afraid of this man. He didn't dare to do anything to support Ning Rongrong. He didn't expect such a situation in the capital of the Heaven Do Empire. Tang Muchin was a little helpless, and this kind of low-minded guy also exists, so don't be a dummy and make a fool of yourself later. You girl. Pu Fan's big hand suddenly waved out, and the man's expression was a little grim. It was impossible to sit idly by, Ning Rongrong was stunned. The next moment, when everyone closed their eyes and felt sorry for this beautiful little girl, they were shocked. The man's hand was blocked by a teenager who looked to be in his teens. With a rebellious smile, the young man said loudly, "It's not a prank, it's not a prank. These days, there are still people doing things like robbery and cheating in broad daylight, and the script is not like that anymore." Chapter 39 The First Step in Pretending to Force Diapers. Boy, who are you? You don't need to care who I am, motherfucker, bully my family wrong, don't die. Obviously, Tang Muchin didn't want to continue to force this guy to continue, so he mocked directly. Hey, at such a young age, I already have the mind to fall in love. Tang Muchin ignored him, instead hugged Ning Rongrong first, and gently brushed off the crystal tears hanging from Ning Rongrong's long eyelashes. What's the matter? Tang Muchin asked softly. If you are so obsessed with money, you will definitely be a money-worshipping woman in the future. He is too much and even beats me. While saying aggrieved, more tears flowed from his eyes. Ning Rongrong was only 6 years old, and this kind of thing happened, plus she was a little precocious, these words must have hit her hard. And this man's dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. Ning Rongrong was so wronged that she was about to cry. Hey, do you know that you can't make girls cry? Tang Muchin's voice did not fall. The man had already started to frantic, damn, I don't believe in any nonsense. I said, this package belongs to me, is this girl obviously stealing something? Your clerk doesn't know how to explain it. A rather pretty clerk was a little embarrassed, she could only say that she didn't see it and couldn't prove it. But this is not over. But in fact, everyone with discernment in this matter knows that the man is lying, but the little girl Rongrong fell into the trap. For Tang Muchin, this is just a small episode in life. Because of this matter, it is not difficult to solve. Rongrong, do you know how many gold soul coins are there? Tang Muchin asked quietly. Yeah. Ning Rongrong nodded forcefully and quietly told the number. Then it's up to me, I'll help you teach him a lesson. Excuse me, this wretched big brother, you said this is yours, how many gold soul coins are there? The man's face froze for a moment, but he still said stubbornly, "Well, there are more than 100. You are wrong, there are actually only 10 gold soul coins in it. I used one just now, and there are only 9 left. I don't believe it can be inspected." "Haha, fool, such a big package is impossible, you should make up the reason better." "Indeed, the package is a bit big. If there are only 10 gold soul coins, it will look very small. But, you forgot, the girl's package is not just about money." Yes, Ning Rong Rong was a girl, and she was a bit precocious, and there were a lot of gadgets in it. While thinking about it, he glanced at Ning Rong Rong. Why did he come out to play with so many gadgets? Ning Rong Rong clearly felt the realization. Kia Shui's hazy eyes filled with doubts, and then he realized that he was a little shy. The man clearly realized that something was wrong, and Yui's face turned green, and suddenly he threw the package at Tang Muchen, and then his body followed. "Stinky brat, I want you to die." Some of the men have Kiba dancing claws, their spirit power is released, and the 3 spirit rings are arranged one after the other. White and yellow. Only in his 20s is a soul venerable, and he seems to be on the same level as Su Yuntao, but a little stronger. But when he rushed over, Zhang Chao couldn't. Tang Muchen, who has experienced many actual combat tests in the Forest of Fortune, saw through his shortcomings, sank down, and swung his right fist upwards at the same time. Turn punches into slaps in the air. Snapped. A loud noise shocked everyone. The man made a 360-degree spin in the air, smashing the shit out of it in a disorganized pose. A 20-year-old young man was actually beaten by a teenager, still in the form of a slap, which is really shocking. "You bastard, I'll kill you. Look around you." Tang Muchen said slowly, not anxious at all, and did not take a posture of defending the enemy. It turned out that there were 2 people around the man. The 2 were wearing silver-colored robes. What attracted attention was the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School logo engraved on their bodies. The 2 men grabbed the man from the left and the right. The man didn't seem to recognize the situation, and was still shouting, "I am the younger brother of the classmate and the same student of the classmate of the brother of the son of the Sky Do City Lord, Ori is also. Damn it, this is crazy." Tang Muchen was the next big mouth. The first step in pretending is to force diapers. Obviously the villains are clueless. Picking up the package, Tang Muchen came to Ning Rong Rong, handed it back, and said with a smile, "Why are you so stupid? Don't be afraid when you encounter such a situation in the future, crush him with facts." Ning Rong Rong whispered, "I'm not afraid, I'm just wronged." Tang Muchen touched Ning Rong Rong's head, waved his hand and said, "Let's go, it's time to eat." Ning Rong Rong quickly grabbed 2 glasses of milk-shaved ice and followed. "Hey, don't cry easily in the future, otherwise I will feel very troubled. After all, you are in the same group as me." "Humph, I won't." Ning Rong Rong tilted her head and whispered, "I only feel wronged because you are by my side." "What?" "Nothing." Wrong, the young sect master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, you must be stronger. "I see. As for Origai, he has been taken away by 2 men, and I don't know how to deal with it." Chapter 40 Lightning Dharma King Yang Yang's Inn. The 2 walked together, and after turning left and right, they finally came to a restaurant. At first glance, this hotel is still very good, because you can see the inside from the outside, and the environment is very good. And there's a catchy name here. The Crackling Hotel. It is said that it was opened by a lightning dragon-type beast spirit emperor. The meat used in it is high-quality spirit beast meat, and each time it is tempered by lightning, and it uses electric current with precise control to achieve the purpose of being cooked. Through precise smoking techniques and special seasonings, the final roasted meat is also famous in Quantian Dushan. By the way, I have to mention here, the boss's name is Yang Yangzin, and then the regular customers here also gave him an easy to understand name, Dharma King Thunder. When Tang Muchin came to this place for the first time, he thought Yang Yangzin, the Dharma King of Thunder and Lightning, was resurrected, but in fact the boss here was just an ordinary fat boss with a naive attitude. The two people walked into the hotel. This crackling hotel is really a bit antique. All the decorative pictures are antique trees, flowers, and birds, which look unique. Yo, the two guest officers please. A shop assistant dressed up and greeted quickly. Come on, this is the most suitable place for us to date. The antique box can perfectly meet the needs of the two of you. Seeing the two well dressed, the sharp-eyed shop assistant hurriedly brought them into the box. That's right, this kind of plot should have happened. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the two are either rich or expensive, but the guy just now had to snatch Ning Rongrong's package just because he was so funny. Of course, Tang Muchin was not polite. Anyway, he was not short of money, and the consumption here was okay. Today, I would like to invite Ning Rongrong to eat. When Tang Muchin was seated, he found that Ning Rongrong was still standing, with a shy UI on his face. What's the matter with you? It's okay, I'm not shy because it's a couple's box. Ah. It's nothing, just pretend you didn't hear it. Suddenly, his eyes became terrifying. Tang Muchin naturally nodded and said yes, and laughed secretly in his heart. Ning Rongrong equals brain power freak, 1010 doesn't know what he's thinking. The key is that after thinking about those things, they will show on the surface, but if he finds out, he will be extremely shy, and eventually he will show his unruly character like now. Still cute though. Come, order, order. Take out the menu, good guy, the name of the dish, charcoal grilled bullfrog, UIS hot lips and popsicles, hot body and beef. I want a pork cutlet, a big chicken cutlet, UIS lips are hot, and his body is hot. Of course, Ning Rongrong had never been here before, so Tang Muchin ordered the food instead. Tang Muchin ordered some dishes for Ning Rongrong based on his own taste. After ordering, the two of them sat quietly in their respective seats. But this is a couple's box, so the two are facing each other at a small table, looking at each other a little shyly. Do you come here often? Tang Muchin nodded and said with a smile, the dishes here and the boss are very interesting. The boss is a soul emperor of more than 60 levels. He is a good cook. Everyone affectionately calls him King Thunder and Lightning. Why do you call him such a strange name as Dharma King Thunder? Oh, I probably know about this, because the materials used by the boss are high-quality soul beasts, so he will raise some soul beasts with rich meat, and then in order to keep the meat delicious, the boss will make all the soul beasts to train, forcing them to exercise. It's just because he believes in the truth that life lies in sports, but there are always spirit beasts trying to escape, so the boss will use the lightning he controls to violently shock them, so that they don't dare to escape. It is the same as raising pigs in reality. I have been raising it since I was a child. Speaking of which, I just slaughtered a pig near my house. I still ate it today. Ah, so scary. Haha, indeed, the boss's obsession with beautiful meat has reached a terrible point. The two talked softly and dissipated the embarrassment just now. Of course, during the conversation, delicious dishes were gradually presented. The beef here melts in your mouth and tastes really good. Ning Rongrong exclaimed that it was delicious. Hey, you got juice on the corners of your mouth. There was beef juice at the corner of Ning Rongrong's mouth. Tang Muchin decisively reached out and wiped it with a tissue. Me, come by yourself. Ning Rongrong stammered a little, her big eyes seemed a little too afraid to look at him. She rummaged around, looking around. Seeing Ning Rongrong's cute appearance, Tang Muchin smiled wickedly. It seemed that it was a good idea to bring her here. Ning Rong Rong looked shy like a shy lily, showing her beauty in every move, making people feel that bullying her was a fun thing. Ah! Looking at Yui's hot lips and popsicles just presented, it is a huge glass suitable for couples. It has two directions, that is to say, this is an artifact that must be used for indirect kissing. Chapter 41 Scumbag's Routine. Ah, this. Ning Rong Rong couldn't help but get caught up in a brainstorm looking at this specially made couple's cup. This is too embarrassing, so we kissed indirectly. Moreover, he may not accept it? But obviously Ning Rong Rong thought too much. Tang Muchen would not only accept it, but also be happy. Maybe, he laughed behind his back to the point where the chrysanthemum pleats opened. However, Tang Muchen didn't urge it. This matter must depend on the girl's thoughts, and the girl's behavior also indicates the degree of your progress. Of course, the possibility of rejection is very high, even Tang Muchen is not sure. You see, Ning Rong Rong went into the boudoir herself, used the bathroom items, and hugged it, but this indirect kiss is really hard to say, because kissing is always an important experience in life, otherwise there would be a first kiss, a second kiss. Although it was an indirect kiss, Ning Rong Rong might not agree. Sure enough, the conclusion came. Ning Rong Rong was a little embarrassed and said, "Bring me a new cup." It seems that he still can't accept it. Tang Muchen nodded, his favorability should be about the same, but he's too shy. There are indeed many times today, so that's why. Conclusion: being shy is a good thing, but being shy too many times can be a disservice. However, Tang Muchen wasn't too disappointed. Today, Ning Rong Rong's performance really showed his goodwill. "Eat vegetables, eat vegetables," Tang Muchen greeted. The two picked up chopsticks at the same time. Sure enough, the quintessence of the Dragon Kingdom is naturally reflected here. The craftsmanship of this crackling restaurant is really good. It was mentioned before that it melts in the mouth, and the chan juice is rich in flavor, especially the seafood yellow spicy chan prepared by the owner himself, which made Ning Rong Rong exclaim that it is delicious. Don't tell me, this little girl Ning Rong Rong looks invincible at first glance. She looks like a lady, but she still prefers spicy things. However, this has something in common with Ning Rong Rong's unruly character in the original novel. After all, hot girls have bad tempers, and they have something in common. While eating, Tang Muchen secretly looked at Ning Rong Rong. Perhaps it was the spicy chan that went a little too far. Vivi was sweating on Ning Rong Rong's white forehead. It seemed that she really wanted to take a bite. Delicate facial features, high nose bridge, according to the previous life, is Jiangnan beauty, but judging from her gulps of spicy chan, the sense of violation is serious. But I have to say, I love it again. You damn woman, you damn beauty. It always feels too pleasing to the eye. Just looking at her makes me feel full, and eating like this is so cute in Tang Muchen's eyes. Recently, Tang Muchen has been thinking about this girl, although there are not many girls he cares about. He often asked himself what attracted her to this girl, because of her absolute beauty, her naive and fierce character, her way of relying on herself, and her firm attitude. Although Tang Muchen knew that Ning Rong Rong was charming at the beginning in the original book, but now she reveals a cute stubbornness. She is a girl who is awkward and tsundere, can be beautiful, can act like a spoiled child, and can put honey on the corner of her mouth. Of course, Tang Muchen also admitted that appearance is a prerequisite. I am Tang Muchen LSP. Thinking of this, Tang Muchen's eyes are cunning. I have to impress you today. Looking on the other side, Ning Rong Rong was eating. Her small mouth was tearing at the big beef. She couldn't take a sip of chan juice. She quickly took her own cup and poured Yui's lip hot and ice cream cool water, and looked up. The head entrance, revealing the white neck. She took a small sip and seemed to drink it normally, then slowly said, "The beef here is really delicious, the chan juice is amazing, you should try it too. Tang Muchin nodded, took a piece of beef and smeared it with chan juice, and put it in his mouth. Spicy, very spicy, very spicy. There was a burning sensation in his throat. Tang Muchin couldn't stand it anymore. Very decisive, raised his hand to grab a cup, and looked up. Cool, this spicy, Chan has a lot of fun. It's just that Ning Rong Rong on the opposite side widened his eyes. Hey, you're holding my cup. Ah. The soul is pale. Ning Rong Rong flew over and pressed Tang Muchin like a little lioness. It's just that the face doesn't know if it's anger or shy Yui Tide. The flax can be beaten. You bastard, kill you kill you. The hammering of the pink fist was not very painful, but Tang Muchin's heart was tender. Hey, I'm not a masochist. At this moment, the two fell to the ground, looking like a woman on top and a man on top, looking like a different charm. Chapter 42. If you want to hide, you can't escape, it's impossible in this life. At this moment, Tang Muchin did not expect that this would happen. Ning Rong Rong was too shy because of the indirect kiss, which led to his unreasonable behavior, which was also unpredictable. Of course, he enjoyed it very much, and couldn't help but rub it. Haha, scumbag. Ning Rong Rong was sitting on Tang Muchin's body now, with sweat on her pretty face. Yui's eyes were full of tears, and her light pink hair, which was neatly combed, was a little messy, sticking to her delicate skin with sweat. The whole person was so sluggish, straddling Tang Muchin's stomach, not daring to move. Hey, just let me go. Ning Rong Rong struggled for a while, but things changed so quickly that she lost her strength and couldn't stand up. She lay on Tang Muchin's chest weakly. Two hands supported Tang Muchin's chest, pale pink hair was hanging down, looking from Tang Muchin's direction, it was also unique. Well, a top loli. Tang Muchin exclaimed. Although Tang Muchin always said that, but Ning Rong Rong was really good looking, so that an old driver like him was always fascinated. Even if he is not interested in loli, he has to say something. I can again. Hey, you are pressing me, comrade Rong Rong, how can I get up if you don't stand up? Ning Rong Rong wanted to cry but had no tears. I have no strength at all, I feel my body limp. I don't have the strength, and I'm very soft now. Ning Rong Rong tried to get up, but she kept getting up and falling down, so Tang Muchin had to think this guy did it on purpose. Humph, it was intentional. Oh, what an idiot. Let my brother come. Tang Muchin was also comforted by Ning Rong Rong's delicate skin, and the smooth skin felt very close to each other. Hey, Tang Muchin raised a hand around Ning Rong Rong's slender waist and clasped it tightly, the warm touch made Tang Muchin's heart sway. Put your other hand on the ground and press lightly. Tang Muchin stood up from the ground holding Ning Rong Rong, and he gently placed Ning Rong Rong. Ning Rong Rong was still in a state of lack of energy, and it was difficult for him to stand without Tang Muchin's physical support. It's too shy, and the character of the person who said that the old lady has a bean paste bag in the original book is really different. Sure enough, Ning Rong Rong could be cute and tsundere, so his girlfriend was invincible. Tang Yuehua is suitable for being a wife, and Ning Rong Rong is suitable for dating. Tang Yuehua is elegant and charming, good at understanding Tang Muchin's thoughts, and then has a big mind to accommodate Tang Muchin, and a huge conscience, that is, marrying. Ning Rong Rong has a lively and charming personality, and likes to rely on Tang Muchin occasionally. So it can be said that a wife is a wife and a girlfriend is a girlfriend. But I don't know how many babies there will be in the future. After all, he's a scumbag. Come back first, what is Ning Rong Rong doing at this moment? She stomped on Tang Muchin hard, then snorted and returned to her place to continue eating. There is a play. After taking such a big advantage, she hasn't run away, and she's still sitting where to eat, indicating that she's not looking at favorability. She didn't refuse. This is the key point, it's marked out, and it's something to be tested. This behavior is caused by the thin skin. Tang Muchin's face can be said to be tempered. To exaggerate, the thickness that cannot be broken with golden dragon claws is Tang Muchin's face. So, the guy still went back to his place and continued to eat. Hey, it's really fragrant, beef with abalone sauce. Tang Muchin didn't care about his image at all, and he didn't care if his mouth was full of oil. But Ning Rongrong looked uncomfortable, so he handed him a wet tissue. This was a completely subconscious move, and when Ning Rongrong reacted, he felt his face rolling. What's wrong with me today? Why do I keep feeling this way? Covering her fiery cheeks, Ning Rongrong probably knew how she felt. Too many times today, I always do this. Will this guy laugh at me? He raised his head and glanced at Tang Muchin secretly. This guy just wiped the corner of his mouth. Then Tang Muchin looked at him, and Ning Rongrong quickly left his sight. The atmosphere between the two was a little embarrassing, but Tang Muchin knew that this also happened in the big leap of the relationship. During the meal, the two did not communicate afterwards, and they basically achieved the standard of not speaking. Because Ning Rongrong was too shy, she left after lunch. It is worth noting that when Ning Rongrong left, he looked indifferent and left in a hurry. It's angry. Impossible, I just want to avoid Tang Muchin, but well, school is about to start, I can't hide if I want to, it's impossible in this life. Chapter 43 Juvenile Golden Dragon. Today's Tang Muchin is still proud of the spring breeze. This morning, he brushed a wave of Tang Yuehuai's favorability. Then he reached the first level in the 7 treasure glazed tile school. He even took a shower in Ning Rongrong's bathroom. The hero saved the beauty and ate a meal. Rice, kissed indirectly, and finally made intimate contact on the ground. Ah, what a piece of shit. Tang Muchin shook his butt, watched Ning Rongrong leave, and then took out 2 glasses of milk-shaved ice by himself. Comrade Ning Rongrong was too full to eat just now, so he didn't take it. Then Tang Muchin paid the bill and bragged with the shop owner. When he returned to the box, Ning Rongrong was also ready to get up and say goodbye. Ning Rongrong was obviously very shy but pretended to be indifferent. The contrast was so obvious that Tang Muchin's uncle cried out, "I'm dead." Needless to say, Ning Rongrong, I love you so much, sir. Well, Ning Rongrong's problem has been solved, and there is another comrade Tang Yuehua to solve. With 2 glasses of milk-shaved ice in hand, Tang Muchin hired a carriage to return from the west to the east of the city. Because Yuexuan is a relatively famous place in Tiandu, it is located in the east of the city, but there are more people wandering here in the west of the city. In the past life, the saying is the North Drift. After about an hour, Tang Muchin returned to Yuexuan and it was almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Although it was summer and autumn came, but 2 o'clock in the afternoon was also the hottest time, Tang Muchin hurried to the downstairs of Yuexuan and found the servant first. He took the sweet-scented Osmanthus cake from his hand, and then swaggered in with the snacks. But after searching the whole Yuexuan, Tang Muchin didn't find her. In the end, he had no choice but to put the things in Tang Yuehua's room, and then sit cross-legged on the bed to practice. I just broke through the 16th level today, and I have to stabilize myself. Long live the foundation after all. Tang Muchin wanted to break through to a high-level soul power step by step, and then live a shy life earlier. Concentrating on cultivation, Tang Muchin's consciousness was immersed in the depths. In the depths of consciousness, there is a sudden light in front of him. Just like outside, blue sky Shirakumo, a small world with clear skies. Here is it, deep in my consciousness. Tang Muchin was a little surprised. I can't believe that Douluo actually has the function of the cultivation system. Walking in this small world, I don't know when I came to a small lake with waves rippling in the lake. When Tang Muchen approached, it began to rippling more and more fiercely, and suddenly a golden figure rushed out. Just when Tang Muchen didn't understand what was going on, he was thrown to the ground. He only felt a thick tongue licking his face over and over again. Damn, don't lick my handsome face. After finally opening his eyes, Tang Muchen was surprised to find that there was a golden dragon in front of him. The ferocious and majestic dragon head turned into a cute dragon head, and the big eyes looked soft and cute. The sturdy body turned into a size of only 1 meter, and it still looked very slender. Isn't this the reduced version and cute version of the Golden Dragon King, referred to as the reduced buff bonus? Looks a lot better. When the little guy saw that Tang Muchen was staring at him, he quickly let out a cute snort. Then the whole body rolled up Tang Muchen's body like a water snake waist. Tang Muchen tried to touch the little Golden Dragon King's head, and the little Golden Dragon King squinted his eyes and groaned softly. It's so comfortable, the little guy's head doesn't feel rough to the touch, but a smooth touch. The little guy started to make a commotion uneasy, and even called Tang Muchen a few times, very close. What's even more surprising is that Tang Muchen understood. It turns out that I, Tang Muchen, can speak Chinese and English, and now I can speak the language of dragon. It roughly means this, and the translation is as follows. O equals master, I've been bored to death for the past few years. O equals you just remembered to come to see me, I want to go out to play. Well, how do I take you out? Tang Muchen asked, but the next moment he thought about whether this little dragon would not understand. But the little Golden Dragon King understood, and he exclaimed excitedly. O equals yes, I can be the master's additional soul skill. What the hell? Additional soul skills? And this thing? Tang Muchen, who knew about this, threw a few question marks out of his head. O equals yes, the master can summon mine. How should I call you? A equals as long as the master gives me a name, and then I can read it in my heart. Name it, it's simple, since you are golden, it's called a little golden handle. Tang Muchen was very decisive, and then asked, Xiaojin, do you have any restrictions on going out? O equals yes, I can only stay for a quarter of an hour when I go out, and I can use all the master's soul skills, that is, it will consume the master's soul power, but it will be a little less, and then I use it as an additional soul skill, along with the master. I will become very powerful, and I will spend more and more time in the outside world. In that case, I can make twice as much as me, but it takes a little more soul power, but this surprise is still very good. Tang Muchen thought. However, it is still very good to have such a partner. At least Tang Muchen can think that he has double the combat power, and maybe he can play more if he cooperates well. It can be said that his current strength is not to be said to be a great soul master, but even a soul master will be beaten down and shown to you. Chapter 44. This is the sweetest I've ever eaten. With his bloodline and certain combat experience, Tang Muchen could completely defeat everyone in Tiando City Junior Academy at this time. Humph, even if Tang San and Huo Hang were at my level, it would be difficult to achieve this. Of course, this would give up the aura of the protagonist, but if this invisible and intangible aura of the protagonist were really discussed, Tang Muchen thought it would be good. Wherever you go, since you came to this world, the protagonist will be replaced by yourself, right? But he knew how to deal with Tang San. Tang San was scolded badly in his previous life, but for him, he had never been in contact with him and couldn't make a judgment. This was his own way. Besides, since he inherited everything from the Golden Dragon King, he will definitely stand on the side of the Silver Dragon King and resist the God Realm. Tang San will be a double god in the future. Tang Muchen had already judged these things, and there must be a chance to contact Tang San, but not now, nor in 6 years, but when he participated in the elite competition of the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy. Of course, the main reason for determining these strategies was not actually the entanglement between the Golden Dragon King and the God Realm, but Tang Yuehua's will. Comrade Tang San is her nephew, no matter what, he is also an uncle in the future, then he will not frame this junior. Although Tang Muchen is a bit scumbag, he is still sincere to his girl, at least he is willing to pay. Maybe it was just greedy for her body at first, but after 6 years, I was fascinated by her unconsciously, and I couldn't help but want to take care of this girl. Working hard in Tiandu City alone, at least Tang Muchen wanted to take care of her, this gentle, elegant and noble, but in front of himself, he will appear cute and jealous. Thinking of Tang Yuehua's issue, Tang Muchen unconsciously smiled. However, he was only 6 years old. If he grew up a little bit, according to the urine nature in the anime, he might be about the same age as an adult when he was 12 years old. Well, grow up quickly, grow taller quickly. This is Tang Muchen's dream now. As for what to do, everyone should know. I don't know how long it took. Tang Muchen and Xiao Jinlong played for a while. This guy's enthusiasm is really strong, just like the husky in the previous life. He likes to stick to himself and swim around himself, just like a little loach same. Having said that, this guy won't be the original Golden Dragon King, right? Out of the depths of my own consciousness, I just learned a little about that place, probably because I can change something according to my own mind. This thing, will it be the same as Yuan Long soon? It's just that Wang Sheng there still wants to jump over the dragon gate. And I already have dragons. Opening his eyes, Tang Muchen found that the surroundings had become dim, and a little starlight entered the room through the window screen. It turned out to be night, and he meditated for about 4 or 5 hours. I couldn't help stretching my waist, it was comfortable, the feeling of stretching my limbs was great, and I also felt the pleasure of liberating my body. My current physical fitness should be far superior to that of ordinary adults. Slightly rustled. The subtle sound of water came, and it turned out that there was no candle lit in this room, but you could vaguely see the hazy figure and the rustling sound of running water. Well, a fantasy suddenly popped up in my mind. The specially made shower head for rain sprays out slightly warm running water, the whole bathroom is full of hot and dry breath. It can only force the skin to gradually moisten, the jade hand wipes gently, and the delicate brushing will always have a hint of itchiness. Meaning. I want to say, can I be water? After a while, the sound of running water stopped. Tang Yuehua quietly picked up the towel and wiped it carefully. Of course, outside, what Tang Muchen saw was looming. So exciting. The bathroom door opened. Tang Yuehua didn't wear any shoes either, so she just walked barefoot on the smooth ground, and her light blue hair was rippling with water droplets on the ground. Blah blah blah. But it just felt that Tang Yuehua's current temperament was weak, and people couldn't help but hold her in his arms. Tang Yuehua's beautiful figure was wrapped in a bath towel, and the big bath towel covered almost all corners, causing Tang Muchen to shout a pity. The beauty of bathing in front of me is really heartwarming, but it's a pity. Why, you want to see it? Tang Yuehua smiled, half smiling. Well, Tang Muchen nodded and said, I want to see it. Impossible, think about it. Huh. Tang Yuehua walked to the desk and saw the sweet-scented Osman Thus cake in front of her. She carefully opened the packaging bag, and then gently took one out before putting it in her mouth and chewing it carefully. How is it? Although I think the question is stupid, I still have to say something. Tang Yuehua smiled, to be honest, it was the sweetest I've ever eaten. Chapter 45 World Masterpiece. This is the best meal I've ever eaten. Tang Yuehua gave a gentle smile. Really? Of course, thank you. Tang Yuehua even wanted to stroke Tang Muchen's head. Hey, I've committed a foul. Before, there was no way for you to touch your head. Who told you that he was still a child in your eyes? It's different now. I'm the boyfriend to be, you admitted. Although I look like a child, I'm very mature. Get to know me. Humph, maybe Tang Yuehua is used to this. But today, you have to suffer. As for what to do, needless to say, ladies and gentlemen. Tang Muchen smiled, and now Tang Muchen is very strong. So he did something unreasonable, he just stood up and hugged Tang Yuehua. Tang Muchen's height is more than 1.5 meters, which is why others mistake him for a teenager. Because of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline and normal exercise, Tang Muchen's muscles are very developed. It can be said that he belongs to the ultimate strength type, so he hugs Tang Yuehua very easily. At this moment, at night, the location, the bedroom on the 4th floor of Yuxian. Another world-famous painting was born. The boy hugged the noble and beautiful woman, still in the form of a princess hug. Horizontal batch, heartbeat is worse than action. What are you doing? Tang Yuehua was a little surprised. I'm not a simple child. You know you still touch my head. When a child sees it, you won't forget what our relationship is. What's the matter? Tang Yuehua asked knowingly. Hey, Comrade Yuehua, you have become more and more skinny recently, which is seriously inconsistent with your personality. But Tang Muchen naturally has a way to remedy it. The princess hugged her directly and put her on the bed, and then the whole person lay on her stomach. You think what will happen next, and you want to stand up consciously. Of course, what is Tang Muchen doing? With his enormous strength, he suppressed Tang Yuehua and locked his movements, but Tang Yuehua didn't want to struggle, so the two of them were in an ambiguous position. Men and women, Tang Muchen finally turned over to be the landlord. The faces of the two were very close. Tang Muchen quietly looked at the beauty in front of him, her eyelashes were curved, her own appearance was reflected in her beautiful eyes, a little red lips, a small and upright nose bridge, and standard and delicate facial features deeply attracted Tang Muchen. The charm of this woman is indeed great. Tang Muchen couldn't help it, leaned down, and gently wiped Tang Yuehua's bare and smooth skin with his face. The bath towel was still there, but the pink skin was pink. Was it shy, or maybe her breath made her feel itchy? In the end, Tang Muchen moved all the way up and gently pressed it against Tang Yuehua's chin. The cold touch made Tang Muchen a little happy. Cold girls are his favorites. Vivi moved up slightly, his lips pressed against Tang Yuehua's. Tang Yuehua felt a little itchy and a little painful. Of course, Tang Muchen took it as soon as he saw it, and just bit it a little. Tang Muchen is naturally impossible to do at his age, but he must let Tang Yuehua know who he is and what their relationship is. Do you know what our relationship is? Tang Muchen asked softly. I don't know. Tang Yuehua was still a little stubborn, but the water in his eyes became more and more filled. Repeating the old tricks, today I have to treat this little goblin and see who is the boss in the family. Who am I? Tang Muchen asked again after licking for a moment. Well, you are my boyfriend. Tang Yuehua hesitated, but smiled tenderly. It's just a pity, it's a prospective boyfriend. Speaking of which, I really don't know how much magic you have. You can actually make me violate the secular etiquette and admit that you are my boyfriend. It's true, it's too exaggerated. Maybe my charm is too exaggerated. Smelly. However, I'm sure that you're not an ordinary child. You can't pretend to be mature. If it wasn't for this, how could I possibly like you and be in love with you for a long time? Indeed, I'm not. I'll tell you everything about me in the future, but you have to remember that I'm your real boyfriend. Okay, mate. Then, Comrade Mu Chen, can we continue to eat? Tang Yuehua is also a greedy guy by nature, but only he can see this face. In the future, when I get stronger, just be behind me, keep the lady in front of you, and be XX after you. Hey, eat it, this milk shaved ice is really delicious. Although it's melted, the flavor of condensed milk is very springy. Ah, let me have a bite. On the fourth floor of Yuexuan, the warm atmosphere is still there. Chapter 46 Scumbags have their own day. On the fourth floor of Yuxian, Tang Yuehua's room. Just after gluttonously eating away all the food, Tang Yuehua gracefully took out a tissue and wiped her mouth. By the way, why did you go shopping for so long today? There are not many things. Bad. I went out for a while today, because I haven't come back for a long time. I have been fighting soul beasts in the forest of welfare before, and I forgot what this place looks like. Saying half and leaving half is a good way to tell bullshit. Oh, so that's the case. Tang Yuehua nodded, apparently believing it. By the way, if you want to exercise combat experience, you can come with me. Huh. Don't look at me like this. After all, I'm also from the Clear Sky School, so I still have some fighting skills. Then don't cry when I'm on the ground. What a bastard. Tang Yuehua's cheeks dizzy Yui. I can't help it. If you don't have sex with your girlfriend, who is it? To be honest, why do you like girls so much at such a young age, and also, are you a soul beast? It seems that Tang Yuehua also remembered this. Although both of them had forgotten it before, they still remembered it at a critical moment. But this is also the time to expose the old bottom. It's almost time for me to tell the truth, and I don't know how the plot will go after these words are spoken, and whether it will develop in a direction that I like. Tang Muchin was a little nervous. Tang Yuehua is a woman of intelligence. It can be said that she combines beauty and wisdom. Otherwise, it would be difficult to create a Yuexuan in Tiandu City and occupy such a large position. The original book also said that many nobles would come here even if they broke their heads, and it would be easier to get a position if they received an education here, and if they got married, it would be easier to gain favor for those who received Yuexuan's education. These are worth fighting over for the nobles, and they can also reflect the high status of Yuexuan and Tang Yuehua's ability. Tang Muchin thought about organizing the language. So he eloquently said, I'm not a soul beast, I just got the power of a powerful dragon-shaped soul beast, the Golden Dragon King, but it can also be said that I am already the representative of this kind of soul beast. As for why I like girls, it can only be said that it is the love of beauty, and everyone has it. Besides, Sister Yuehua is so beautiful, I just like her very much. You bastard, your little mouth is so sweet. Tang Yuehua was satisfied, but continued, well, your martial spirit is indeed powerful, I was worried about your martial spirit and innate full spirit power, I found it in the end. Child. Huh. The prospective boyfriend I picked up is a thong. A sweet smile appeared on Tang Yuehua's pretty face. To be honest, when Tang Yuehua did these cute actions to herself, which did not fit the look of a cold and elegant person, Tang Muchin would always feel heartfelt excitement. Ah, I am dead. Maybe this is bad taste, LSP, what do you say? Okay, I brought you such delicious snacks today, and I thought I'd give you a big reward too. Wow, what a reward. Tang Muchin seemed to feel something, and took the initiative to close his eyes and pouted. Well, come on, I'm fine, I'm ready. Of course, will things unfold as he thinks? Just like whether the author will betray his integrity. Impossible. After waiting for a long time, it was not bo, but something cold. What's going on? Tang Muchin couldn't help opening his eyes. It was icy cold, and there was a faint fragrance. It was Tang Yuehua's jade hand standing in front of her and caressing the corner of Tang Muchin's mouth.
Tang Muchin's big head flashed a few question marks. You little soul. Tang Yuehua gave up her restraint and rubbed Tang Muchin's face with both hands. Woohoo! Tang Muchin's face was rubbed into a ball shape. Ha, what are you doing? Humph, let you kiss me, now I'll give you some benefits, don't you like it? Like is like, but this, I think. Before Tang Muchin could finish speaking, Qian Qinyu's hand had already locked her lips. Of course, although she didn't know what she was going to do, Tang Muchin immediately stuck out her tongue. I lick, I suck, I just want to suck and suck ice. The key book also said, don't be frantic, if you continue like this, I will lick your broken bones. The ticklish feeling, whether it was on his fingers or in his heart, Tang Yuehua only felt that his body was soft as he looked at the guy who was lying on top of him. Fellow. Oh, Tui, scumbag. After a good meal, it really is a different taste. Tang Muchin lay beside Tang Yuehua, and after a while, he said, Sister Yuehua, I want to go to Wuhan Temple in the future. Tang Yuehua trembled for a moment, go ahead if you decide. Well, Sister Yuehua. Tang Muchin hugged her with pity. I won't be an enemy of Sister Yuehua. I know that Sister Yuehua doesn't like Wuhan Temple, but I only go there to practice, and I will come back when my practice is over. Tang Muchin vowed. I know that the Spirit Hall is the largest real power resource in the entire continent, and it is naturally the most abundant. I know what you think, and I trust you. Thank you, Sister Yuehua. But in the future, you have to protect yourself in the Spirit Hall. Although there are many resources, the competition is cruel. I know your strength. Now it can be said that you can challenge yourself by leapfrogging, but the Spirit Hall is also a gathering of geniuses. I don't want you to do it. What a strong man, I just hope you can protect yourself well. Tears flowed quietly in the elegant Tang Yuehua's beautiful eyes, presumably thinking of the story of her second brother, and also saddened by the retirement of the mighty Clear Sky sect. Don't worry, I promise you. Tang Muchin turned his arms around Tang Yuehua. Even though he was only a child, Tang Yuehua felt strong trust. What an enemy. Silent all night. Of course, Tang Muchin took advantage of Tang Yuehua's unsteady mood and was confused by his relatives, so he stayed overnight. Although he didn't do anything, he was kicked out the next day and asked not to come in and sleep. Very happy, scumbags have their own way. It was still very inconvenient when I was a child. It will be 6 years later. The 12-year-old Tang Muchin will not be so inconsistent in the operation of Sao. After all, the 12-year-old protagonist in the anime is almost the same as an adult. Chapter 47. 12-year-old Tang Muchin was a little helpless. It has been 6 years since the last time she was kicked out of Tang Yuehua's room. Ahem, time flies, time flies. The former little scumbag has grown into a big scumbag. 12-year-old Tang Muchin is a full 1.75 meters tall, standing out in front of children of the same age, and his muscles are strong, but that is not the kind that is particularly large, or the kind that looks comfortable, which looks very pleasing to the eye. The facial features are still quite decent, that is, the kind of person with great perseverance, but his heart is extremely dirty, very angry, and he likes little girls and guys. Of course, I have to mention his strength here. Of course, it definitely exceeds the strength of the protagonist of the original work. At this moment, Tang Muchin's strength is about 32, because he focuses on tempering his physical fitness and soul power. The growth is not very fast, but according to Tang Yuehua's opinion, he has been tempered to perfection. As for why he tempered it, ahem, don't think about it, it is naturally to exercise the body. After all, the body is the capital of the revolution, right? Yes, well, yeah. Of course, Tang Muchin, who is now 32 in spirit power, is the strongest group even in the primary Spirit Master Academy in the center of the Heaven Do Empire. Now in the last days of 6th grade coming to an end, let's turn our attention to the 6-year class in 6 years. Tang Muchen and Ning Rongrong were still at the same table, and they acted together every day. They had no guesses. Ning Rongrong has also grown up. At the age of 12, she is already slim, her body has begun to develop, and her development is okay. Of course, Tang Muchen feels that Douluo's children are not only precocious, but also precocious. 12-year-old Ning Rongrong looks more attractive. Compared with the short shoulder-length hair in the past, it has now become long hair that hangs on the chest. The blue eyes of the sky are brighter and bigger, and she likes to wear some princess dresses. But perhaps the identity of the princess is not as prominent as her. Of course, with the company of Tang Muchen over the years, the charming character in Ning Rongrong's original works has basically disappeared. It is only when Tang Muchen gets angry occasionally that he will show a little coquettishness towards him, but he is probably just accepting it. Within range. 6 years later, Rongrong has become more beautiful, grown taller, developed more, has strengthened her soul power, and has become more attached to Tang Muchen. I have to mention it here. Ning Rongrong's soul power at this moment is at rank 28, which is even higher than when the original book was a few months away. Obviously, he has put in a lot of effort. You must know that the cultivation of auxiliary spirit masters is not fast, and the spirit power Ning Rongrong possesses at this age can be said to be unique. Of course, under Tang Muchen's usual strict supervision, Ning Rongrong was forced to stop being lazy. Don't look at Tang Muchen, he is only 32, but his combat power and physical strength are at an extremely terrifying strength, at least far beyond the current realm. Ning Rongrong was sitting quietly on the chair, but suddenly she started rummaging through her package. Just when Tang Muchen wondered what this guy was doing, she took out a glass of warm milk. Hey, today's. Ning Rongrong didn't overdo it and handed it over to Tang Muchen. It's been 6 years, but I'm still so stubborn. Tang Muchen smiled. But then he said, I'm so touched, I'm so tall and strong now, thanks to your great credit. Of course it's the credit of Sister Yuehua, I only have a little at most. In the past 6 years, Ning Rongrong and Tang Yuehua have met many times, and they have begun to call her sister like Tang Muchen. I'm still shy. Tang Muchen reached out and touched Ning Rongrong's cheek, pinched it, and finally put his hand on Ning Rongrong's waist-length hair. The pale pink hair exudes a light gardenia fragrance, which smells so refreshing. But Ning Rongrong turned a blind eye to Tang Muchen's touch, apparently doing it often. Reaching out his hand to pull his hair up, he put it between his nose and sniffed lightly. Good dog, I can't take it anymore. Some of the boys in the class looked envious, but Tang Muchen's strength was too powerful, he had absolute authority in this class, and Ning Rongrong was only close to him. I'm so envious, watching from a single dog. Tang Muchen drank it all in one go, the mellow milk entered his stomach, and his heart was warm. By the way, what are your thoughts on the final exam in 2 days? Ning Rongrong came over and didn't care about her hair. Tang Muchen grabbed her slender hand unceremoniously, showing more flesh, less skinny, smooth and delicate to the touch. It's still like that, isn't it? Just a melee. If someone comes to us to form a team, we will form a team, if not, we will fight by ourselves. Believe in my strength. Ning Rongrong nodded, but did not refuse, but seemed to enjoy it a bit. Humph, after 6 years of getting along, the favorability is definitely higher than that of a lover. It's just that Tang Muchen didn't think about how to deal with the relationship between the two, so he could only hang on for the time being and not establish a relationship, but Tang Muchen is an emotional scumbag, so naturally he won't let it go. Once he has the opportunity, he will immediately pursue the victory. Take down. But the last time Tang Yuehua and Ning Rongrong met,
It was like a king seeing a king, because it was a bit obvious, both of them had a high degree of goodwill towards him, but that's what made it dangerous. Tang Muchin didn't want to be hit by a hatchet. Although Tang Yuehua was impossible, Ning Rongrong's current age was a period full of fantasies about emotions. If she hurt her and forced her to escape, it would be too bad. Hey! 12-year-old Tang Muchin was a little helpless, how to deal with the relationship between the two women. 12-year-old Tang Muchin was a little excited, and he was excited to be sitting on two peerless beauties. 12-year-old Tang Muchin was a little sad. The sad thing was that he immediately separated from Ning Rongrong. This was an established fact. After all, it was impossible for Ning Rongrong to follow him to the Wuhan Hall. In the end, Tang Yuehua and himself were also separated. Tang Muchin decided to go to the Wuhan temple to test the water. Naturally, I have to go abroad to study, and I won't be able to meet the glamorous prospective girlfriend. 12-year-old Tang Muchin was a little excited. He was excited about the vastness of his life, the promising future, the infinite forest of strong men, and the endless road of scumbags waiting for him. When he thought of the Pope, the Saintess, and the Silver Dragon King, so excited. 12-year-old Tang Muchin once again firmed up his wishes. Since it's here, I want what I like. The so-called scumbag king, I'm set. There may be only one update today, there is something wrong. Chapter 48. 6 years later, Tang Yuehua still has no way to take Tang Muchin. Touching Ning Rongrong's pale pink hair and sniffing the faint fragrance, Tang Muchin was still insane, his head drooping little by little, and finally he couldn't help lying on Ning Rongrong's smooth thigh. Ah! Ning Rongrong didn't find out until Tang Muchin was lying on her lap, and couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice. Even if the relationship is close, I will be shy all of a sudden, Tang Muchin. Ning Rongrong was caught in a brainstorm and kept complaining about Tang Muchin. But her actions were just the opposite. She flattened her legs to make Tang Muchin sleep more comfortable, and also approved a code for Tang Muchin. She looks cute when she's asleep, but her mouth is not forgiving. Ning Rongrong looked at Tang Muchin's face carefully, put a hand on Tang Muchin's face and stroked it gently. It wasn't particularly slippery. There were some male nobles whose faces were taller and smoother than those of girls, which Ning Rongrong really hated. Fortunately, this bad guy is the kind of super tough guy, just not the same as those nasty guys. Thinking about it, the class bell suddenly rang, followed by their tutor Yefan. This Tang Muchin is like a dead pig, there is no sign of waking up at all, and Ning Rongrong is reluctant to wake her up. Okay, I'm so envious. A male classmate who was close to the class smashed his chest. Why did Miss Rongrong put a pillow on his lap? I'm going to challenge him, this guy, I'm going to blow him up. Take care of you, this is the strongest student in this school. A good-looking female classmate retorted. When Ning Rongrong heard that she was putting a pillow on his lap, she felt a little shy. If Tang Muchin heard someone ask why Ning Rongrong was willing to put his knee on his lap, of course he would reply, because, I'm so rude. Ha ha ha, just kidding. Of course, this guy must be so angry that he will not pay for his life. He will compare the gap between the two, and then nod his head with a concerned look and say that the gap is too big to bear, boss. Cough cough. Yefan came in and coughed a few times, he could hear it, and then although he was helpless about Tang Muchin's peach blossom luck, he continued to talk about his mission. Well, everyone knows that the final exam of this semester is ranked by melee. Of course, there is only one class of us. Then, I have been your class teacher for 6 years, and I am very pleased to see you grow and become strong. I know that everyone is very good, and leaving here is also a turning point in life. I hope that in 10 years and 20 years, you will become useful people for the country. Then the game is tentatively scheduled to start the day after tomorrow. Today we have an early holiday. When you return home, don't forget to practice, but don't overdo it, and face the exam in the best possible state. After saying the old-fashioned rhetoric, Yefan left the classroom. The coax in the classroom exploded. They were all discussing how to pass the exam and where to play after the exam. As for entering a higher school, of course, there is no need to worry. There are all capable people here, and the enrollment rate can be said to be 100%. It's just that Ning Rongrong's pretty face exuded a bit of sadness. I don't know how long it took. Tang Muchen woke up from his sleep. The classroom was empty, and only 2 people were left here. "Oh, Rongrong, thank you." Tang Muchen looked a little embarrassed. Even he was embarrassed after lying on his lap for so long. "It's all right." Ning Rongrong smiled. "By the way, it should be very early now. Why is there no one in the classroom?" "Because Mr. Yefan gave us a holiday. He said he gave us a holiday to prevent us from getting too nervous." "That's it? By the way, I have to go home first. Dad told me to go home early today." Ning Rongrong whispered. "Okay, no problem." Tang Muchen stroked her hair naturally and said, "Then go back quickly." The 2 walked together, looking at the scenery of the Primary Soul Master Academy along the way. Unconsciously, the 2 have been studying together for 6 years, and have known each other for 6 years. From the very beginning, I felt that they like each other now. The scenery is still the same, and the people are still there. Looking at the surrounding scenery and the surrounding students, Ning Rongrong could not help but sigh. "What's wrong?" "It's okay, it's the gate of the school, I'll go first." Seeing that Ning Rongrong was already at the school gate, he quickly waved his hand to say goodbye, but Tang Muchen didn't catch up. Ning Rongrong may be hiding something from himself, but what is it? Although I was confused, I didn't think much about it. Since I didn't tell myself, there was nothing I could do. Just wait and go home first. He was about to leave Heaven Do City soon, so he had to accompany her more. Boys and girls have similar troubles, just. The boy was not the only one who was troubled. Yuexuan 4th floor, windowsill. Tang Yuehua stood quietly on the edge of the windowsill, dressed in a silver-colored palace dress. 6 years later, she seemed more attractive than before, and every move showed her own elegance, which was really irresistible to Tang Muchen. Tang Muchen couldn't help seeing this beautiful scenery. Go straight to the front, no matter what. Do you think the plot is what you think it is? It's impossible. Tang Muchen gently wrapped around Yuehua's slender waist, and held it tightly in his arms. You little soul. Tang Yuehua couldn't resist his great strength, but Tang Muchen was not too arrogant, so Tang Yuehua let him hold him like this. 6 years later, Tang Yuehua still had no way to deal with Tang Muchen. Still like it even more. Chapter 49 I will come to see your final exam in person. Tang Muchen's current height is almost the same as Tang Yuehua's, and even slightly taller. Moreover, this guy's body is very strong, and it seems that he is hugging Tang Yuehua, which is an absolute attack. But because it was only a little taller, then he had no way to put his chin on Tang Yuehua's head, so he could only settle for the next best thing and put it on Tang Yuehua's shoulders. With lavender hair on his face, deeply he took a breath, and the faint lavender scent gradually entered the tip of the nose, which smelled very warm, and Tang Muchen couldn't help but hug him tighter. However, this force revealed some problems. Tang Yuehua was originally bulging forward and backward. There is a saying in a previous life that the waist of a girl on the internet and in reality is different, an ultimate bend. Tang Yuehua's waist is still upright, always showing full of energy. Of course, it seems that others will think that you are at least not sluggish, but if Tang Yuehua keeps it like this, it will also make others feel that this woman is really attractive. Too big. The figure is too hot, although it is usually wrapped in a slender silver-colored palace robe, but it still can't hide it. Tang Muchin's tight embrace left no gap between the two. Tang Yuehua had nothing to do with this bad guy, and could only make a slightly flat voice, "Okay, don't move around, just like this, you are going a step further, I will ignore you." Yes, when Tang Yuehua faced Tang Muchin, she would turn into this helpless but laissez-faire way, just because she lost her mind 6 years ago and became this guy's girlfriend. Even though Tang Yuehua thought he was just treating him as a prospective boyfriend, it was also because of his age at the time. Besides, Tang Yuehua actually had a good impression of him for a long time. Otherwise, how could a person who is determined not to marry would do this to a person who forcibly took her first kiss? Perhaps, Tang Yuehua might have thought that he was in a copper smelting state. Tang Muchin usually thinks this way. 6 years later, Tang Muchin's soul power breakthrough speed is still second, and the point is that his power has approached 10,000 jins. His physical fitness is far beyond what he is now. And the body develops very well with the usual exercise and nutrition. No matter from that side, this guy is no worse than an adult now, and even slightly exceeds it. Tang Yuehua has been looking at this guy more and more strangely recently, and usually even looks at him secretly. This makes Tang Muchin very useful. That's right, now Tang Yuehua is used to the occasional embrace of Tang Muchin, and will still lie quietly in his arms, enjoying the quiet life of the two of them. Tang Muchin didn't speak either, this was the way he thought of recently to accompany Tang Yuehua well. In this way, I feel that the distance between the two is not getting farther and farther. Even if I go far away, my heart is still together. Tang Yuehua felt the warmth that this little man gave him. 6 years later, he was no longer the boy he used to be, but now he looks like an adult. When I adopted this child back then, it was really just to send my loneliness, because I had no children, and I was separated from my biological brother, and more of it was to cultivate Tang Muchin as a family. At that time, he was raised as a family member, and now he is also raised as a family member. It's just that at the time, I just thought that I had a younger brother. Now, maybe there will be another husband. Quietly enjoy the feeling of being held in your arms. Tang Yuehua's heart, Chinen, couldn't help but have a shameful thought, it's so warm to be hugged. This obviously looks like a 12-year-old child, but it gives him infinite warmth. Mu Chen, do you know that I will also take your final exam this time? Tang Yuehua suddenly asked. Well, what else is there? Yes, this time you not only have your innate soul power, but also the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school and the royal princess. So far your competition has attracted a lot of people, and everyone thinks that you are the future of the country for you. The mainstay of Jinchuriki/column. Tang Yuehua said with some pride. That's natural, Tang Muchin stroked his body and kissed the pink cheek, my strength will definitely surprise you. Then I'll wait and see. The two looked at Isho and said nothing. By the way, did Prince Xuexing, who came to pester you last time, come back to bother you? Well, that guy is really annoying. Although he knows that I don't dare to mess around with my clear sky sex status, but because of his status as a Prince 1010, he knows that he is close to me. Oh, I just didn't expect that he was deliberately approaching, and I was cut off by me. Tang Yuehua patted him hard, what the hell, no matter what, I wouldn't like that kind of person. Oh yes, our sister Yuehua only looks at me. The two fought for a while, witnessing Yuehua's cheeks shy Yui. The princess couldn't help but hug her, put her arm around her leg and put her arm around the jade back, and gently put it on the bed. Both of them have been sleeping together recently, and Tang Yuehua also likes to be buried in his warm embrace. After coaxing Tang Yuehua to fall asleep, Tang Muchin's smiling face suddenly turned cold. Prince Xuexing, Tang Muchin has been here for 12 years, and in addition to being 18 years old in his previous life, he is considered to be in his 30s. Naturally,
he will not show mercy to these coveted people. Chapter 50. Could it be that you are the legendary Papiwa? Of course, Tang Muchin's current strength is still not enough, and he doesn't have a particularly good trick to deal with Prince Xuexing, but he can always find opportunities. What we have to pass now is this final exam. Although Tang Muchin doesn't think there is any threat, the answer is a certainty. Let's play with them. The requirement for this exam is team-to-team cooperation, and the test is teamwork and calculation. This is also a tentative method considering the future unity of the Heaven Do Empire. It's just that this time, their ideas may be in vain, because my teamwork and calculation are important, but in the face of absolute strength, I'm just a jerk and can only collapse. It cannot be said that Tang Muchin is too proud, but the blood of the Golden Dragon King is too domineering. It was late at night, and Tang Muchin was holding Tang Yuehua in his arms. The beautiful woman was in her arms, she couldn't help but want to move, she pinched her pretty face and touched her slender waist. When you lift your hand, it is smooth and tender skin. To be honest, I didn't expect to catch up with Tang Yuehua at first. A combination of elegance and nagging, it really makes people love it and hate it. Holding the tender body in his arms, he also gradually fell asleep. Who made Tang Yuehua refuse to do those deeper things with her now? No way, no feelings. Perhaps it can also be said that Tang Muchin has not thought that he has the power to be responsible. Although I think I'm a scumbag, if I have the ability, don't hurt me. Opening a harem is the bottom line. If the girl can't accept it, naturally she won't do anything more excessive to it. This is Tang Muchin's principle. The so-called love of beauty, everyone has it. And I take it lightly. The second day, morning. The fourth floor of Yuexuan. Tang Muchin is still sleeping late. Of course, he doesn't pay much attention to his attitude towards this game, so it is understandable to sleep late, although this guy has always liked to go to school and stay in bed. Little pig, get up. It was almost the first time that Tang Yuehua called him by this name. What's going on? Tang Muchin opened his confused eyes. How could he hear someone calling him by his nickname again? When I looked up, the sun was shining outside, and it had long since shone into the house, making my body warm. Tang Yuehua, who was beside him, looked at his confused eyes, slammed Isho, and quickly put his hands against his face. It's cold and cold, so comfortable. Tang Muchin woke up immediately. Get up, I'll make you breakfast. Her gentle tone and brisk movements showed her charm. Only. Sister Yuehua, did you take the wrong medicine today? Tang Muchin was a little suspicious. How can you be so gentle today? You don't want to hurt me, right? A tic-tac-toe appeared. Tang Yuehua was a little broken. Today is only the day you have your final exams, can't I care about you? A pitiful look. Okay, Pipi Hua. You never know the full extent of things until you see them. Lord Yuexuanxuan, the direct descendants of the Clear Sky sect still look like this. It's so cute. Tang Muchin got up obediently, dressed obediently, and ate breakfast under Tang Yuehua's service by the way. Well, this day, the gods are really here, and they won't change. After everything was ready, Tang Yuehua personally sent Tang Muchin to school today. The two got into the car, and Director Ode was driving the car. As soon as he entered the car park, Tang Muchin was a little dishonest, and when he caught him, he took Tang Yuehua into his arms. Holding up the waist with one hand, the pig's hand hugged it all the time. Then the two fit tightly together like conjoined twins. Tang Yuehua fell into Tang Muchin's arms before she could react to what happened suddenly. Before you finish speaking, Tang Muchin has already taken a step forward. Bar. A kiss. At this moment, Tang Yuehua's lips were slightly open, and there was no response. When she came suddenly,
her mouth fit together, and the two dragons played with beads. Tang Muchin and Tang Yuehua have kissed several times in recent years. Although at the beginning, Tang Yuehua always felt that he was smelting copper, but later he got used to it. A big improvement. Sometimes when Tang Muchin praised her, she would be shy. At this moment, in the car, the young and beautiful women are deeply entangled. Only the ambiguous atmosphere remains. After a long while, they were about to leave Tiandu Junior College. Tang Yuehua's face was UI, not shy, but suffocated, and it took a long time to recover. Tang Muchin haha isho, it's been so many times, and he still doesn't know how to breathe. Speaking of which, this man is also cheap, and laughs at other girls. Tang Yuehua stared at Tang Muchin for a while, then his mouth suddenly opened, Noble Yuan. Before he finished speaking, Tang Muchin had already jumped out of the car park, and while running away, he shouted, Sister Yuehua, I have something to go first, don't send me off. Humph, brat, I still can't cure you. Reluctantly replied to her mood, Tang Yuehua was a little happy to see Tang Muchin escape, and the corners of her mouth were raised. Isho is beautiful. And because Chayu was close to the school, Tang Muchin came to the school soon after escaping. Looking at the big sign erected high at the door, Heaven Do Empire Junior Spirit Master Academy. Well, today may be the last time I come here. Final exam, kicked off. Chapter 51 Ning Rong Rong is a little sad today. Walking into the school, Tang Muchin of today's Junior Soul Master Academy looks like everything is full of vigor, children laughing and laughing, the pools with shimmering autumn water, the rockery that looks magical, and the vast area on which is placed a very atmospheric looking teaching building. Today is the last day. Why do I still feel a little reluctant? It should be because there are happy memories of life with Ning Rong Rong, the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. It can also be said to be a memory that witnessed the two of them growing up along the way. In the past 6 years, Ning Rong Rong's strength has increased a lot, from the original 12th level to the 28th level, and the character is also very different from the original. In the original novel, Ning Rong Rong ignored the sense of companionship, and was too arrogant, relying on his own sect, but under the influence of Tang Muchin, it was completely different. Although he was still a bit coquettish to Tang Muchin, a dog man, it was actually nothing like acting like a coquette. The indistinguishable appearance is really impressive. But it wasn't just that. Although Ning Rong Rong spent most of the time with Tang Muchin, she also maintained a good relationship with her classmates. This can also be seen from the behavior of those precocious children who envied Tang Muchin before. As for Tang Muchin, in the past 6 years, he has been frantically honing his physical ability and purifying his soul power. The current Tang Muchin can be said to be the No. 1 junior college with a well-deserved strength. This is also why he said that no matter what calculation, it cannot work in the face of absolute strength. I heard that many big people are coming this time. Tang Muchin, who had just entered the classroom, heard this sentence. Yeah, my dad said he would come to see my learnings too. It is said that our session is the strongest session in 10 years, so there are big people to observe us. Someone said with a mysterious face. Immediately, everyone's eyes turned to Tang Muchin who had just come in. Some are envious, some are jealous, some are worshipped, and so on, but Tang Muchin will naturally not care about these, and he has been used to it for 6 years. Although the school of Xiantian full of soul power has also appeared, but that person has also graduated, Tang Muchin's soul power is also far ahead in the class, and there are only a few people who can compare with him. But this guy is not only high in soul power, his strength is really terrifying, and he will have a showdown with this monster today. Tang Muchin was lying on the table quietly to make up for sleep. Of course, he inevitably heard the discussions around him. It is said that the prince is coming this time. He said in a mysterious voice. Ah,
I didn't expect the prince to be interested in our competition. You said yes, Koyuki ran. It seems that the relationship between the two is very good, and there are only a few who can maintain this connection with people like the imperial princess. Well, yes, this time Uncle Huang is coming too. Swaran's voice was a little helpless. There was a sound of a chair being pulled away from the side. Looking up, it was the lovely Kaibao little princess Ning Rong Rong. It's just that the little princess's face is obviously a little sad. What's the situation? What happened to this little girl? Why is she still like this today? Tang Muchin was a little puzzled, but he couldn't tell. After all, she is also a big girl, and she is very thoughtful, so naturally it is not easy to guess. However, as a table maid, it should be okay to ask. Quietly, he stretched out his fingers and tapped Ning Rong Rong's slender waist. What's the situation? Ning Rong Rong shook his head, but showed a look of unwillingness to speak. This fool. If you behave like this, it is likely to affect the exam that you have to wait for a while. Although the result is a certainty, there are many parents who come here to watch. Personally, I think that sect master Ning, who dotes on his daughter, will come too. Back then, that person had entrusted Ning Rong Rong to himself, so it was necessary for him to see Rong Rong's progress. Besides, there are so many nobles there. This is a good opportunity to show and the first step on the road to growth, which is to play on bigger venues in the future. Tang Muchin saw that Ning Rong Rong was not obedient, and suddenly thought of a coup. Reaching out his hand to squeeze her small chin, he said threateningly, "You haven't said it yet." Deliberately pretending to be evil. Ning Rong Rong looked at Tang Muchin's deliberately pretending to be an idiot, and couldn't help but slap Isho, and lost his sadness. You are weak. Ha, when did Soldan become my endorsement? Tang Muchin has some bad intentions. No manuscript, something happened. Chapter 52. So Ning Rong Rong expressed her thoughts. From the beginning. Ning Rong Rong snorted. Mame, you stared, meaning you dared to object. Don't dare. Tang Muchin waved his hand and leaned over again, staring at her blue eyes that day. The straight eyes made Ning Rong Rong a little embarrassed. She turned her face away, and said angrily, "What are you looking at?" Tang Muchin didn't answer, just put his hand on it and held Ning Rong Rong's chin gently. Of course it's our little princess. Oh no, Tsundere is weird. Originally, Ning Rong Rong was quite happy to hear that Ning Rong Rong was in the front, but something was wrong in the back. You are weak. Ning Rong Rong took a pretentious bite. Okay, what happened, tell me. Tang Muchin's voice was a little gentle. Well, let's go out and talk. Ning Rong Rong glanced around and some people were looking at them with suspicious eyes. Tang Muchin was obediently taken out by Ning Rong Rong holding hands. Of course, many people watched it. Ning Rong Rong took Tang Muchin to a relatively remote corridor, where no one would pass by. What happened? Tang Muchin was very puzzled. Well, probably my dad wants me to stop studying here in the future. Let's go to a faraway place to study in a place called Shrek Academy. Ah, why? It seems that there are guys over there who are very good at teaching students. Well, Ning Rong Rong's personality has changed a lot under his subtle influence. It stands to reason that he shouldn't go to Shrek. A very good teacher, could it be Yu Xiaogang? But no matter how you think about it, the timing doesn't match. Tang Muchin thought to himself. It seems that this world is definitely different from the original book. The butterfly effect brought by my little butterfly is extraordinary. Not to mention what happened to Tang Muchin, let's put our eyes on the pretty and lovely Ning Rong Rong to see what Tang Muchin is looking at. Is it a pig arching cabbage? Ning Rong Rong, whose eyes were full of UI, suddenly said awkwardly, but I don't want to leave. The voice was a little soft, so Tang Muchin didn't hear it. What did you say? Ning Rongrong's face suddenly exploded into Yui's face, but instead of the squiggly gesture just now, she stared at Tang Muchen with wide eyes. The blue eyes of Tian Shui were facing the dark eyes. Eye to eye. I don't want to leave Heaven Do City. It can also be said that I don't want to leave you. Boldly and firmly said the sentence. Tang Muchen was completely surprised by Ning Rongrong's bold remarks. You know, Ning Rongrong has never said these words to herself. She is different from the original book. She doesn't have to hide her inner truth with her savageness. In fact, she is still like that kind of neighbor. Facing Tang Muchen, now is her choice. Naturally, Tang Muchen couldn't dodge it, it was a man who had to win an upright showdown. Therefore, Tang Muchen did not move his eyes away, staring blankly at these beautiful eyes. Ning Rongrong's speech was unexpected and reasonable. Tang Muchen moved the next moment, and was less than 3 inches close to Ning Rongrong, and the ambiguous atmosphere gradually rose. He cornered her until the wall was behind him. A hand popped out quietly. Okay, don't get me wrong, Tang Muchen's hand will only go to one place, and that is the wall. Touching the wall with his left hand, he forcibly locked most of the space. In this way, the space distance between the two is even smaller. As I said before, Ning Rongrong's height was probably less than 1.6 meters, while Tang Muchen was 1.75 meters tall, about a head difference, so it seemed that he was aggressive. The faces slowly moved in. Look up and look at me. A slightly tough tone. Ning Rongrong, who had lowered her head originally, raised her head instinctively after hearing this. Dark ink, deep black. This is Tang Muchen's eyes, but at this moment, or feeling, with other meanings, it seems that there is a fire. Ning Rongrong was a little scared, but thinking about what she said just now, she suddenly had the courage to burst out of her heart. Saying that sentence actually feels like half of the pressure on me. Tang Muchen approached Ning Rongrong, just when Ning Rongrong began to tremble, her eyes were tightly closed, and her cheeks were moist. Bar. Kissed, kissed. I don't know why Ning Rongrong's heart was cheering. Only the next moment she reacted, it seemed that the kiss was not her lips, but her forehead. Why? Ning Rongrong asked suspiciously. Why, then you want me to kiss like this? Tang Muchen said somewhat mockingly. Ning Rongrong raised Yui's face, the courage just now turned into ashes and gradually dissipated. She only felt that it was a very bad thing to stay here, and now she just wanted to run away. Moreover, and this guy, this soul pale, he knows to tease me and bully me. Ning Rongrong wanted to cry a little for some reason. The trembling shoulders were somewhat resistant to Tang Muchen's touch. Don't touch me, she protested. Tang Muchen looked at her like this. There were rejections and desires. Well, what do you want? Time seems to have dragged on a little too long. Ning Rongrong regained consciousness from the gentle caress of the wind. Ah! Ning Rongrong suddenly realized the humiliating situation now, a little panic in his eyes, and hurriedly stretched out his hand and pushed Tang Muchen, trying to escape. Hey, I really put my words here today. If you can escape, I'll be considered a genius. Originally, it was only with a teasing intention, so look at Ning Rongrong's interesting reaction. But at least, what he did should reflect Ning Rongrong's thoughts. He grabbed his hands and folded them on the wall, pushed them forward, and locked them tightly with one hand. Naturally, the other hand was unwilling to lag behind, and made a pen refill gesture to support Ning Rongrong's chin. Why, I still want to run. A devilish smile blooms. Tang Muchen bullied himself up. Of course, kissing is not actually sweet, it's just that the key and whoever kisses are always different. In the past 6 years, Ning Rongrong and the guy in front of him had a surprisingly high degree of affection. From the very beginning, he was led by the nose, and it was no surprise that he was caught in the end. Really, soulless. Star eyes closed tightly. The first kiss brought a different experience to Ning Rong Rong. The two had already embraced each other unknowingly. Tang Muchen forcibly grabbed Ning Rong Rong's waist, one hand supported her raised buttocks. Chapter 53 Ning Rong Rong in the role. At this moment, the stairway of the Heaven Do Empire Junior College. A man and a woman hugged tightly, and Tang Muchen's powerful hand supported Ning Rong Rong's delicate body. By the way, she also judged her weight, which should be more than 70 pounds. How should I put it? According to Tang Muchen's theorem, it must be easier for Ning Rong Rong, who weighs more than 70 pounds, to lift a pig who weighs more than 70 pounds. Anyway, Tang Muchen now felt that Ning Rong Rong really belonged to the weak and boneless type, soft to the touch, and the exposed skin was very smooth. The two kissed like no one was at the entrance of the corridor. Although Ning Rong Rong had never done it before, under the guidance of the old driver Tang Muchen Ruao, they also began to enjoy this first time. Of course, as for why there is no such thing, you can understand it by referring to the last time with Tang Yuehua. If you really did what you did last time, tisk, would the next sentence be the one you've heard so many times, why are you so proficient? For a long time, the lips are divided. Tang Muchen opened his eyes first. After a while, the curved eyelashes trembled slightly, and when he opened his eyes, it seemed that there was still a spring water. There was tenderness in his wet eyes. ASL. He stroked the jade back with the utmost tenderness, at least in Ning Rong Rong's opinion, this was a rare tenderness. This Soul Dan has been bullying himself since he first met, and today it can be said that he is extremely gentle and domineering. Today's star eyes seem to really turn into small stars. The little stars gathered together to form the appearance of Tang Muchen. Today's wind is also gentle. Ning Rong Rong turned into an ostrich and buried in Tang Muchen's chest. My dad should really want me to go. The little hand draws a hula hoop on the chest. I probably know from Shrek Academy that the teachers there are also good. I guess Sect Master Ning wants to cultivate your ability to unite and cooperate. I don't know why my father is so persistent. Maybe it was because he used to have contact with people over there. Also, Ning Rong Rong made a fierce expression, why didn't you come to comply with my expectations? Well, after drinking, now I have the attitude of being a girlfriend. If I don't treat you, I won't be named Tang. I just remember, oh, someone said when I was a kid that if we wanted to be my sister, didn't we have a bet? When we grew up, we led our teams to fight and decide the winner. Tang Muchen said deliberately in a beating tone. What happened to our Princess Rong Rong today? We want to admit defeat. How is that possible? Ning Rong Rong said angrily. You are so weak, you don't understand girls at all. She was a little angry, broke away from Tang Muchen's embrace, and left on her own. Tang Muchen was arrogant in the back. There was no way, when he changed his counsel, he had to be counseled. But, you will see in a while, Rong Rong's back is the only one who promises, and he punches in front of everyone. So you can see the scene where Ning Rong Rong walks in front and Tang Muchen chases behind. The classmates were stunned when they saw that the mighty demon king Tang Muchen was still alive today. Humph, a few guys are still giggling over there. Especially a few men, who laughed and cried. After a long time, the goddess is still mine, even if she is angry, she is still mine. Dead scum. Back at the seat, Ning Rong Rong sat there upright. As soon as he saw Tang Muchen sitting down, he immediately turned his head away, not looking at him in anger. The humming look. Tang Muchen is charming and isho, and then he will. He stretched out his dog's paw and messed up Ning Rong Rong's neat and tidy hair. Hey, what are you doing? In the next moment, Ning Rong Rong was defeated. After all, girls are also very concerned about their hair. This soul is weak,
How can you use these tricks to deal with me? Of course, this can be seen from the side of Tang Muchen's understanding of Ning Rong Rong. Oh no, how profound his understanding of girls is. Of course, you have to have enough favorability, otherwise, it will only have the opposite effect. Before Ning Rong Rong could speak, Tang Muchen had already acted. He reached out and gently held Ning Rong Rong's little hand. Strange to say, I was very skilled in these things before, but today I always have a different feeling when I do it. Why exactly? Why does it feel this way? Maybe it's because of the identity change. Ning Rong Rong didn't dare to look at Tang Muchen, who was holding her hand, so he could only look around to ease his nervousness. Hundan, let me go. Ning Rong Rong twisted reluctantly. Seeing this delicate and lovely person twisting freely, Tang Muchen couldn't help laughing, and leaned closer to the delicate earlobe. Call. The warm air roared out, and the delicate and small earlobe seemed to be stained with a little UI halo. I said wrong, why did you turn around and deny me? Tang Muchen said with a mocking tone. Ning Rong Rong, who couldn't break free, was helpless. This soul was weak, and her strength was very strong. There was really no way. Ning Rong Rong could only keep her hands tightly locked by Tang Muchen, and her little head on the desk to prevent others, especially Tang Muchen, from seeing her unwilling expression. Okay. Tang Muchen Vivi bent over, almost laying his head on the table, and said softly, don't be angry, I was wrong. Hearing this sentence, Ning Rong Rong suddenly became bright. No, what's wrong, and what should you do? A statement dedicated to the next girlfriend. Tang Muchen saw a black line. It turns out that girls are really born with this aspect. Hey, my mistake is that I shouldn't make fun of you. It's obvious that Rong Rong is the eldest sister. Honestly admit wrong. I'm only talking now, it's too late. Ning Rong Rong said, I've decided, I want to have my own team, and then I come to spank your ass and let you teach my big sister. There seemed to be a raging flame burning in the blue eyes of Tian Shui. Tang Muchen seemed to see in her eyes how she was hammered and then knocked to the ground. She shivered and shook her head quickly. Really, of course it's impossible, only I will beat her ass myself. Before Tang Muchen could speak, the class suddenly became quiet. It turned out that Ye Fan, the head teacher of the 6th grade, appeared. Ye Fan was still very handsome today, wearing a white robe made of high-quality silk, and he looked quite scholarly. Although he is just a tool person, he has indeed helped Tang Muchen and the others a lot. Ye Fan's understanding of soul beasts is truly astounding. He is a top master at a young age, and there is still research. He walked to the podium and announced loudly, this final exam officially begins. We won't go to the 2nd floor arena this time, we will go to another place. As he spoke, Ye Fan asked everyone to form a team and follow him to the place where the academy held the final exam, which was the school's own open-air Soul Master duel venue. Chapter 54 Visiting Bosses. The open-air dueling venue in the school is actually similar to many arenas. There is a huge ring in the middle, and there are audience seats around it. Tang Muchen had never been to this place before. Because it is the Central Primary Soul Master Academy, it covers a large area. Tang Muchen himself didn't take a good look at the school. After all, this guy is a busy man. Flirting with Rong Rong in the morning and looking for Yue Hua in the afternoon, where do you have time to come here? The dual venue spans 100 meters and is tens of meters in depth. The building arena is made of hard granite, with a height of at least 5 meters, and the surrounding audience seats are about 10 meters high. Teacher Ye Fan first brought the students from class 1 of 6 into the lounge. The lounge was large enough to accommodate the entire class, and there were also some staff. I am afraid it is responsible for receiving guests and guarding these students. Ye Fan placed these students first, and then said cheerfully, you are my proud students.
I have witnessed your growth in the 6 years that I have been with me. This final exam is also your best opportunity to express yourself. The next half the time is left to you to discuss your own battle plan. Another added, this performance has something to do with your entry into the school later. So, do your best. With that said, he walked out of the lounge and closed the door. A bunch of students were left whispering. However, it seems that each of them has made a decision, and they all gather together into small groups. There are about 11 teams in the class now, and there are several teams that have left the first class, but the ones who stay are all elites. The group of students was divided into 3 groups. The second group, led by Swaran, was condensed, and the rest were the small group and Ning Rongrong and Tang Muchen. But the only strange thing is that no one was looking for Tang Muchen's first group to form a team. Although he didn't know what was going on, Tang Muchen didn't care. Sure enough, it was Ning Rongrong next to him that made people more concerned. It's just that this guy is humming and chirping, which really makes people want to laugh. Tang Muchen pointed out Ning Rongrong with his index finger. Don't hit me. Ning Rongrong pouted, her lips were pink and tender, making people want to go up and kiss a few times. Tang Muchen couldn't resist his thoughts, and said mysteriously, Comrade Rongrong, don't panic when you see that no one has formed an alliance with us. Ning Rongrong shook his head, a guy told me before that forming a team with him would definitely win, so I didn't panic at all, and even wanted to laugh. Tang Muchen couldn't help but raised his hand and grabbed Ning Rongrong's pale pink hair, and Ning Rongrong's small mouth pouted even higher. It is necessary, this will take me flying. Tang Muchen vowed. I am the dividing line of all evil. The students of Class 6 are now in the lounge, waiting to be greeted by the staff before leaving for the game. After passing through the corridor and opening the door, I only felt that my eyes were suddenly enlightened. And the purpose is a huge ring. It can be called a high platform of hectares and hard granite, which makes people feel that it is good to have money. Some parents have already taken their seats on the high platform one after another. This is the first time we have had such a large-scale battle in the open air. Ning Rongrong looked a little excited, and Yui's little face was fluttering, which was extraordinarily cute. Tang Muchen nodded and said yes while quietly holding Ning Rongrong's little hand. However, after holding his hand, he somehow felt a chill in his sight. Turning his head to look, it turned out to be a middle-aged man. Luckily, he was found by his own father when he touched the baby's daughter's hand. To suffer. However, letting go at this time is too out of line with my own nature. Besides, if I let go because I am afraid of seeing my parents, I would like to say how to open the harem. Tang Muchen not only did not let go, but also tightened his grip. Ning Rongrong was a little resentful, but now she was a little fascinated by these contacts with Tang Muchen instead of objecting. It's not because I like it that I let him hold hands. This guy, I'm just afraid that he will be right in this exam, so I will give him some support. Holding his big hand quietly, the two hearts were extraordinarily close in the noisy duel venue. This guy is really good at it? Gurong, who was extremely tall but looked like a skeleton, said. It's not surprising that Rongrong gets along with him day and night, and naturally has a good impression. Ning Fengzi said with a smile. But it is true that this guy has brought a lot of changes to Rongrong. Rongrong now understands the importance of a partner. It was quite correct to send Rongrong here. It's just that this guy is holding Rongrong's hand, and he always feels like the good cabbage at home has been arched by a pig. The three voices spoke in unison. Fengzi, I've been wanting to ask, in fact, Rongrong can totally follow this child. Why must Rongrong go to that Shrek Academy that he has never heard of? Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, you know that I have been looking for opportunities to cooperate with the three schools. I went to the Blue Dot Tyrannosaurus school before and heard that the college has strong student resources.
Afterwards, I went to investigate, and sure enough, the students of this academy are basically top-level martial arts, with innate soul power of the 9th level or above. But that's not necessary, the Heaven Do Royal Academy should be no less inferior. I got the exact news this year that Yu Xiaogang, the son of the Blue Dot Tyrant Dragon Sex Sect Master, will return from his travels. He has an apprentice, Tang Hao's son. So it is. The most important reason is that I heard Lord Yuexuan say that Tang Muchen wants to go to the Wuhan Temple, and Rong Rong is impossible to go, and even if she leaves Tang Muchen, Rong Rong will bloom with her brilliance, and she is too dependent on her. Not a good thing. The three of them turned on soul power sound transmission and whispered. Suddenly, there was a small exclamation from the surrounding nobles. Looking up, it was the graceful and luxurious Madame Yu. From the perspective of Tang Muchen under the stage, Tang Yuehua maintained a graceful and luxurious appearance, with a decent smile and reserved movements. Humph, in front of me is the image of a foolish bun who likes to be jealous. The location of the high platform is also more particular. Probably the most front place is the best observation place. People with the highest status are usually seated. Ning Fengzi was in that place, as was Tang Yuehua who came from behind. Although it is only to teach etiquette, Tang Yuehua's status is not just that simple. Ning Fengzi nodded towards Tang Yuehua, ready to say hello. Tang Yuehua smiled back, and after the two greeted each other, they sat down in their respective seats in the front row of the highland. Today your boy and my girl are in serious form. Chapter 55 The Big Melee Begins, 1. The reason Ning Fengzi said this must be because there was no one standing nearby in Tang Muchen's team, and the other students gathered in groups. From this point of view, they fell into a certain unfavorable situation. But Tang Yuehua heard this. Your kid, your kid, your kid, repeat it 3 times in your mind. Tang Muchen is indeed mine. Her heart skipped a beat, but there was no expression on her face, and she even felt like she wanted to beat Tang Muchen. In the end, this guy just kissed himself forcefully. It's not that I can't hold back my face because I was kissed forcibly. Although this brat is very skinny, he will protect Rong Rong. After all, the brat's strength surpasses the entire academy. In front of outsiders, Tang Yuehua must praise Tang Muchen more. It's natural, and I believe it. Ning Fengzi calmed down Isho and stopped talking. The two titled Douluos in the back were quietly looking at the arena, specifically Tang Muchen and Ning Rong Rong. Of course, the two people's hands have been released. Before Tang Muchen found Tang Yuehua, after all, this thing could not be known to Tang Yuehua for the time being. The students in the audience haven't started yet, obviously the academy hasn't arranged to start yet. Are they waiting for someone? Tang Yuehua knew that it should be that guy. Time passed minute by minute, and it was almost 10 in the morning. There was a noise from behind. Look up. It is an old man in Chinese clothes, wearing a rhubarb robe with embroidered flowers and brocades, but there is no linluan. His grey hair is neatly combed behind his head. He is of medium build. Just a look of arrogance. Prince Snow Star. Obviously this man is the prince of the empire. Prince Xuexing nodded arrogantly. He walked to the front of the high platform and first greeted Ning Fengzi politely. Sect Master Ning, it's been a long time since I've seen you, I miss you so much. Ning Fengzi also laughed Isho, the two greeted each other and took their seats. There are 3 themes at the front of the high platform, which belong to Ning Fengzi, Prince Xuexing, and Tang Yuehua. Yuehua, I haven't seen you for several days. I've been too busy these 2 days. I'll see you in 2 days. Prince Xuexing said kindly. No need, Your Excellency, after all, you are dealing with national affairs. If you make this trip for Yuehua, it will kill me. Tang Yuehua was indifferent to Isho. Although he didn't like this guy very much,
he still had to make some appearances on the surface. However, this guy knew from Emperor Shuya that his identity was not ordinary, and he absolutely did not dare to make a fool of himself. But every time I see this guy, I really suffer. Tang Yuehua raised her eyebrows helplessly. Turn around and look below. The principal of the school saw that today's principals have all arrived, and quickly organized the students of the 6th grade. The headmaster of the school is a squat middle-aged man. When he laughed, the fat piled up, and smiled kindly. Classmates, it's time to show the results of your 6 years of study. Now in the ring, when the referee says the game starts, the final exam melee will officially start, and the only winning team will be decided. After speaking, he nodded towards the VIP on the high platform. Tang Muchen and others have already arrived in the ring at this moment, and the whole ring is crowded with people, but in 2s and 3s. Before the game started, Tang Muchen smiled and gave a thumbs up, revealing a healthy white fang. Tang Muchen, this time we will definitely defeat you. It was Swaran who spoke. Swaran is wearing a black outfit today, which corresponds to her fair skin. She looks very deep. Well, according to Tang Muchen's score, Swaran is of high quality. It is probably rated at about 8 points, which is rare, but our family is wrong. In his heart, ultimate is close to a perfect score. Then, I'll wait and see. Tang Muchen shot back with the big white fang. Then, the game officially begins. The head teacher Yefan was in charge of being the referee. As soon as the words fell, the situation that had been rambling suddenly became serious. The teams in 2s and 3s condensed with each other and assembled into 2 forces, separated from Tang Muchen's group. Oh, it looks like someone has been singled out. Prince Xuexing on the high platform smiled. The 2 sect master Xian master next to them both focused their eyes firmly. Perhaps, he abandoned this group of people. Ning Fengzi laughed. Oh, wait and see. Xiao Hundan, come on, if you win this time, I'll take the initiative to kiss you. Tang Yuehua thought worriedly. The melee has already started below, and in the first step, everyone summoned the spirits. 7 treasures turn out with glazed glass, and one says, power. The second is, speed. The 2 increases quickly appeared on Tang Muchen. Protect me. Ning Rongrong stuck out his tongue mischievously and made a face. That's natural. When he said this, the 2 teams were already approaching Tang Muchen. Brush. Brush. The blade is about to come, and the 2 brothers Tang Jirun and Tang Moran are the 2 magic knives who shoot. The 2 of them slashed their knives, one left and one right. The golden dragon claws on both hands emerged, turned into palms, and caught 2 knives at a critical moment. Card wipe, card wipe. The sound of knives sharpening on metal was incessant. Tang Muchen released his soul power, and with a hey he forced the 2 back. Although the 2 were forced to retreat, they were seriously injured. Looking closely, it turned out that Ma Tianyu from the second group used the martial soul awakening flame shock to launch a surprise attack on Tang Muchen. Frozen. A sudden burst of cold air condensed on the ground and bound Tang Muchen's feet. It's not enough, you guys. Tang Muchen kicked back Ma Tianyu with a simple and rude punch, and then suddenly broke through the freeze with a sudden stomping. Both feet stomped the ground quickly, and the formed high-speed force rushed to Ma Tianyu, trying to defeat him with one move, but the defense of the enemy Sun Guy who blocked the road and summoned the King Kong Kiba Pig was really amazing. Immediately afterwards, the Broken Army and the Broken Star Hammer also came up. Tang Muchen was instantly attacked by the enemy. There is Ma Tianyu in front, Sun Guy riding, Xiao Zhan in the left hand, Xiao Jun in the right, Swaran in front, Tang Jirun in the back. Tang Moran is rubbing his fists and eyes. However, do you think this will kill me? Tang Muchen smiled. The 7 felt that something was wrong, and quickly released their soul skills. The stars have tears. Flame rifle cannon. Frost. The demon ceiling slash. Piercing the wind. Although something strange got mixed in. But it doesn't work, folks. Different skills were filled with various colors, and exploded suddenly near Tangmuchen. Thump. Bang. The powerful impact even created fog, making it difficult to see. Is it resolved? 7 people have this question. It should be successful, so many powerful soul skills. Matianyu murmured. Look above. What? Chapter 56. The big melee begins. 2. Above the explosion, a figure suddenly jumped out of the explosion circle, and suddenly appeared in the air with a golden shadow. Taking a closer look, Tangmuchen appeared majestically in the sky. The robe behind him was broken, and a huge red golden dragon wing extended out. It is about 2 meters long and looks thick and heavy. What is this? The wings of the golden dragon are the body ability that Tangmuchen later awakened, and it does not belong to the soul skill. The martial spirit was released, and the momentum exploded. The shot just now was just to summon the golden dragon claws. Now is the main event. Some of the characteristics of the golden dragon king are reflected in Tangmuchen's body. The huge dragon wings, sharp dragon claws, and golden eyes make Tangmuchen look majestic and terrifying. But everyone saw that after this guy summoned the going dragon king martial spirit, 3 spirit rings appeared neatly on his body. Yellow, purple, black. What? Even the nobles on the VIP stage were equally shocked, which completely broke their cognition. The age of the 2nd spirit ring and the 3rd spirit ring is too much. Ning Fengzi, the sect master of the 7 treasures glazed tile school of the world, also opened his mouth wide. After a while, he congratulated Tang Yuehua and said, "Congratulations to Master Yuexuan, your younger brother is talented and talented." Tang Yuehua smiled decently. This is the result of his usual hard work, which is really gratifying. Prince Xuexing on the side was shocked. He turned his head and said, "Well, I don't know which school this child will go to in the future." Tang Yuehua smiled and said, "It depends on him, but he said he wanted to travel to the mainland during his studies." There is something in Tang Yuehua's words. First, he said that this child is not the master of peace, and second, he did not refuse. If you can, be sure to join the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Prince Xuexing said solemnly. If this child is in the school he sponsors, wouldn't that be a very important weight in the next Continental Elite Spirit Master competition? Tang Yuehua could naturally feel this kind of thought, and secretly decided in his heart that he would never let Tangmuchen stay here, because the credit for merit here is too heavy. And look at the field. Damn, how can this guy still fly? Everyone was shocked. But are you shocked? You should be shocked by his spirit ring. But the 6-year class said that he has seen this too many times and is used to being hit. Coming to this 6-year class, what has improved the most is not only their strength, but their ability to bear in their hearts. Do you know how painful it is to study with this pervert? Everyone wanted to cry a little. Swaran showed such an expression as expected. Sure enough, it's impossible to beat so quickly. Next, it's my turn to shoot. Tangmuchen opened his palm. Second soul skill, Golden Dragon Destruction Bullet. The open palm suddenly condensed into a Uzumaki, gradually compressing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The final condensed into a Golden Vitality Bomb. Call out. The Vitality Bomb suddenly popped out. Continue to shoot at unstoppable speed. Get out of the way. If you encounter it, you may be completely incapacitated. A group of students from Class 6 abruptly got up and jumped away. This one will be tracked. Tangmuchen smirked. The Vitality Bomb suddenly accelerated in the air. aimed at the more beautiful one among the bunch of girls in the class. Call out. Hit her chest violently. Ah! The girl was completely weak after being hit and lost her ability to fight. Don't worry, I've turned down the intensity, it'll be fine. Pervert. Ning Rong from behind suddenly spoke up. Tang Muchen took a closer look, and all the women present had fainted Ui's cheeks. Asshole. Tang Muchen, I'll beat you to death. The boys in the class were all aggressive and wanted to beat him to death. Devil Sealing Slash. Piercing the Wind. Flame Knife. As I said, you are useless to me. Tang Muchen flew high, and all the skills basically failed to hit, even those with tracking effects were broken up with one punch. There are flaws, the true fragrance rule. Someone in the audience said something. Frostbiting. With a soft drink, ice thorns appeared in front of Swaran. With a wave of the right hand, all set off. The target is Tang Muchen. The speed of the ice thorns was extremely fast, and Tang Muchen felt that it was difficult to dodge, and it might even have a tracking effect, so he decided to use his broad fleshy wings to resist. BG. With a loud noise, all the ice thorns focused on Tang Muchen. In his disbelief, he fell. Did it work? The ice thorn has its own knock-up effect, and the damage explodes, which is Swaran's third soul skill. Swaran had already reached the 31st level of Soul Venerable Realm. Damn, I'm scared, this real fragrance Wang Jing's is so powerful in another world. Tang Muchen spewed out the ice chips in his mouth. But it's useless. The golden dragon shakes the earth. With a stomping of both feet, with the blessing of Ning Rong, the power of the third spirit ability increased by 20%. Rumble. The arena shook violently, and some of those with weak cultivation couldn't hold back and fell to the ground to receive the impact. In a blink of an eye, there were only a dozen or so people left in the arena. Second soul skill, Golden Dragon Destruction Bullet. Hey! The Golden Dragon Demolition Bullet, which was released with all its strength, charged directly at the students of Class 6 with a powerful impact. Bore Shock. Flame Blast. In order to protect the output behind the two Beast Spirit Masters, they consciously resisted damage. Break instantly. Chapter 57 The Big Melee begins. 3. Sungak and Matianyu's soul skills could not stop Tang Muchen's second soul skills. The two were instantly knocked flying in the air and fell off the ring, but the Vitality Bomb continued. Frozen. Shuiran released the second and third spirit ability immediately after releasing the first spirit ability. However, Shuiran's first spirit ability froze Tang Muchen's spirit ability in the air. Although it was only frozen for a moment, it also had a weakening effect. However, the effect of just a second spirit ability made the two lose their ability to fight, and the combination of a control-type spirit ability has not been resolved. It is a terrible person, and he deserves to be the first person for the 6th consecutive year. Everyone in the 6th grade class knew how powerful this guy was, but they never expected it to be so terrifying. In this big melee, this guy's strength was basically shown. However, this battle is a group battle. So, Tang Muchen is strong, he may not have any weaknesses, but what about Ning Rong at the back? Devil Sealing Slash. Piercing the Wind. The second spirit ability of the Tang Moran brothers finally exhausted the power of the Vitality Bullet. As a result, your strength is still the same. Tang Muchen was a little bored, waved his golden dragon wings and landed on the ground. Come on, let me see what you're capable of. With his left and right golden dragon claws on his upper body, Tang Muchen was ready to end the game. Ah! Ning Rong in the distance suddenly screamed, and Tang Muchen only felt that the increase in his body suddenly disappeared. Turning his head to take a closer look, an unnamed classmate was approaching Ning Rong with a Gurren knife in hand. Ning Rong,
dangerous. Tang Muchen was at least 30 feet away from Ning Rongrong at this time, and the fighter plane was fleeting, and it was inevitable that Ning Rongrong would lose his fighting ability. Swaran smiled, although there is no way to defeat you, it should be a way to defeat Rongrong from your group first. Indeed, defeating Ning Rongrong will affect Tang Muchen, and there may be a chance for the next 9 people to fight against Tang Muchen. The battle situation was fleeting, everyone thought that Ning Rongrong was going to leave the ring, even the few on the stage thought so. It seems that Sect Master Ning's daughter will withdraw from the battle this time, said Prince Xuexing. Even if Tang Muchen wins this time, points will be deducted for his inability to save his teammates, because it could have been avoided. Ning Fengzi stared straight at him, not knowing what to think. Even the sword Douluo and bone Douluo behind him were a little nervous. It doesn't matter if they lose the game, but it's not like they saw Rongrong injured. What would you do, Tang boy? Gurong clenched his fists, intending to admit defeat for Rongrong as soon as there was a risk of injury. Xiao Hundan, you should have had your own ideas long ago. Tang Yuehua thought silently in her heart. Ning Rongrong in the ring was a little flustered, because there was a spirit master approaching him, and the pressure on him was too great, causing him to immediately cut off the boost due to uncertainty. No, even if I fail, that guy can beat these 9 people with his own strength, I believe him. But in the end let me play my final role. The output of soul power suddenly exploded. The 2 beams of augmentation are instantly replenished. Hundan, you give me the win. Ning Rongrong shouted with some disregard for her image. The approaching guy with the flame knife was ready to hit Ning Rongrong with the blade. Ning Rongrong closed his eyes in fright. Hey, do you really think you can beat my teammates in front of me? Tang Muchen's arrogant voice sounded. Little Jin, bite him. Who is Xiao Jin? Everyone in Swaran was a little puzzled, but they had never heard of it. But even Ning Rongrong didn't know. How could they know? Xiaojin is the juvenile body of the Golden Dragon King, which appeared at the end of the first semester, similar to the appearance of an extra soul skill. But Tang Muchen rarely let him out to fight, usually just a playmate. What little gold, is the dog's name? The sneak attack was taken aback, and he immediately looked around. Ow! A terrifying dragon roar sounded. A golden young dragon suddenly appeared in the sky above Ning Rongrong, about 3 meters in size, with flying scales and claws, and smart eyes. Xiao Jin suddenly waved his dragon wings and approached Shi Tiou. Hearing that this guy said he was a dog just now, Xiao Jin showed no mercy and slapped him on the chest. Before Shi Tiou could react, the situation reversed and he instantly fell off the ring. Oh! Xiao Jin shouted in the air with a request for credit, and then hovered beside Ning Rongrong for personal protection. Now, let's use your hands to exercise Rongrong's courage. The result is still very good. Rongrong understands the meaning of companions better, and strengthens his desire for victory. Next, it's my turn. Chapter 58 The Big Melee begins. 4. Next, it's my turn. The golden dragon's claws were squeezed into fists, and the body moved rapidly, and the whole person rose to the sky. Swipe suddenly. The first target that golden dragon fist looked for was the imperial princess Swaran. Don't try to succeed. Look at the trick. The 2 brothers Tang Jirun and Tang Moran suddenly attacked. The magic knife and the broken magic knife alternately collided with the golden dragon claws. Clang clang. The sound of metal handover sounded. Ah! The 2 brothers' faces were swollen, and the blood vessels burst out, and blue veins burst out on their hands. Block me. Both of them had the same idea in their hearts. The collision between the 2 blades and Tang Muchen gradually changed. It can be done. Tang Jirun said excitedly. The 2 are biological brothers, but their martial spirits are the exact opposite, which is very strange.
but both of them have high innate spirit power, and they both think that they can get a better position in this class with this strength. As a result, the moment he showed his strength, he was brutally defeated by Tang Muchen. "We're going to win, no matter the cost." The eyes of the two of them widened, and their eyes shone with a terrifying light. "Take it, Tang Muchen, this time, you will lose." Martial Soul Fusion Skill, Demon Sealing, Exploding Killing and Cutting. The two seem to be one, even the rhythm of swinging the knife is the same, and my heart is one. The two blades seem to form a rake. A bloody UI-colored slash was drawn in the air. Brush. The two collide. Tang Muchen threw his fist violently and broke it in an instant. There's more. Holding hands, the two circled around each other, waving the big knife in their hands. The biggest power, the fusion of martial arts, the magic seal explosion kill cut. The bloody UI-colored slash that was 5 or 6 meters long burst out suddenly, and the speed was more than a little faster than before. This competition is very interesting. Not only did Tang Muchen appear, but also the fusion of martial arts. Indeed, this pair of brothers should be from the magic sword family, and they used such skills at such a young age. According to my estimation, this martial soul fusion skill is hard to resist under the soul sect. Do you think it is, old man Jian? The sharpness of the blade really needs to be avoided for a while. It was difficult for me to wield such a sword at this level. Master Yuexuan, what do you think? Ning Fengzi asked Tang Yuehua. Of course I trust my brother unconditionally. A proud expression appeared on Tang Yuehua's face. Tang Muchen is a real monster, how could he be defeated? Under the stage, Tang Muchen, who caught this move with the golden dragon claws, felt a little uncomfortable, and the golden dragon claws shattered. But that's all. The golden dragon ascends to heaven. Under the unbelievable gazes of the two, the powerful golden dragon instantly swept the two of them and flew into the sky. Boom! There was an explosion in the air, and the two fell with a charred color. Clearly out of combat. Now there are only 8 people left on the field, namely Princess Waran, Laoba, Wang Jings, Xiao Jun, Xiao Zhan, Tang Muchen, Ning Rongrong, and a dragon. It should be easy, let me just say, kill the game and that's it. Tang Muchen felt sober in his heart, but saw Wang Jings chanting words beside him. Be afraid, stop pretending. First solve this guy who opened his mouth. Just do it. Tang Muchen approached the 6-member team. The third soul skill, the golden dragon shakes the ground with a single force. Rumbling, cracks suddenly appeared in the ring. The weaker auxiliary spirit masters Laoba and Wang Jings couldn't stand it. At this moment, the old man is chanting the soul curse. The old 8 honey burgers, eat one and you can eat 2. At the moment when the arena was shaking, the old man was still chanting, he was so dedicated, and like the man in his previous life, he admired him. But in the next moment, Wang Jing saw this rare sight. Because the next moment, Tang Muchen resorted to a secret recipe to appear beside him. Hey Isho! The third soul skill, the 2-part golden dragon shakes the ground. Rumble. Tang Muchen powerfully controlled the soul skill to concentrate at the feet of the two of them. Because the two were auxiliary spirit masters, they were both seated in the back. Then, Tang Muchen left decisively. The 2 auxiliary spirit masters were unable to resist the shock, and they were photographed staggeringly. The old man was still chanting, and Wang Jing screamed. Come on. Hey. Chapter 59 The Big Melee Begins, 5. In everyone's surprised eyes, the two of them swayed from side to side because they couldn't bear the vibration of the ground, and it was difficult to maintain their balance. In the end, the two were in close contact, just like Sasuke, and Naruto. The two lips meet, and the picture is beautiful.
Both eyes widened and their eyeballs popped out. The VIP seats above were silent, not to mention the nobles, even Ning Fengzi and Prince Shuiye were silent. The two parents in the back covered their stomachs angrily. The sky is falling, the ground is sinking, and all the foundations are doing it face to face. Although it was said to be because of Tang Muchen's soul skill, it caused a different response. You. The two were stunned when they kissed, but it took a few seconds before they separated, covering each other's mouths and pointing at each other with their right fingers. My first kiss, Soul Dan. It was also my first kiss. The two were in a mess. One of the two is black and thick, and the other is slim, and the result is self-evident. Tang Muchen smiled and said, "This is your downfall." Swaran stared at Tang Muchen and swallowed, it's terrible. Is this your ability? Tang Muchen was helpless. It was an accident. I laughed secretly in my heart, and finally solved Wang Jing's, a really fragrant monster, a perfect strategy. The first shock was not to give these guys a chance to react, and the second shock was to achieve this achievement. Next, just solve the remaining 4 people and it's done. No, we shot first, we can't continue. Swaran shouted, the first soul skill, Frozen. Second soul skill, Frost. The third soul skill, Frostbite. The 3 major soul skills fired in a row. Ice Block is to hinder Tang Muchen's actions, and Ice Block condenses around Tang Muchen. Frost is to slow down Tang Muchen's speed. The third soul skill is a powerful attack-type soul skill. The remaining Xiaojun and Xiaozhan, as well as the remaining runners, Shidi, fought with Tang Muchen. The stars have tears. Broken Star. Mysterious Turtle Defense. Shidi's whole body was covered with a strong tortoise shell with soul power, and he forcibly caught Tang Muchen's powerful blow. Although he blocked the blow, Tang Muchen's powerful strength was not something he could resist. In the end, he withdrew his strength to prevent him from being seriously injured. But Shidi was still thrown out of the ring and passed out. Shidi's role was done, and he successfully let the other 2 skills fall on Tang Muchen. But it was useless, Tang Muchen stretched his wings and blocked these 2 skills. The golden dragon in slow motion with the left hand and the right hand ascended to the sky, sending these 2 guys to the sky. A knife for a kid. There is only one enemy on the field at this moment, and that is the Imperial Princess Swaran. The third spirit ability she had gathered for a long time looked completely different from the previous one. The length and thickness of the ice thorns were at least 2 or 3 times wider, and they looked sharp. Maybe you can break through my defense? Tang Muchen seemed to feel something. Go. Shuiran said softly. The overwhelming ice thorns hit Tang Muchen directly, but Tang Muchen didn't have any particularly powerful defensive soul skills, and there was Ning Rongrong behind him. In order to avoid this skill, Tang Muchen took 3 steps and took 2 steps, ran towards Ning Rongrong, a princess hugged her, spread her wings, and flew straight into the sky. The first soul skill, Frozen. Second soul skill, Frost. The 2 spirit abilities belonged to the control system, and even Tang Muchen was stagnant for a second, but this second was enough for the third spirit ability to attack him. However, although the ideal is full, the reality is very skinny. Little Jin, come on. Tang Muchen shouted and let Xiaojin, who was waiting beside him, get on. As for why Xiaojin was not allowed to continue to protect him just now. Is Ruang Xianjiao not fragrant? Give it to Xiaojin, it's impossible, let me be a tool dragon honestly. Although Xiaojin didn't know what Tang Muchen was thinking, this didn't affect his work. It opened its mouth and swallowed, and the powerful third spirit ability was caught late, and it burped. Then in Swaran's unbelievable eyes, an unspeakable speed broke out, instantly binding Swaran. Swaran lost the ability to fight. The big melee is over. Tang Muchen and Ning Rongrong won. I thought I could see the battle between the dragons and the tigers, but the situation turned out to be one-sided. Prince Xuexing stroked his head helplessly. If it wasn't for Tang Muchen's release of water, it is estimated that the fighting time would be shortened by at least half. However, the strength of this child is beyond doubt. Tang Yuehua held Tang Muchen with a smile. Indeed, the Heaven Dou Empire deserves the title of the strongest in the same class. Sword Douluo commented. I'm afraid it's not just that. His bloodline makes me feel scared. Gurong said to Ning Fengzi and Gurong. What? Ning Fengzi was a little surprised. Uncle Gu's spirit power cultivation is at level 95. Tang Muchen's martial spirit is stronger than Uncle Gu. Isn't that a great talent? I just don't know how far this boy can go. Wait and see. Originally, Tang Yuehua was looking at it with a smile, and she was very proud, but then she looked at Tang Muchen who was still holding Ning Rongrong, and she pouted at some point. Chapter 60 Jealous Today. Tang Yuehua looked at Tang Muchen hugging so happy, and secretly decided to make this guy look good. This battle made a group of nobles realize the fighting ability of their children, but failure is inevitable. More than 30 people will lose if they fight 2 people. It is conceivable that they will experience terrible devil training. Tang Muchen mourned for them. Next is the end of academy ceremony. Wait until all 6th graders are focused. The stocky headmaster announced the closing ceremony. Probably the content is congratulations on graduation, and then your journey as a soul master has just begun. I hope you will continue to work hard and become a useful person to the Heaven Dou Empire. Then the students here will enter the Heaven Dou Royal Academy to study, and I hope that it will bloom. Tang Muchen listened to the yawns below, and sure enough, the graduation ceremony was as boring as the ceremony in the previous life. But this is also the last time I listen to Puwaza speak. Then, after listening to another paragraph, Tang Muchen was immediately speechless. If you have such spare time, it is better to molest the girl. It just so happened that Tang Muchen was on the right-hand side of the last row, and Ning Rongrong was probably on the left-hand side of the third-to-last row. Here, the ranking is based on height. Tang Muchen rolled his eyes and thought of something, and quickly patted the guy in front of him. What's the matter? The people in front were puzzled, but they stopped talking when they saw Tang Muchen shooed. You and I change positions. Tang Muchen hooked his neck and laughed. No problem. Perhaps it was fear of Tang Muchen's force, but he readily agreed. Then Tang Muchen did the same and changed positions with the person in front. In this way, Tang Muchen came to Ning Rongrong's side, but this silly girl didn't find out at all. Ning Rongrong sat on the stool boredly, bent her calf, and dialed her fingers. She didn't even look at the person next to her, and she didn't even know that Tang Muchen had changed it. Humph, this school is so bad, it must be ranked according to height, otherwise I will be able to sit with Tang Muchen. I'm so pissed off. If I drink more milk every day, I'll grow taller. Underscore. Ning Rongrong whispered. This little girl. Tang Muchen thought as he quietly wrapped his arms around Ning Rongrong. So soft. Who? Ning Rongrong was startled and slapped him subconsciously. Fortunately, Tang Muchen was quick-witted and avoided. Hey, classmate Rongrong, did you murder your husband? Tang Muchen's face was full of teasing smiles. You guy, why did you secretly change it? Ning Rongrong took a breath and sighed. It's okay, it was caught by Tang Muchen, I don't want others to touch it. Then put on a very fierce look. Let go. Don't let it go, comrade Rongrong, don't you think I protected you just now without giving me some sweetness? Tang Muchen didn't say it was okay, but Ning Rongrong's face suddenly turned UI. You guy, just picked me up in front of everyone, you. Ning Rongrong was incoherent with excitement. Tang Muchen knew that this guy was very uncomfortable and too shy because he was hugged in front of her father and two grandfathers. Tang Muchen has also experienced that doing certain things in front of elders will always make people shy. However, when it comes to elders, I think of the elder Tang Yuehua. I did it in front of her just now. How should this be? Tang Muchen broke out in a cold sweat. I'll have to think about a prank for a while. After waiting for a while, Ning Rongrong didn't hear Tang Muchen talking. I just saw this guy looking at the place where the principal was speaking, looking very serious, but he was actually wandering. Forget it, it's up to him. Ning Rongrong was not willing to break free. Just holding hands quietly. But the two guys completely forgot about the four behind. The eyes of these four people all turned to the hand held by Tang Muchen and Ning Rongrong. This dog food is really nowhere to hide. Soulless couple. The four of them cursed in their hearts at the same time. In this way, the headmaster's speech finally ended with the scolding of these four people. Then it's time to say goodbye. 6 years passed in a hurry. Yefan covered his face and didn't speak to everyone, and some people were still around him. Tang Muchen is the old god preparing to pack up. Well, are you free tomorrow? Ning Rongrong asked beautifully. Yes, what's wrong? Let's go out and play tomorrow. No problem, see you at the same place. The two made an agreement, and Tang Muchen and Ning Rongrong left separately. After all the parents are here today, so let's go back to our own homes and find our own mothers. The two said goodbye to each other, and Tang Muchen found Tang Yuehua. Tang Yuehua was standing in an open place and chatting happily with a beautiful young woman. Although that beautiful woman was not as beautiful as Tang Yuehua, her plump figure and plump conscience really made Tang Muchen stunned. Tang Yuehua finally noticed a certain soul. He quickly waved his hand, calling him over like a dog leg. Yekin Gran, this is the treasure I told you to pick up. The plump woman looked at Tang Muchen and nodded, smiled, and nodded. I noticed your performance just now, it's really good, even my daughter can't stop your impact. Tang Yuehua explained, this is Swaran's mother. Oh, that's right. Tang Muchen scratched his head embarrassedly. The appearance of beating up someone else's daughter was seen. However, it's really big, even Sister Yuehua can't compare. Tang Yuehua and the beautiful woman exchanged a few more words, and then left. Yekin Gran went to pick up her child, while Tang Yuehua took Tang Muchen home. The two were walking on the road to the academy. Tang Yuehua's face had darkened quietly, but she couldn't do it. Until they got to the car, they were still puffed up, with a black face. The key is not to talk to Tang Muchen in the car. No matter how Tang Muchen teased him, he refused to speak. Until he returned to Yuexuan, Tang Muchen knew that he had made this beautiful woman angry, and did not dare to make a mistake, and returned to his room honestly. Cannot help but sigh. Oh, miserable. Tang Muchen lay on his bed, ready to fall asleep. As a result, before taking off his pants, Tang Yuehua started knocking on the door. What's the matter, didn't you say you're going to work? Tang Muchen didn't suspect him, and went to open the door without putting on his pants. Outside the door is the beauty of Tang Yuehua. She looked very calm on the surface, and regardless of Tang Muchen's pestle outside the door, she stepped in first. Tang Muchen closed the door quietly and heard a word. Hey, Tang Muchen, is Yekin Gran's conscience strong, and Ning Rongrong's body soft? Chapter 61 Crying _ Tang Muchen, is Yekin Gran's conscience very strong, and Ning Rongrong's body very soft? A series of questions made Tang Muchen's heart tighten. Dangerous. Dangerous signals are coming. What to do, what to do? Gee. At this time, it is strongly recommended not to cheat and play tricks. Tang Muchen thought for a while, and after ruling out several plans in his mind, he decisively decided on the final plan. Practice needs to be honest. But this honest approach also requires some slapstick. I'm sorry, Sister Yuehua. Tang Muchin bowed his head and apologized honestly. Huh. Tang Yuehua was going to continue, but Tang Muchin stopped his mouth when he apologized first. Sister Yuehua, I can't help it, I'm in the puberty period. The second sentence is to explain. I admit that I just saw Yekin Gran's conscience. I also hugged Ning Rong, but there is no way to do that. Please explain. Look, Rong was in critical condition at the time. If I didn't hold her, she might be hurt, so I held her. This is barely enough for you to pass the test, so what about Yekin Gran? I can also explain this. You see, everyone has a love for beauty, and besides, I usually keep my eyes on you, but I must be curious when I suddenly see you with other women today. Besides, in terms of appearance, who our Sister Yuehua is afraid of? Tang Muchin said a lot in a cool and unrestrained manner, thinking that Akatsuki should show her affection and reason, and persuade her. He, then you must have stared at her conscience at that time. Tang Yuehua retorted. She stood there with her arms folded over her chest, without sitting down. Tang Muchin, who had known her for many years, knew that this guy was actually throwing a tantrum. The point is that doing so is completely out of line with her usual image. Sure enough, she looks so cute in front of her would-be boyfriend, really? Well, when it comes to this, 6 years after 6 years, I'm still accurate. Annoy me too. It seemed that he had to work hard to take Tang Yuehua down. Tang Muchin secretly swore that it would be the truth to surpass Tang Yuehua earlier and arrange her earlier. As for how to arrange it, I believe it is natural to say no more. Of course, Tang Muchin had a bitter face at this moment. Forget it, I don't want to blame you for seeing you like this. After a long time, Tang Yuehua suddenly issued. Under Tang Muchin's trembling eyes, he smiled and said, I want to ask you a question, who is older than Swaran and I? You are old. Okay, you have big eyebrows and big eyes, and you know the routine. Later, you will definitely say that you and Yekin Gran are more conscious, and then I blurt out, and then you can fix me. Unfortunately, I'm not fooled. Tang Muchin affirmed his strength. And play with you. Comparing Yekin Gran and Swaran, who is older? Yekin Gran. Comparing Yekin Gran and Rong, who is bigger? Yekin Gran. Then Yekin Gran compares with me. This is the ultimate move, Tang Muchin disdains issue, I was prepared. Although Yekin Gran seems to have a good conscience, but Sister Yuehua's victory is in other aspects. Anyway, I like it the most. Tang Muchin swore an oath. Okay. Tang Yuehua's face burst into a moving smile. Shuiran and Rong, who is bigger? Of course it's Rong. Tang Muchin didn't hesitate. It was finally over, and Tang Muchin let go. But the next second, Tang Muchin noticed that Tang Yuehua's eyes had changed. A white mist appeared in his room. This is the noble circle domain, Tang Yuehua's innate domain. Sister Yuehua, what is this? Tang Yuehua sneered after releasing the domain. Good you Tang Muchin. Comparing us with Shuiran Rong was incomparable at that time. I was tempted to compare me with Yekin Gran. I know you will coax me, but in the end it is the ultimate move. So, you have touched it? Bad, dangerous. UI color alert. Tang Muchin sincerely felt the crisis of life and death. But this can't be explained, I'll go. Looking at the approaching Tang Yuehua, Tang Muchin looked up helplessly. Sister Yuehua, I'd like to ask, can you stop beating your face, or give it a little light? I'm sorry, but I have to choose neither. The 50-meter long whip. A's Fanny. The dividing line that has not been seen for a long time. Therefore, Tang Muchin was bullied well in the noble circle domain. Whip candles burn oil, one by one. Really sad. Tang Muchin thought hard in his heart. When I get stronger, I will definitely hit your ass. Beat on the left, beat on the right, let's do sports together. But a long way to go. And today Tang Yuehua ordered herself not to sleep with her, so she could only sleep alone. Cry. Chapter 62 Long Lost Date. The next day, the sun was still rising and the sun was shining brightly. It's a good day for a date. Tang Muchin got up very early today, because today is the date for a date. This kind of person usually can't be beaten to death, but when it comes to dating, he is very decisive. Well, when you get up, pick a nice dress first. Although we look good in whatever we wear. Tang Muchin thought a little narcissistically. But don't tell me, Tang Muchin still looks good in clothes. Although this person is not very handsome, he is fresh and clean and looks very comfortable. Tang Muchin wore a pair of light blue trousers and a white top, which were popular at the moment, looked in the mirror for a comparison, thought it was appropriate, nodded and went to have breakfast. Having breakfast outside today, Tang Muchin didn't find Tang Yuehua's figure, so he had to go out to buy breakfast by himself. Fortunately, Yuexuan is located in the bustling city center, and there are many breakfast restaurants around. I bought 2 steamed buns and paired them with the unique oolong tea of the Tiandu Empire. I took a sip and it was fragrant. Next, Tang Muchin's place to go is the dating resort of the Tiandu Empire, a paradise for women, and a nightmare for men. That is Tiandu Shopping Mall. There are Ren's dazzling goods in it, including soul beasts, etc. Of course, there is no shortage of girls' clothes. I actually came here on my last date, but Tang Muchin truly felt the horror of women shopping. Moreover, this is the largest shopping mall among the 2 great empires in the entire continent, so one can imagine how big it is. Anyway, Tang Muchin was afraid at first, but this time it was different. The 2 have kissed, so does it mean it's okay? Well, this time I'm looking forward to it. The time they agreed on was 9 o'clock in the morning. Tang Muchin considered himself a gentleman, so he came here early at 8:45, and bought a cup of Aria condensed milk. Speaking of Aria condensed milk, Tang Muchin praised it. He didn't expect another world to be able to do this. It's really a good baby to feed. About 10 minutes later, Ning Rongrong appeared in sight. Ning Rongrong has always maintained the trend of arriving 5 minutes earlier. Today's Ning Rongrong was wearing a somewhat icy blue princess dress. I had to say that Ning Rongrong had a preference for princess dresses. The key was that they looked really beautiful. A small section of fair-skinned calf was exposed, stepping on a pair of small leather boots, and her hair poured down neatly like a waterfall. The pale pink hair fluttered in the wind, and the faint fragrance enveloped Tang Muchin. The girl's faint body fragrance shocked Tang Muchin. In the blink of an eye, Ning Rongrong had come to Tang Muchin's side. She unceremoniously picked up the milk tea that Tang Muchin had prepared for her, opened it flexibly, and took a sip. It's so sweet. He narrowed his eyes happily and turned into Moon Kiba. Tang Muchin looked at her, took the initiative to reach out and took her remaining small hand. Soft and smooth, crunchy and soft. Even though Tang Muchin, who has been holding on to these hands, still feels different every time he holds hands. Let's go. Tang Muchin took the first step, leading Ning Rongrong forward.
This mall is very big, so there are many entrances. Of course, the two of them went to the place to buy clothes first. When Tang Muchin came here, he seemed to have the feeling of visiting the mall in his previous life. Ning Rongrong seemed to be very familiar with this place. After entering, she took the lead and took Tang Muchin to some stores. Hey, put it on. Ning Rongrong took a pair of light blue pants and a black top and let Tang Muchin try them on. Tang Muchin naturally followed suit. After coming out, Ning Rongrong observed it carefully and smiled with satisfaction. It's okay, full of energy. Boss, I want this set. I took out a few gold soul coins, changed my clothes and packed them, and it was over. Immediately after, I went to a few stores, and bought a few new clothes for Tang Muchin anyway. Is this a farewell gift? Tang Muchin said with a smile. Ning Rongrong's expression suddenly became lonely. Although I have been prepared, I am still reluctant. Tang Muchin took the initiative to touch her head and smiled. Don't worry, it's not that we don't meet again, we meet a lot. I know. You bastard, will you forget me when you go to the spirit hall? Suddenly hurts the spring and sad the autumn. Ning Rongrong fell into a stage of suspicion. No, we Rongrong are so good looking, with a good figure and pretty face, I will definitely not forget you. Tang Muchin assured. Ning Rongrong was still in a sad moment. Isn't it an agreement that we have to lead our teams to fight and decide who is the elder brother and who is the younger sister? The gentle voice swept across the undulating lake surface, calming the waves in Ning Rongrong's heart slowly. Of course I'll be my sister, stinky brother. Her attitude is very wild, and it is very different from what she looked like just now. You say it again. Let's talk about it again, stinky brother, I must be my sister. The two gradually moved further and further away from the store. Gradually came to the junction of the floors, that is, the stairs. It's far from the store and it's not crowded. In other words, this is a good place for Tang Muchin to do bad things. And Ning Rongrong provoked him like that. Do you think this should be cleaned up? After thinking for a moment, he raised his hand and grabbed the left hand of Ning Rongrong, who was walking ahead and humming a little song. With a slight pull, Ning Rongrong suddenly lost his balance. Ah! He grabbed Ning Rongrong's right hand with the other hand, intertwined his hands, and presented it, using only his left hand to lock Ning Rongrong's movements. Raising her left hand also meant that Ning Rongrong's hands were forced to lift up. The height difference between the two of them was a full 20 centimeters, which could be said to be more than a head. Tang Muchin, who was like this, could be said to have an absolute advantage in treating Ning Rongrong. A condescending look down, the power to control everything. Ning Rongrong couldn't break free and twisted uncomfortably. What are you doing? Let me go. Ning Rongrong's struggle was a little weak. Hey, let you know the price of provoking me today. Tang Muchin suddenly came up. A big mouth leads to a small mouth. Ning Rongrong suddenly widened his eyes. The soul is pale. This time, Tang Muchin was no longer as gentle as he was at that time, and it could be said that he attacked with all his strength. The powerful impact swept in. Ning Rongrong only felt that he was a small boat in the stormy sea, and could only be swallowed silently. I can't resist, my soul. This guy's kissing skills are superb. Ning Rongrong was completely taken away, entangled with each other following his rhythm. Really strong. Ning Rongrong closed her eyes, because she couldn't resist the attack, so she could only accept it. As Lu Xun has an old saying, if you can't resist, then enjoy it. Lu Xun, I don't talk nonsense. Chapter 63, Stairwell Trail. In the stairwell, at the entrance of the small passage, the two kissed deeply. There was no one around, which caused Tang Muchin to be very presumptuous, and his other hand swam away restlessly. MMMM. Although Ning Rongrong had already started to cooperate with this guy, this person was a beast, and he only knew about XX until Ning Rongrong couldn't take it anymore, so he reluctantly slowed down. Ning Rongrong fell softly on Tang Muchin's body, her legs weak. Do you still dare to provoke? Tang Muchin leaned close to Ning Rongrong's ear and blew lightly. The flames just now and the heat blowing out now made Ning Rongrong a little dazed, but Tang Muchin had his own way, hugged this person, walked to the window, and opened the window. The whirring cold wind came in and collided with the fiery atmosphere. The cool wind blew on Ning Rongrong's face, swept away Yui's dizziness and shyness. Well, what's wrong with me? The sober Ning Rongrong asked the question unknowingly. Ah! It's really an afterthought. Ning Rongrong screamed. The soul is pale. One hand patted it. Okay. Tang Muchin grabbed her hand and pulled it in the same way, pulling it into his arms. Okay, don't be shy, we're old husbands and wives. Wait until Ning Rongrong struggles to stop. Who and you are an old husband and wife, Soul Dan? Ning Rongrong buried her head in Tang Muchin's arms, not because she didn't want to leave, but because this guy was too domineering. Ning Rongrong, as an auxiliary spirit master, couldn't break free. Well, don't hold it so tightly. Ning Rongrong felt a little uncomfortable. Oh. Tang Muchin relaxed a little, but still hugged tightly. Well, I'm asking you, stinky bastard, what is our, relationship? Ning Rongrong asked shyly. This sentence can also be considered as a confession. How can Ning Rongrong, a thin-skinned person, suffer? Ah, we are good friends. Boom. He stomped heavily and stepped on Tang Muchin's feet. The heel of the small leather boot still feels like stepping on it. Speaking of which, all worlds seem to have a setting. Those who are physically strong do no harm to fists, but if a girl tramples on him and ravages his feet, it will definitely feel pain, and it will hurt and be happy. This is the inferiority of men. Of course, dead scum Tang Muchin is no exception. Humph, let me follow you. Ning Rongrong broke free from her arms and walked upstairs with small steps. She was going to buy some clothes. She was surprised by Tang Muchin's strong kiss just now, and she had to deal with it herself. Tang Muchin clutched his injured foot and followed her step by step. There is a reason why Tang Muchin said this just now. After all, he doesn't want to have two girlfriends now. Why? The reason is that he is not strong enough. If you are strong, you have enough confidence to subdue them and let them accept each other's existence. Now if I agree, I can't say that it is scumbag or not, but the consequences will be more serious. Tang Muchin, who has experienced a righteous backstab in his previous life, is determined not to be hurt again. He believes so. The two didn't talk like this, stopped and walked along the way, and finally came to a large-scale women's clothing store. Ning Rongrong took the lead and didn't care what Tang Muchin was like. Go ahead and choose your clothes. The clothes here are indeed suitable for a little fairy like Ning Rongrong. Oh no, it is Ning Rongrong that suits all clothes and looks good on them. Tang Muchin secretly praised Ning Rongrong's natural beauty, snow skin and jade bones, natural clothes rack, and natural gun rack. Oh no, when I didn't say it. Ning Rongrong picked out a purple long dress, took it off the shelf, and went in to try it on. Tang Muchin was waiting at the door just like his younger brother. Soon, the fitting room opened. Ning Rongrong walked out, her long purple dress scattered to the ground, revealing her white collarbone. Her shoulders were cut into pieces, and she was indescribably beautiful. How is it? Although he was looking in the mirror, Tang Muchin was asking himself. It's beautiful. Tang Muchin nodded. Then this one, waiter, I'll wrap it up later. Then, regardless of Tang Muchin,
he went back to the fitting room and changed back to his original clothes. How much? Tang Muchin asked. 50 gold soul coins in total. This dress is made of high-quality Tianshan snow silk, sir, but your girlfriend is really good looking. The waiter on the side had a terrifying smile. Okay, then I'll pay now. So, after paying, Tang Muchin took the packaging thrown by Ning Rongrong and followed silently. Sin Ah. Finally, today Tang Muchin and Ning Rongrong were shopping in the mall to buy clothes. He seriously tasted the taste of shopping with girls, and spent a lot of money. Hey, who calls himself scum? This is retribution. Tang Muchin was helpless. However, today is really exciting, my hands are touching XXXX. Today's conclusion, Tang Muchin is indeed a rogue. I wish you all a happy holiday. Chapter 64, The Correct Way to Open a Scumbag. The two of them walked down the street one after the other. Ning Rongrong in front of them smiled sweetly and looked forward to them. Tang Muchin in the back was carrying large and small bags, and even his neck was covered with things. Sure enough, shopping with girls is really scary. Tang Muchin secretly complained in his heart. If I had known, I would be at home with Tang Yuehua, and I would have to admit my mistake, and then it was the rich woman's steel ball. Come here now to suffer. Tang Muchin walked behind with a heartbroken heart. Little Chinzi, follow. Ning Rongrong called towards the back. All right, here I am. Tang Muchin cried weakly. The two finally came to a milk tea shop newly opened in the Tiandu Empire. But to be honest, why are there so many milk tea shops here, just like the green tea in the original anime can be seen everywhere? However, the service here really has nothing to say. As soon as you come in, you will have a high-quality attitude and cordial greetings. Taking over the large and small bags in Tang Muchin's hands made Tang Muchin cry out for liberation. Ning Rongrong ordered a private box, which was also suitable for the two of them to be alone. Besides, she was going to clean up this nasty guy today. Entering the box, Tang Muchin was surprised to find that it was a couple box. This girl. Ning Rongrong ignored it and sat down first. Because it was a couple's box, there was only one sofa, and it was a small one, with an elegantly decorated small table in front. And after the door was closed, it was very dark, so the magnificent UI-colored headlights came on. In the end, it is the couple's box that spends 10 gold soul coins, which is the cow. A few bells rang at the door, indicating that the milk tea was ready. Tang Muchin, as a boy, showed his demeanor, and naturally went to take it in, and then locked the door. Remember, don't forget to lock the door when you do something bad. Tang Muchin sat on the sofa with 2 cups of milk tea in his hands. The two were very close, because they were alone and the color of the headlight seemed to stain Ui's fair face. I was still in the stage of being angry and exploding just now, but I became shy when it was 1 or 2 people. Ning Rongrong scolded herself secretly, you're so shy. Tang Muchin was fascinated by this Ui pastel haze. Ning Rongrong's good looks really touched Tang Muchin's heart. She is actually the best type of girlfriend. She can act coquettishly, act cute, sweet and salty, and she is a tsundere monster, which is very exciting, right? No, I don't understand. Then Tang Muchin could only do it himself. Because of her anger, Ning Rongrong sat pretty and looked away. At this time, Tang Muchin had to exert his perseverance and stretched out his left hand to hook her hand. 1 step, 2 steps, 1 step, 2 steps, I grabbed the ice-cold, soft, and slippery little hand. Good guy, he stretched out his big hand and forced Ning Rongrong to touch his fingers. Let me go. Ning Rongrong wanted to struggle. But Comrade Rongrong, why are you struggling so hard, and it feels like you want to refuse and welcome, and you don't want to talk. Tang Muchin wanted to laugh a little, but he held back. After all, hold back the laughter, I'm a professional. The two of them played finger games without anyone else. One holds hands, the other breaks free. And then inexplicably tangled again. Well. Ning Rong Rong glanced at him and lowered his head. Although this guy's remarks really want to bite him, but to be honest, every time I get along with him alone, I always feel that my heart is always excited. I really want to fall in love with him, yes. Ning Rong Rong was caught in a brainstorm of love, while Tang Muchen was playing with her fingers. Ning Rong Rong's fingers were lush and lovely, her fingernails were round and smooth like pearls, and her hands were soft and smooth to the touch. 12-year-old Ning Rong Rong has long been revealed. Ning Rong Rong was a little shy, lowered her head and took a sip of milk tea. It's mellow and delicious, slightly sweet and not greasy, and the whole person is fluttering. Plus next to him is the boy he likes. Yes, Ning Rong Rong admitted that this guy was the boy he liked. Milk tea in his left hand and holding him in his right hand. It's the way to feel happy. The right hand quietly cooperated with Tang Muchen's movements, and the crisp and soft feeling spread throughout the body. This guy, it's not enough to play, how can you put your mouth together, soul is dull. That's right, it's not enough for Tang Muchen to just play with his hands, he even put his face together. The wet breath hit the white and tender skin, causing goosebumps, and Yui Kazumi spread all over. The white and tender skin was dyed with Yui halo, and it looked like a big shrimp boiled in Yui. Tang Muchen licked lightly for a while, but Ning Rong Rong only felt that the aerators of his body shuddered, and he collapsed on the sofa softly. Soulless man. Tang Muchen raised his hand and hugged Ning Rong Rong in his arms. Soft fragrant jade, lily incense fills the nose. It's so fragrant. Tang Muchen couldn't help feeling a little bit. The body fragrance of a beautiful girl is really the most beautiful thing in the world. Ning Rong Rong's face was covered with Yui by his words, and Yui's glow filled his face, which was truly beautiful. Chapter 65, The Correct Way to Open a Scumbag, 2. Tisk, I can't help it. He quietly climbed up with his hands, and climbed onto Ning Rong Rong's defiant face. A face full of collagen. Tang Muchen stroked her little face. Ning Rong Rong did not refuse either. Because Vivi's gentleness I still like very much, it is worth more than 1,000 words. Suddenly Tang Muchen thought of a bad idea and couldn't help but hey-isho. The fingers left on the face slid straight down. What do you think it is? Want to crooked consciously stand out and face the wall. Tang Muchen's claws came to her delicate lips and couldn't help rubbing. Well, what are you doing? Vivi shook his head to show his dissatisfaction, and Ning Rong Rong couldn't help but let out a sound. Why is Tang Muchen smirking and hooking his finger back on the edge of the fragrant lips? Ah! Ning Rong Rong opened her mouth very cutely and took the initiative to bite this guy. But the bad guy took the opportunity and put it in as soon as he stretched out his hand. Ning Rong Rong, who had fingers in his mouth, widened his eyes and stared at Tang Muchen. After a while, he broke free. You are weak. There were tears in a pair of beautiful eyes. Ning Rong Rong has been the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school since she was a child, but after encountering Tang Muchen, she always shriveled up. It was like this every time. Now this guy actually put his hand in his mouth, what does it mean? The little princess is a little angry. You really like to bully me more and more. If you continue like this, it will be fine. You are completely eaten up by you. You refused to fall in love just now, but now you are doing these things to me. Scumbag. The word appeared in her mind inexplicably. Soulless scumbag. Tang Muchen knew that doing this would cause unhappiness, but he still did it. Let's see how she does it this time. Ning Rong Rong was angry for several reasons. The first was that he had just refused to fall in love,
and the second was that his behavior was a bit too macho and made him unhappy. Well, for these two reasons, it's a good solution. Although it was impossible for Tang Muchen to fall in love with Ning Rongrong for the time being, it was not difficult to solve the second one. The next moment, he took Ning Rongrong's green jade finger, put it in front of his lips, and repeated the action he just did. Ah! To be honest, for someone like Ning Rongrong, Tang Muchen can say, "I want to hit 10. Because really, as long as you grab a point, you can quickly coax around. Rely, it's really scum." Tang Muchen secretly complained about himself. Forget about this guy, let's turn our attention back to Ning Rongrong. Besides, wouldn't it smell good on a little fairy? Why are you watching this shit? Ning Rongrong's little hand was put into his mouth by the powerful Tang Muchen, the warm touch and the breath of breathing stimulated the little girl. And the hand is firmly locked, so it is not to take it, and it is not to take it. The little girl just felt itchy on her little hands. Well, you know, bullying me. Mouth pursed. Obviously don't want to fall in love with me, but know how to spoil me so much. But there is no way, she has nothing to do with this bad guy. Strong body, reckless attitude, terrifying strength, spirit power of the same grade, absolutely suppressed martial spirit, clean clothes, will protect girls. Wait, why, I'm talking about his advantages. Does this guy have any flaws? No, if there are shortcomings, they can still be found, that is, they have bad tastes and like to bully themselves. Well, I'm actually not used to it, but the unexpected feeling is not annoying. However, if you really show that you don't hate yourself, this guy's tail will go up to the sky. Thinking of this, Ning Rongrong pulled out his finger with some force. There's also some white stuff on it. Ning Rongrong quickly wiped his hands. Humph. But after snorting, Ning Rongrong didn't know what to say. For a while, the skull was stuck. At this moment, the two have been hugging each other ambiguous, and their skin is close to each other. Tang Muchen is very strong, and he is in front of him, just like a child, tightly attached to his broad chest. He was still locked in his arms after taking his fingers out. So domineering. Ning Rongrong had a wonderful feeling for this guy. He liked being domineering but rejected. He liked his arrogance but was always annoyed by him. Really, what should I do? Okay, good boy. Tang Muchen stroked his brows and smoothed Vivi's frown. I'm not a child. Rongrong with a fierce expression is a little cute. Tang Muchen thought for a moment, and suddenly came up with a good idea. He leaned down slightly. In this way, Ning Rongrong would stick to the sofa, while Tang Muchen was lying on top of her. Rongrong has also grown up. Tang Muchen sighed in his heart. The conscience is soft and comfortable, and you can feel it when you are next to each other. Although they were separated by several layers of fabric, they were so close to each other that Ning Rongrong Yui made a pretty face and swayed her eyes. Chapter 66 The correct way to open a scumbag. 3. The current posture of the two is slightly ambiguous, showing the posture of a man on top and a woman on the bottom. Tang Muchen observed Ning Rongrong's every move from a distance, and sure enough, this little fairy was perfect no matter how she looked at it. The skin is white and tender, the eyelashes are curved, and when she is shy, one keeps fluttering. Ning Rongrong also felt very strange. This man was very close to him, and they hugged each other, showing a strong attitude. The boy has always been strong, both in ability and attitude. Well, I really like it. Close your eyes and wait quietly for this bad guy. Tang Muchen couldn't help but put his face down to bite and lick. He lightly bit his tender cheek. The low voice was hoarse. Don't you want to know what our relationship is? But it's too early for me to tell you now. It's better to be sure when we each form a team next time. Really? I swear it is true,
of course, and I will give you a satisfactory answer. Ning Rong Rong was a little happy. The relationship between the two of them was actually determined early in the morning, and she deeply understood how much this guy cared about her. Thinking that when we first met, he was only 6 years old, this guy had already talked to him, and it seemed that it was for the present. People in this world mature early, and the age of marriage can be put at 16. Well, Ning Rong Rong is now 12 years old, and she has also been exposed to some knowledge. She also understands these things. Besides, she is a smart person, and she expected it early. From the beginning, he was the lamb in Tang Muchen's mouth and could not hide. I just don't know what this wolf wants to do. Tang Muchen is not wolf, but a pervert. Even though his own thoughts could be said to be forcing himself, Ning Rong Rong knew deeply, but over the past 6 years, he had indeed established a strong reliance on this man for him. If possible, I want to get rid of his strong control. I, Ning Rong Rong, must defeat him, ask him to call him sister, and then say that to me. When Ning Rong Rong thought of this, Ui's face became unsatisfactory. Uis is the same as persimmon. Tang Muchen laughed silently. One hand hooked her leg, and the other stroked her waist. The two did not leave the slightest gap. So, this is the third kiss between the two, this time for a longer time. All in all, when it comes out. Ning Rong Rong's princess dress was a little messy, her long pale pink hair that was neatly combed was sticking to her forehead, her cherry lips Ui were swollen, and her pretty face Ui was still dizzy. But Tang Muchen was arrogant, and extremely reckless. Ning Rong Rong wanted to kick him. Why is it that after the kiss, my body is weak, my legs and feet are weak, my face is hot, and my lips are swollen, but you are bright and arrogant? Now only Ning Rong Rong is holding a cup of milk tea, Tang Muchen's milk tea has disappeared. Just let me tell you where this milk tea is going. Tang Muchen, this animal, just kept the pot of milk tea, because of the exchange of saliva, and because of the evaporation of water, he always needs to add water. In short, Tang Muchen was not soft-spoken towards Ning Rong Rong, and forcefully forced her to surrender and beg for mercy. How many shy things did Ning Rong Rong do in the small box? Ning Rong Rong, who came out, didn't want to talk about Tang Muchen either, so he took small steps and walked to the front on his own little boots. Tang Muchen at the back was a little helpless, who made him do such an excessive thing just now, and it was only natural for Ning Rong Rong to be angry. It's enough to be a porter by yourself. Anyway, today's activities are enough. Super satisfied. Ning Rong Rong, who was walking in front, walked forward very resolutely, and did not dare to look back. As soon as she looked back, she would think of the scene just now. So shy. It is unheard of for Tang Muchen to direct himself to do some actions. But both are honest. Finally, he returned to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School safely. When they approached the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School station, the two were still sitting on the griffin. Tang Muchen was still thinking about how to talk better to ease the embarrassment. There is that, wrong. What are you doing, Sol Dan? Tang Muchen rubbed his hands in embarrassment, which was rare on him, which made Ning Rong Rong a little interested. That, wrong, I think so. What do you think? Ning Rong Rong was very curious about whether this dog spit out like Kiba. We're a little embarrassed right now, why don't you just kiss and relax? Righteously, Tang Muchen, said these words righteously. Ning Rong Rong widened her beautiful eyes, looked at the shameless guy in front of her, and said these words with pride. Push. The next moment, the valve could no longer hold, and Ning Rong Rong laughed. You guys are really nerdy. Ning Rong Rong laughed, then it would be easy to handle, at least he wouldn't be speechless. Just when Tang Muchen thought so.
Chapter 67 I'll show you a big baby. Just as Tang Muchen thought so, Ning Rongrong's expression suddenly changed. From the fluttering issue to the cold look, it changed in a second, making people unable to help but feel that the girl's mood was the rain in July. Ning Rongrong fiercely stretched out her hand in the air and twisted the soft flesh around Tang Muchen's waist. To say that this place is also one of the places where men are most afraid of being forced. Moreover, this guy Ning Rongrong was very rude and played hard. After leaving an unforgettable memory for Tang Muchen, Ning Rongrong finally calmed down, seeing the reason why Tang Muchen clutched her waist and cried out in pain. To be honest, she did feel really cool for a moment. What a pretty girl, ba ba ba, what a little fairy. Tang Muchen looked sad. Just after this little episode, the griffin under the two of them was almost close to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School station. When there were still about 100 meters from the gate of the station, Tang Muchen directed the griffin to land slowly. After getting off the griffin, Tang Muchen was still the same, followed Ning Rongrong, and honored to be a man with a backpack behind. There is no way, today I took so much advantage of other girls, it is of course the best to use this method to solve it. Although not realistic. There was no word in the 100 meters. When he arrived at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's residence, Ning Rongrong saw the 2 gatekeepers outside, and hurriedly called them to carry things. Because there are so many things. These 2 people carefully removed these things from Tang Muchen. Miss, what is this thing? Don't ask, these are the clothes I just bought, and now they are sent to my garden to find some female disciples to put them at the door. Understood. 2 people were ordered to go back, and then 2 people were found to take over their shift. Ning Rongrong still didn't want to pay attention to Tang Muchen, took small steps, and the little leather boots fell to the ground. Tang Muchen suddenly felt that Ning Rongrong's back was also good looking. The slender waist-length pale pink hair, and exposed white and tender calves, every move is a little fairy. Ah, it's a little witch, right? I will leave at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, at the gate of Sky-Do City. A faint voice came. This is. Ning Rongrong didn't look back and quickly returned to the sect. Haha, this little girl. Tang Muchen is a little complacent, tomorrow morning, no problem. Watching Ning Rongrong walk into the station, Tang Muchen returned to Griffin after feeling the richness of this place again. Take off. Tang Muchen directed the Griffin back to Tiandu. To be honest, I spent my own report today, and I was instantly poor. As the saying goes, it is true that shopping for 3 generations is poor. I'm still very happy today, after all, I slag this girl. But, how can you be called scum when it comes to love? I, Tang Muchen, just fell in love with several people at the same time. Returning to Sky-Do City, as usual, handed over the ownership of Griffin. He is very familiar with this set, after all, he has been to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School more than once or twice. What should I do after the Griffin is delivered? Of course, I have to find a place to buy something for Tang Yuehua. This guy is still angry with himself. Besides, what if I go back and be beaten by her? I can't hang my face. Although she restrained her strength, Tang Muchen's skin could not be broken even by bullets. No, if I want to be a scumbag, how can I be bound by her? It's definitely not like this. Yes, that's right, I just pity her more. Yes, I just love my girlfriend. While thinking about these meaningless things, Tang Muchen happily bought the local specialty wooden finger chicken. It is said that this thing was developed by a soul sage of chicken martial arts. It resounded in the sky in a short time. It can be said to be a big treasure that will be robbed as soon as it is out of the pot, and it is difficult for people outside to eat it. When I see Tang Yuehua in a while, I'll just say this. Ha ha ha, thinking of this,
Tang Muchin laughed happily. Da-da-da, with brisk steps, Tang Muchin quickly returned to Yuexuan. Several guards at the door greeted him and nodded as a sign. The hall on the first floor was very quiet, because the people here did not dare to speak aloud because of their identities. But it was nothing to see, and went straight to the second floor where the students were training, but there were only students left, and Tang Yuehua was not seen. Tang Muchin lay at the door and looked at the beautiful legs inside, and after a while, he reached the third floor. On the third floor, Mrs. Yu's exclusive office was open. Tang Muchin took a peek, and sure enough, Tang Yuehua was writing something here. On the pen and inkstone table, she picked up the brush in a standard posture, lightly dipped some ink, and then stroked it like a god. Beauty is inherently good-looking, and coupled with the attitude of doing things seriously, it really shows her attitude. Tang Muchin walked in quietly, walked quickly to Tang Yuehua's side, shouted and said, "Sister Yuehua, come here, I'll show you a big baby." Chapter 68 Might Real Man. Although Tang Muchin shouted the words that made people think, but Tang Yuehua was still there to write with a brush, and did not look back at Tang Muchin. "I can see that, I am still angry?" Tang Muchin sighed in his heart. He took the initiative to reach out and grab Tang Yuehua's hand. Of course, he put away the things he was holding in advance. Tang Muchin held Tang Yuehua's small hand for writing, which he would do after thinking for a long time. Because Tang Yuehua works seriously, if she disturbs her serious work, there will be some punishment. As for what the punishment is, of course, the amount of training in the etiquette class is doubled. Tang Muchin also practiced etiquette, although he didn't like it very much. As for why he was beaten the same as the pig's head last time, there is no way, the charm of the Lord is too high, and Tang Yuehua is full of jealousy. In fact, even Tang Yuehua himself didn't know that his good cheer-raising skills would collapse just because of the stinky boy's few actions. Tang Muchin's big hand tightly held Tang Yuehua's delicate and soft little hand. Tang Yuehua's strength is not great, although he is a strong soul emperor level, but under normal conditions, he can't compare to Tang Muchin's strange strength. Sitting there quietly and calmly, Tang Yuehua didn't make a sound and ignored Tang Muchin. Tang Muchin scratched his head helplessly. What's going on? These girls, one by one, like to ignore people. It's so troublesome. Annoyed, he scratched his head. That's how it should be done. Tang Muchin told himself to stay calm and think about how to break the game. Tang Yuehua is an intellectual and elegant woman. Although she likes to nag, she is also very attractive. It was because she was holding Ning Rong Rong that she caused the vinegar jar to overturn, and then she gave her a trick. Although he had been in close contact with him for a long time after he opened the domain, well, he beat himself up, but it seemed that his anger had not disappeared. Well, I just ignored me because my anger hasn't subsided, so what should I do? Now that he is carrying a wooden finger chicken, there is no doubt that Tang Yuehua also likes to eat it, yes. Tang Muchin first let go of Tang Yuehua's little hand, then turned around and went out. 3 question marks appeared in Tang Yuehua's head after Tang Muchin went out. This little soul is pale, just don't care about me. She was a little angry, obviously as long as she treated herself with a weak attitude, she would forgive him. Humph. Tang Yuehua decided to do her own thing, ignore this fading soul first, and finish her own work first. The paper in front of her was densely written on the learning achievements of the Tiandu nobles. This is to be presented to the emperor, and this is also a necessary step for the emperor to arrange these people. From their homework, you can probably understand their potential and attitude. This is also the reason why Yu Xian's position in Tiando is detached. The curriculum is strict, and it is of great use to the future, and is deeply trusted by the emperor. After writing for another quarter of an hour, Tang Yuehua spread out the piece of white paper and waited for the ink to dry.
At this moment, Tang Muchin also came back from gate of opening. He was carrying the milk tea just brewed in his hand, and he bought some milk tea powder at a high price and left it in the room. 12-year-old Ning Rongrong still likes to drink milk tea. She is in a season of innocence. Tang Yuehua, who is in her 30s, also drinks milk tea, but Tang Muchin knows that it is because she gave her a gift that she can feel the sweetness from the bottom of her heart. That's all. Tang Yuehua still sat quietly at the desk and looked at things without looking back. This is cute. Tang Muchin walked quietly to her side, holding a cup of milk tea in his hand, ready to get used to it. Hey! Reach out to her. But this abominable Tang Yuehua didn't even open his mouth. He still regarded Tang Muchin as heir. Damn wow! Tang Muchin was a little anxious. But as soon as he turned his eyes, he seemed to think of a good way. Hey! I really can do everything. The wonderful frog flower ate the wonderful crispy corner and entered the Mickey Mouse clubhouse. It's really wonderful. Tang Muchin took a sip of milk tea first, with an intoxicated expression on his face. It's so sweet. Then he secretly observed Tang Yuehua's helpless expression. Look at the trick. Tang Muchin drew the gourd again and took a sip of the sweet milk tea again, and then forcefully opened Tang Yuehua's little head with his hands and turned towards him. Looking at this peerless face, he couldn't help but oppress him. The lips meet. Tang Yuehua didn't refuse. She let Tang Muchin oppress her without resisting at all. The two started a sweet feeding method, although Tang Muchin took the initiative to feed the milk tea. Of course, because Tang Muchin had not done such a thing for a long time, Tang Muchin was a little off, and some milk tea juice was left in his mouth, leaving traces on Yuehua's purple palace dress. Seriously, are the LSBs excited? Not only the silver-colored palace dress, but even Tang Yuehua's fair neck and delicate chin had traces. Ended up with a happy feeding and 039 minutes of wet French kisses. Tang Muchin wiped his mouth a little indifferently. Although Tang Yuehua's face was ashamed of Yui, it was still okay to face the situation. After all, the two of them had posted more than once or twice. Hey yo-ho, the little girl is quite stubborn? Tang Muchin decided to do it again, and today he had to let this guy taste what a might real man is. Chapter 69 Daily Operation. Yo, today I'll show you what a real might real man is. Tang Muchin swore an oath, stretched out his hand and grasped the waist of the purple palace costume that outlined the moving curve, and locked Tang Yuehua with a powerful force. The other hand picked up the milk tea and took another sip, ready to feed Pai for the second time. But this time Tang Yuehua didn't let him succeed. Tang Yuehua raised his hand to block his pouted mouth, and both hands used force at the same time to lock Tang Muchin's big mouth in a circle. Then he twisted his face hard. Why, do you like it so much when I give in? Tang Yuehua asked coldly. How can it be? While talking, Tang Muchin took out the wooden finger chicken that he had removed from the bones, and brought it up like a treasure. Come on, Sister Yuehua, open your mouth, ah. Tang Yuehua turned her head with a snort. Hey, don't be so foul, okay? I'm going to die, what do you want me to do with this pose? Tang Muchin stretched out his hand and took a few pieces of crispy chicken thighs, handed them to Tang Yuehua, and said with a smile, this is our Tiandu's famous product, although Sister Yuehua, you don't like meat very much, but this taste is definitely ok. Tang Yuehua looked at Tang Muchin in front of him, the crispy chicken thigh meat, fried to golden skin, and the tempting aroma seemed to make people salivate faster. Tang Yuehua is no exception. This kind of thing can stimulate the most primitive of human beings. Come on, open your mouth. Tang Muchin greeted. Tang Yuehua stared at Tang Muchin's chicken thigh bun tightly, and suddenly took a bite. Eat meat with fingers. Fizz. A little soothing. But it doesn't hurt, it's very comfortable.
Tang Muchin felt that it would be more comfortable to come a few more times. It's unexpectedly good, after all, there is only one person in the world who is worth it. However, what was Tang Yuehua's motivation and purpose for doing this? Although she will not harm me, this is the first time in 12 years that she has been so proactive. Not. The degree of jealousy is over the table. No, no, no. Tang Yuehua is independent and strong, noble and self-respecting. It will not be like this, although I am very excited. Tang Yuehua in front of Tang Muchin's face was ashamed of Yui, and her eyes seemed to be dripping with water. Tisk, is this really my baby girlfriend Yuehua? Could it be that someone dropped the bag? But, it's really cute. Tang Muchin just wants to say, one is not enough, I want 3. It's not enough to be twice as happy, I want to be 3 times as happy. Tang Muchin seemed to think of a bright future. Tang Yuehua obediently put a pillow on her knees, Bibi Dong kindly beat her legs, Qian Rongxiu made tea for herself, Bo Sixi knelt in front of her and coughed, thinking, holding a plate of food. Of course, we can't forget Gu Yuina's darling, Gu Yuina's words, I think about it, let him feed me. Then the location is the Pope's Hall in the Wuhan Hall. That life is really colorful. Forget it, wipe the hareza first, and I'm back to my senses. Tang Yuehua in front of her was ashamed of Yui's face. Tang Muchin was sure to laugh with this big baby first. Tang Muchin smiled and touched Tang Yuehua's long soft hair, but the scent on her body made Tang Muchin very intoxicated. How is it? Although it was a greeting, the tone was very positive. That's great, I like it. Tang Muchin affirmed. That's a must. Come on, feed me milk tea and meat. You don't have hands. I was just afraid that you would be angry. Why, you don't even know how to feed your girlfriend, how can you be a boyfriend? Huh? Now that I know that I'm your boyfriend, you always think I'm the right one. That's it, otherwise how would you hone you? Why, don't you want to? Yes, my darling Yuehua. Tang Muchin fondly fed Tang Yuehua these wooden finger chickens, which were about 3 pieces of meat and a mouthful of milk tea. However, Tang Yuehua who was fed was full. Tang Yuehua didn't have much appetite, he said he was full after eating half of it, and left the rest to Tang Muchin. Although Tang Muchin said he wanted to eat the rest of your food, he still ate it up honestly. Tang Yuehua looked at him tenderly. Although this guy is educated by himself, eating is rough. What an unlovable guy. Tang Yuehua sighed lightly. But, who made him really like him? Then, he is about to go to the spirit hall, is he going to say hello to her? Well, write a letter at night and let her take care of my boyfriend. Although he looks a little like smelting copper, this guy is really not a child, so please forgive me. Tang Yuehua persuaded herself, with a cherry blossom-like smile. Chapter 70 Hercules' Palm. The two happily enjoyed the meal of wooden finger chicken and special milk tea. Speaking of which, this is the first cup of milk tea in autumn. Tang Muchin said with a smile. Huh. That is to say, the first cup of milk tea for one's favorite person in the fall. Oh? Didn't you give wrong? No, absolutely not. Tang Muchin knew that he could never admit it at this time, and said this sentence very seriously. Besides, the milk tea I had just now was the first cup of milk tea that Ning Rongrong bought in the fall, really. Hearing Tang Muchin's reassurance, Tang Yuehua smiled happily, then reluctantly believe you. Ow, it's finally over. Tang Muchin let out a long sigh, and then decisively stretched out his hand to eat the last piece of wooden finger chicken. Crispy, fat, tender, and crunchy. After eating these, Tang Muchin took the initiative to get rid of the remaining garbage, and wiped the surrounding tabletops. Occasionally, Tang Muchin will still do it himself, so as not to become a person who can stretch out his hand with clothes and open his mouth with food. After everything was almost done, Tang Muchin returned to Tang Yuehua's office, the owner of Yuexuan. She was still the same, holding a brush and not knowing what she was writing. On the other hand, the way she writes is really charming. The standard sitting posture, placed flat, says that men are handsome when they work hard, but girls are too. Tang Yuehua combines nobility and elegance, and is a crazy stunner. But it's also my good girlfriend when it comes to driving people crazy. Tang Muchin was so rude. Yigulu came to Tang Yuehua's side, and with Tang Yuehua relaxing a little, he didn't have the space to pick up the pen and write, and hugged Tang Yuehua's tender body. Although Tang Yuehua was about 1.7 meters tall, she only weighed in her early 90s, so she was slender. Tang Muchin has 1,000 jins of strength, so it's no problem to pick up Tang Yuehua. In the posture of a standard princess hug, one hand supported Yang Liu's slender waist, and the other hand hooked the leg and lifted it hard. By the way, Tang Yuehua was wearing a purple palace suit, which was suitable for the curves of the human body. Tang Muchin did this, and the palace suit was tightly stretched, outlining a moving curve. After picking up Tang Yuehua like this, Tang Muchin sat down on Tang Yuehua's seat first. Tang Yuehua was sitting on a relatively expensive golden silk Nanmu chair with some fur on it to ease the hardness and temperature. It's precious stuff in the end. Tang Muchin sighed. Tang Yuehua quietly leaned on Tang Muchin's body, her pretty face buried in her arms, and looked a little satisfied. The dark blue hair rubbed and rubbed, making Tang Muchin feel a little itchy. Really, she is obviously a lady, just like a child in front of her? Although it is a helpless idea, but to be honest, a peerless girl of the type of sister shows such an appearance in front of you, aren't you excited? But whether you are excited or not, I am excited anyway. Besides, my girlfriend is very sweet. Tang Muchin said from this. Tang Yuehua really understands Tang Muchin's thoughts, because this dead scum is extremely domineering, so he understands everything. As a charming woman, he can control Tang Muchin's mind in a sensible way. Tang Muchin hugged Tang Yuehua's soft body tightly, and then prepared to see what she was doing these 2 days. There are several sheets of white paper on the huge desk, with some small words densely written on it. Take a closer look, and it's written in general. The content is as follows. Your Excellency, please help me take care of my brother Tang Muchin. He will go to Wuhan City to test in a few days, in order to join Wuhan Academy. Grateful. Yours truly. Hey, who is this for? Guess what? Are you really my sister Yuehua? How did you become so skinny? Tang Muchin thought that this guy must treat her well. As for how to deal with it? Humph, are you still teaching me? Now for a deep kiss. After a while, the two separated. Come on. Tang Muchin pinched her delicate chin. A bang made Tang Muchin Vivi move. Hold it tightly with almost no space left. I won't tell you this, it may not be good for you to tell you this. Tang Yuehua said with Chow Yui. Well, that's fine. Tang Muchin thought about it carefully. It seems that there is no need to pursue it, after all, Tang Yuehua will not harm himself. Moreover, he just kissed her and lost his mind. With a smile on his face, Tang Muchin put on a gloomy look. He turned Tang Yuehua over with his backhand. You have to know how we should treat those who are disobedient. Vigorously, with great power to perform miracles, with great power of the Vajrapam. Chapter 71. The so-called past is a cloud of smoke. A meal of fried meat with bamboo shoots forced Tang Yuehua to abandon her restraint, and covered her buttocks with her hands and began to resist Tang Muchin's attack. You little soul. Tang Yuehua bit Kiba a little bit. If you don't fight for a few days, Go to the house and uncover the tiles. I really thought I didn't want to beat you up. If it wasn't for you just now, I wouldn't let you do anything to me. Tang Yuehua seemed to have flames rising from his head. Tang Muchen clearly felt that there was a black flame behind Tang Yuehua. Oops. Tang Muchen knew that it was Tang Yuehua who was annoyed by his fried pork with bamboo shoots. Sister Yuehua, I was wrong. If you are wrong, admit it, and stand upright when you are beaten. Tang Muchen dared to act. It's a big deal, you can also give me a meal of fried pork with bamboo shoots. Come on, Xiao Hunden, try it out with me, and take it as your trial before you go to Wuhan City. If I don't beat you into a pig's head today, I won't be called Tang Yuehua. Tang Yuehua saw that the dead pig in front of him was not afraid of being scalded by boiling water, and was ready to try it out with him. To be honest, in front of Tang Muchen, Tang Yuehua really couldn't do anything about this man whose skin was thicker than that of an elephant, and all his usual elegance was in vain. Just a big girl in love. I rely on, really come. Could it still lie to you? Tang Yuehua snorted. Noble Ring Realm. The mist rose and filled the room in a blink of an eye. This is Tang Yuehua's domain, the circle of nobility. But Tang Muchen gave it a name and called it as you like, because the characteristics of this field are really bugs. The leash. In Tang Yuehua's hand, there was an extra thick rope several meters in length. Out. The thick rope rolled into a twist in the air, and attacked Tang Muchen in a lightning-fast posture. I lost it, could it be that, Sister Yuehua, you like to bundle pie? No, I'm so excited. I don't want to press you today for a meal of fried pork with bamboo shoots. I'm waiting for you. Tang Yuehua's face was obviously ashamed of Yui, but her movements were not slow. The upper body of the golden dragon claw is wrapped around with golden dragon wings. Spreading its wings, the broad golden dragon wings stretched out, several meters long. I don't want to be beaten like this. The golden dragon wings slammed into the air with the help of air buoyancy. Repression. Tang Yuehua's red lips parted lightly. Without seeing how she moved, a strong and invisible force suppressed Tang Muchen. Tang Muchen only felt that a huge force suddenly hit him. It feels amazing, obviously invisible, but irresistible. Even Tang Muchen's well-trained body was quickly suppressed to the ground at that moment. Although she has been abused by Tang Yuehua until she grows up, every time she sees this lady with a smile on her face, she always feels that this person is avenging private revenge. Besides, this big girl is really scary. The invincible hand in the same realm is talking about the evolved Tang Yuehua. Phew. I can't be bullied by you anymore. Today, I must serve you a meal of fried pork with bamboo shoots. It's fine to do it again if you can. Tang Yuehua said lightly, with only expectations for Tang Muchen in his eyes. The first thing Tang Muchen had to face when he fell to the ground was the binding rope condensed by Tang Yuehua's soul power. Don't look at mediocre, but the power was strong enough to bind the Soul Emperor. Golden Dragon Destruction Bullet. The demolition bomb, which had gathered all its strength, shot out with a pitch-black light, but it exploded the moment it didn't get close to the rope. Immediately, his vision was blocked. If Tang Muchen and Tang Yuehua fought for soul power, he would definitely lose. Besides, although the Golden Dragon King's soul power is stronger than other top martial souls, this is not his main ability, so it is impossible to compare with Tang Yuehua at the Soul Emperor level. So, for now, the only way to get close is to take the opportunity. Tang Muchen stomped his feet on the ground quickly, forming a huge impact and suddenly rushed forward. But this Tang Yuehua was as slippery as a loach. Couldn't catch it? Who, how slippery, like a little yellow eel. Play hide and seek with me. Tang Muchen stood still. The golden dragon shakes the earth. Quickly stepping on the ground, the soul power is released.
The powerful force jumped suddenly with the rumbling sound. With the appearance of the golden dragon shaking the ground with the greatest force, Tang Yuehua's space shook for a while. Not bad. Tang Yuehua couldn't help but nodded when she saw the scene in front of her. The strength of the mere great soul master, the soul skill can actually affect his own domain. The soul skill itself should not be simple. Sure enough, it's a monster, but that's all. Spirit, repression. Tang Yuehua concentrated his powerful spiritual power to compress and concentrate in the field. All the pressure went towards Tang Muchen. Hey, come on. Tang Muchen only felt that the surroundings were pitch black, and the strong pressure made him unable to move. The pitch-dark world made Tang Muchen feel a little scared, and he couldn't help shouting loudly. Loneliness, darkness, fear. This is what Tang Muchen felt. Perhaps Tang Yuehua amplified these senses, causing Tang Muchen to be seriously affected. No, why is it a little familiar? I lost it, I seem to have been dismembered in my previous life. Axie. Tang Muchen thought of his previous life and fled in a hurry after he was caught driving a car, and finally rolled to Hanoi to be captured by a group of women and treated cruelly. However, don't think that this will stop me from being an LSP. In this world, Tang Muchen still maintains the image of a scumbag. But perhaps the environment here also recognizes polygamy, so he is very reassured and bold. But this time, Tang Yuehua seemed to let him recall the past. A little scared, but I will not admit defeat. Although I am a scumbag king, I just want to give them a home. Besides, come to Douluo, there are so many tragic characters, I don't come to save anyone. Guyuina, Bibi Dong, Qianrongxiu, Zuzuking, Bo Sixi. I take care of them myself. Be harmonious and harmonious, get along day and night, and be happy together. This is my goal. Everything in the past, and the group of women, climb for the Lord. Bang bang bang. Tang Muchen's body suddenly heard a few soft sounds. Bang bang bang. Where? Tang Muchen felt that the voice was getting firmer and higher. Bang bang bang. This is Tang Muchen's heartbeat. Gold gradually burned all over his body. Something is breaking. It is the realm, or the past. Tang Muchen doesn't know, now he just wants to break through here. The golden dragon wings behind him suddenly stretched, and the golden lines became clearer, protecting Tang Muchen's body. The golden dragon claws on both hands looked sharper, and their hardness was incomparable to usual. Climb for Grandpa! Tang Muchen shouted. Card wipe. Boom. Two loud bangs. Tang Muchen forcibly broke through his shackles and returned to his original place. He was breathing heavily and sweating on his face, but he smiled, and this time, he broke through the past. He used to be hacked to death. It seemed that I went back to the past, I was different from before, and I had the ability to break free. Also, there are girls who love me even more. Tang Yuehua in the distance walked in slowly. Tall, but Tang Muchen didn't have the heart to pay attention. Successful. Tang Yuehua came to his side and said quietly. The noble circle field can be said to be free, because he is an illusion, under my control, the injuries he receives in the illusion will be transferred to the top, so it is called invincible within the same level, just because the same level of spiritual power cannot surpass me. The soul saint who is stronger than me, the strength and spiritual power have broken through to a certain level, and I may not be able to affect it. Mu-chan, don't blame me. Ha ha ha, you really thought it would be so simple, of course it's impossible, LSP crawling for the Lord. But, can you guess, when will you eat Yuehua? I don't know. I'm shy and shy, besides, there are some in the group. LSP gathering, you are not here yet.
Chapter 72. That day finally. Muchin, don't blame elder sister, you are young now, it is easy to break through this, and it is also good for you. Fortunately, you succeeded. It's dangerous, dangerous. Tang Yuehua didn't know, what this guy saw was his most feared past life. But Yuehua's thoughts are good. Humph, I know, my family Muchin is naturally unusual. I believe you can get out of my fantasy. Why, then trust me. Tang Muchin asked questions. You are Tang Muchin, my brother, my boyfriend, that's all. I know that you are going to the Wuhan temple, but you must know that there are many more powerful people in the Wuhan temple than Tiandu. I can protect you in the Heaven Do Empire, but it's hard to say in the Spirit Hall. Mu Chen, you have made great progress this time, and I can rest assured. This time is a brand new experience for you, and you don't need to be too afraid to meet demonic illusion's spirit masters in the future. However, illusions are generally the most feared scenes for the caster. Tang Yuehua took a deep breath and smiled. Sure enough, my boyfriend is the best. Tang Muchin breathed heavily and said, Thank you, Sister Yuehua. The two looked at Isho without saying a word. Just now you couldn't summon your little friend at all. Yeah, what a terrifying illusion, it's hard to guard against. After unlocking the domain, Tang Yuehua helped Tang Muchin to his room. And put the bath water for Tang Muchin. Go ahead. Indeed, Tang Muchin, who was sweating a lot, also wanted to take a good bath at this time, to detox and to feel comfortable. Steaming bathroom, sparkling pool water. There is still the faint fragrance of Tang Yuehua's body on it. Tang Muchin took off his sticky clothes and stepped in. The sparkling pool water suddenly stirred up waves, and Tang Muchin buried himself in it. This is Tang Yuehua's private bathroom. The water in the pool has been soaked with high-quality medicinal herbs, so it is refreshing to wash, detoxify the face, and strengthen the foundation. Tang Yuehua is not short of money, on the contrary, she is a rich woman. She has been using this bath ever since she was able to break through. Of course, Tang Muchin can also enjoy a wave occasionally. This medicinal bath has a great effect on skin beauty. Tang Muchin didn't have any scars on his body because of this medicinal bath. However, a medicated bath costs at least 10 gold soul coins. After all these years, okay, tens of thousands of gold soul coins, what a prodigal woman. I have had a bad stomach since I was a child, and I just want to eat soft rice. Take a shower comfortably. Tang Muchin was still thinking. It's a pity that there is no Tang Yuehua to wash with him, it is really lack of beautiful scenery. After washing his body, Tang Muchin took the bath towel, which is still Tang Yuehua's personal bath towel, but Tang Muchin is not taboo. Wiped himself, including XXXXXXXX. Tang Muchin just put on the prepared clothes and was ready to go out. It was suddenly pitch black outside. What's the matter? Tang Muchin didn't know why. Just went and lit the UI candles here. The faint firelight gradually dissipated, and the whole room was brightly lit. This is. The whole room seemed to be dyed a pink UI color. The atmosphere of cherry blossom-like pink UI gradually diffused, and the lavender veil fluttered and undulated with the wind outside the window. Between the ups and downs of the veil, there was a person lying on the bed lightly dragged. She was wearing a lavender nightgown, her long dark purple hair was hanging down, her back was concave and convex, and she was exquisite. Tang Muchin swallowed a mouthful of saliva in his throat. Tang Yuehua is unique, the most beautiful woman she has ever seen. Even Rong can't compare to her now. What's worse is not only her bumpy figure, but also her graceful bearing. Rong has her own temperament, but there is no doubt that the allure of this is too great for Tang Muchin. Gollum. Oh man. Don't blame my brother for not being human, but sister is too charming. Idiot, don't come up yet. Tang Yuehua looked at Tang Muchin's silly appearance and scoffed at Isho. Oh, come on, come on. Tang Muchin quickly climbed up and immediately hugged Tang Yuehua. Why, do you want to have a meal of fried pork with bamboo shoots for me? Tang Yuehua pretended to have a coquettish expression, turned over on her own initiative, pouted her upturned buttocks, closed her star eyes slightly, and exhaled Yulan. Soft and crispy, Tang Muchin was about to follow the stick, but ended up eating chestnuts. If you want to eat shit, be honest with me, it's fine if I don't beat you. Tang Yuehua warned. Damn, give me back my sister Yuehua, who is bright-eyed and kind, gentle and kind, elegant and charming, considerate to my brother, and loves my brother? Tang Muchin had no choice. After all, it was rare for Tang Yuehua to sleep with her in a good mood today. If he stabbed the basket by himself, he would really have to face the wall again. Wait, let your Tenten beg me in a few years. However, the fragrance was soft, and the charming aroma flowed from the nose, and Tang Muchin slowly fell asleep. After a long while, Tang Yuehua suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Tang Muchin, who was asleep. She couldn't help Viviisho and felt how tightly he hugged her. What a little soul. Star eyes closed slightly, drowsiness swept through. After a while, both of them fell asleep. The next day was still the rising sun, the sun shone on the earth, and the trivial shadow of the sun Madara fell on Tang Muchin's pouted S. The quilt that was broken free was thrown aside casually. As we all know, sunlight has a temperature, and when it is refracted by a prism, it will produce a focusing effect. So the taste of his gut sun-drenched S. But it doesn't seem to be of any use to this guy. Today was the day Ning Rong left, but this guy was still sleeping. Chapter 73. Who made this girl cry? Tang Muchin still slept in a daze, and the sun shone on his butt and didn't notice it. It was like this for a while. Click. A gate of opening sounded, and Tang Yuehua was approaching. The plain silver tray he was dragging in his hand, topped with sweet preserved egg, lean meat porridge and freshly baked egg pancakes. It looks very refreshing and pure, and it is a normal family breakfast. Tang Yuehua pays more attention to etiquette, because he prefers some plain things. So the usual family meal is usually made in the morning. Of course Tang Muchin has something to say about these, but if he doesn't want to disappoint Tang Yuehua's kindness, he will first solve the breakfast she prepared, and then I eat 10 meat buns, 10 big chicken chops, and 10 bowls of chicken leg rice. After all, he really has a long body, and he is the Golden Dragon King with active chi and blood. In addition, it is often fresh for Xiaojin occasionally. But to be honest, Tang Muchin still likes to eat breakfast prepared by Tang Yuehua, that is, he belongs to the type who does not like meat. Little soul Dan. Get up and eat. Tang Yuehua's voice was still soft. As a result, Tang Muchin turned over and continued to sleep. No problem, Tang Yuehua already had a coup. Reaching out his hand to squeeze Tang Muchin's buttocks, just like many children are afraid of spanking needles, it is a fatal pain for the buttocks. Oh 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 oh. Even Tang Muchin, whose skin is thicker than the city wall, can't take this trick. That's right. He woke up. What are you doing? Tang Muchin, who rubbed his eyes, was a little helpless. Why is this Tang Yuehua so skinny? Isn't it bad to be a noble and beautiful woman? It's something else for me. Hum hum hum. Tang Muchin hummed and got up and went to wash up, without clothes on, and went to the bathroom. After spitting out the foam in his mouth, he washed his face well. Look at yourself in the mirror. Well, so handsome. Tang Muchin was fascinated. Damn, so narcissistic. Okay, I know you're handsome, come out for dinner. Tang Yuehua's hearing was very good, and she was speechless when she heard this sentence. Tang Muchen can be said to be of an upper middle level appearance, but he is more inclined to be a sturdy male. He usually pays attention to dressing up, so he is a relatively clean type, but it is not the same as handsome and compelling. However, being handsome is useless. I have seen many, but I only like Tang Muchen. Ow! Tang Muchen shook his wet hair and walked out in a pose. He casually picked up the preserved egg and lean meat porridge on a plate the size of a wash basin, and then picked up several egg cakes that were bigger than a human face, rolled them hard, and gnawed them. Tang Muchen's mouth was so stubborn that he solved the egg cake in a few mouthfuls. He raised his head and drank this bowl of preserved egg lean meat soup. Tang Muchen wiped the corner of his mouth, ready to get out. Oh, are you going out today? Yeah, I'm going out to deliver someone today. It's best not to lie to Tang Yuehua at this time, but don't name names. According to Tang Yuehua's mind, she probably wouldn't ask. A bet, a bicycle becomes a motorcycle. Ah, so it is. Okay, then you go early, I have something to do today too. Sure enough, Tang Yuehua had no doubts, but urged him to leave quickly. He, perfect. Tang Muchen went out happily. Ziohunden, today I want to eat kebabs from Nanmen. Clam. That's a famous dish in the remote areas of the Tiandu Empire. Now we have it here. It is said that it tastes very good. No problem, I'll arrange it for you. Although there was a mutton skewer that had resounded throughout the country in previous lives, Tang Muchen was not surprised at all. In the end this place has appeared green tea, milk tea, and so on. It is not so diligent to appear a mutton skewer. Just give Tang Yuehua a whole one, and taste the local flavor here. While thinking about it, Tang Muchen stepped out of the door. Tang Yuehua tidied up the plate and dragged it away. She was going to give the letter to someone, and she immediately delivered it non-stop. Because the Heaven Do Empire is quite far from Wuhan City, it should be there as soon as possible to arrange many matters earlier. I am the dividing line of all evil. Tang Muchen, who was out of Yuexuan, carefully thought about where he wanted to go and how to go. Good guy, the main entrance of Heaven Do City is a little far from here, it is already 8:45, and at 9 o'clock, I am a little anxious. Catch us up. Tang Muchen's physique is extremely strong, and in terms of footwork, he can be said to be extremely fast. Tang Muchen walked quickly in the crowd and shuttled among the crowd. The gate of Heaven Do City in the distance. Today's Sky Do City is as lively and busy as ever, and it deserves to be the top big city in the mainland. Pedestrians come and go, and they are in a hurry. What is different today is that there is a little girl with pear blossoms and rain, and the national color and heavenly fragrance add a touch of color to the environment of the gate. The girl had pale pink hair, a delicate face, blue eyes, and fair skin that was enviable. Today, her pear blossoms are raining, and there are still tears left on her pretty face. The big tears are falling down, and the big eyes are like a cistern. I see you pity. Some pedestrians around couldn't help but stop just to take a look at this beautiful girl. After all, there are beauties everywhere, but such stunning looks are really extremely rare. Who made this girl cry? Everyone has deep questions in their hearts. P.S. Why did the editor put it for so long and didn't give me the status? Chapter 74 The First Cup of Milk Tea in Autumn. Alright, wrong. A tall and handsome man hugged this stunning girl. The man's face is like a jade, his facial features are distinct, he is unusually handsome, and his long black hair is tied up with an upturned crown. 2 strands of black hair fell down, with an extraordinary temperament. This man must have attracted countless attention on the street. Now he is holding the stunning girl with a loving look on his face. However, Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this pair is a father and daughter, which makes many people disappointed but also very happy. Wrong is good, you must take good care of yourself when you go there. Even though she said that, Ning Rongrong's tears still flowed uncontrollably. Hey, Rongrong, don't cry, this old man's heart is broken. The old man, who was more than 2 meters tall but looked very thin at the back, hurriedly stepped forward to coax him. There is also an immortal style bone, and my old man, who is like a sword, also follows closely. Grandpa Bone, Grandpa Sword. It was good that the two of them didn't come, but Ning Rongrong was even more sad when they came. I feel a little sad when I think that I won't see these people for at least half a year. Let alone that bad guy, woohoo. Bone Douluo touched her head with some pity. The three couldn't help but sigh at the same time. Who let the elite education of the empire not work? The Heaven Do Imperial Academy did not give the commoners what they should have, so they were afraid that Ning Rongrong would learn badly from the nobles here. But that should also be impossible. If Rongrong is really broken, that guy will definitely come back and beat people. However, if the three of them knew that what Ning Rongrong thought more about was that she and Tang Muchen could hardly meet, what would the three of them look like? Think hard. Rongrong, in which academy you can meet all kinds of talented people and form a team? Ning Fengzi thought for a while, and said it again. Didn't you and Xiao Tang have a bet? When the time comes, beat him hard with your teammates and make him respect you in the future. If you think about it that way, it's true. Ning Rongrong thought for a while. On that day, I took my team members to defeat Tang Muchen's team. Tang Muchen came to me after the competition. His eyes were swollen, and he really smiled. He said to me, "You won, you deserve it. As a loser, I think I should live with you as your boyfriend, are you willing?" Oh, don't say that, I will. Ning Rongrong was inexplicably ashamed of Yui, and there was a sweetness in her heart. Seeing her daughter like this, Ning Fengzi and a few old men looked at each other and sighed silently in their hearts, "I've been eaten up." Although Ning Fengzi still has the mentality of an old father, Tang Muchen is indeed excellent, and for the time being, he still chooses to take a more look at the assessment. Speaking of which, why isn't this guy here yet? Not only Ning Fengzi, but even Ning Rongrong thought so. It was now a quarter of an hour past 9 o'clock. Tang Muchen still did not appear. Ning Rongrong's mouth was pouted, and he could hang a wine bottle. Although the face is only slightly revealed. But she has a lot of emotional drama in her heart. Death Muchen, stinky soul, still don't come to see me? Do you know that if we don't come to see me this time, we will be very unlikely to see you? Hey. Well, you promised me, hello? You really don't plan to come and see me? Whoa. Tang Muchen is so light-hearted, I hate you to death? Above. Okay, wrong, it's almost time to leave, this time Grandpa Jian will accompany you there in person. Sword Douluo on the side saw that this little baby was really a pity, so he quickly made a round of it. Oh, I see. Ning Rongrong bowed her head sadly, looking really pitiful. This brat. Ning Fengzi looked at his daughter like this, a little headache, and more wanted to punch the dead guy. This guy really did a really good job after letting him go. Deceiving your precious daughter into a circle. At first, I thought I could take good care of Rongrong, but in the end, I did, but where did the care go? Hee, sure enough, those who covet their own daughters should die. The sun was scorching hot, and the weather was a little hot. Then I'm leaving, Dad, Grandpa Bone. After waiting for a while, Ning Rongrong said goodbye to Ning Fengzi and Bone Douluo despite being a little sad. Sword Douluo pulled up the curtain of Chayu and beckoned her to enter. Then, Uncle Jian, I'll leave it to you.
Ning Fengzi was a little solemn. Don't worry, Fengzi. Ning Rongrong looked at Heaven Do City with some memory. Looking at the person that Tian Do City missed. The soul is pale. Huh? That is. A young man suddenly ran out from under the city gate in the distance. The young man's speed was extremely fast, and he was approaching Ning Rongrong's car in the blink of an eye. The young man was busy, and it seemed that he had rushed over. There was still residual sweat on his body, and there was only anxiety on his clean face. Teenagers are not handsome, but they can also be said to be attractive and clean, and they are tall, which is one of the types that everyone likes. Hey, wait a minute. Tang Muchin ran with all his strength for half an hour, and his whole body was soaked in sweat before he finally arrived. Ah, Grandpa Jian, wait a minute. After Ning Rongrong saw her sweetheart, her heart skipped a beat, and her whole body was excited. Following his shouting, Ning Rongrong hurriedly ordered the car to stop. Then the whole person got out of the car quickly, and the whole movement quickly flew up, causing Ning Fengzi and others to be stunned. This child. The mentality of Ning Rongrong who just got off the bus. This stinky soul is light. Finally here, do you know that I thought you were not coming back, woohoo? Above. Male passerby's perspective. Damn, why is someone else's girlfriend? Jealous, I'm dead. Female passerby's perspective. Wow, are you so rigid in front of your parents? I love you. Sword Douluo and other three people's perspectives. Why do I suddenly feel a little uncomfortable? It feels like the little cabbage at home was suddenly arched. Stinky boy. Tang Muchin quickly came to Ning Rongrong with a few swipes. He was gasping for breath, sweat was struggling to come out of his hair, and a few drops of sweat fell from the drooping hair in the way of acceleration of gravity. You are finally here. Ning Rongrong reluctantly eased his excitement and said in a somewhat suppressed voice. I'm sorry, Rongrong, today I. As long as you can. She shows off Isho. The smile shone brightly, making Tang Muchin feel guilty that he almost missed this treasure girl by oversleeping. Thousands of words in one sentence. Wrong, be careful on the road. Don't worry, Grandpa Jian will escort me personally. Oh, yes, you take this. Huh. The first cup of milk tea in autumn. Chapter 75. It's that scumbag. Huh. The first cup of milk tea in autumn. Tang Muchin took out a bamboo cup from behind. It's about the size of a normal cup. But the surface is very smooth and moist. I made this myself because this bamboo is very hard and it was a hassle to sand, just made it, and then. This is the first cup of milk tea in autumn, for you. The idea of a bamboo cup was a whim by Tang Muchin, and then he bought the middle part of the 1,000-year-old Soul Beast Lone bamboo at a high price and polished it carefully. There will also be a change after the weak Soul Beast reaches 1,000 years. After the Millennium Lone bamboo reached the Millennium cultivation realm, its material is extremely hard, but the sharpness of the golden dragon claw surrendered after a few moments. Finally made it? It was a wish for Ning Rongrong today. The steaming milk tea has an ethereal aroma. A faint mist filled his eyes. The reflection on Ning Rongrong's face was a little bit of UI, not only the hot tea but also the embarrassment in her heart. Thank you. Ning Rongrong took it a little cautiously. In a blink of an eye, the words flowed with laughter. Warm milk tea, warm in your hand and hidden in your heart. Ning Rongrong looked at the guy who was sweating profusely in front of him, his eyes curved and filled with joy. Cough, okay, if you have anything to say, hurry up and say it. Ning Fengzi coughed and interrupted the two of them looking at each other. He didn't want his daughter to think about this bastard all the time. Tang Muchin raised his eyes resentfully and glanced at Ning Fengzi. Secretly spit out, really, can you have some eyesight? There's no way, whoever said this is someone's father, his future father-in-law, let's endure it. Well, I went there and you couldn't see me. Ning Rongrong pouted and said a little uncomfortable. Tang Muchen smoothed Ning Rongrong's hair first, while Ning Fengzi, who was next to him, frowned. Don't worry, I will send you letters often. Tang Muchen swore an oath. Then it took a lot of words to make Ning Rongrong coaxed into confusion, not knowing where to go. The three people behind them were dumbfounded. Tang Muchen felt that it was almost done, and quickly coaxed Ning Rongrong into the car. Before getting into the car, Ning Rongrong was still a little tearful, and reluctantly got into the car, clutching the bamboo cup made by Tang Muchen with both hands. At the window of Chayu, he waved at Tang Muchen excitedly. Sword Douluo was also among the carriages, and the one who drove the carriage was also the exclusive groom of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Tang Muchen watched Ning Rongrong's car leave slowly, and she could still see her waving wrist. Goodbye, Comrade Rongrong. I hope Rongrong can understand teamwork better in Shrek. However, Xiao Ao, your marriage was cut off by me. But there are still other beautiful girls. It seems that I still need to find an opportunity to go to Shrek Academy exclusively. Tang Muchen thought carefully and turned his head. Gurong's big face was right behind Tang Muchen. Gurong is 2 meters tall, and Tang Muchen only looks like the top of his neck now. Hey, you stinky boy, you have taken away the little princess of our sect. The teasing tone, but the expression is a bit fierce. Damn it, you won't beat me. Tang Muchen was a little nervous. He couldn't bear the iron fist of this man's justice. Well, we are in love with each other. Tang Muchen said embarrassedly. It's a good one. Ning Fengzi walked up to Tang Muchen. Although he is smiling, he is obviously protecting his daughter as an old father who protects his daughter. Ning Fengzi smiled and stretched out his hand and patted Tang Muchen's shoulder. Stinky boy, I can probably guess that you're not one to be tied down. It's just my hope that Rongrong will never fail. Ning Fengzi said these words earnestly, patted his shoulder, and prepared to leave. After all, he is the suzerain of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Naturally, he has a lot of things to deal with, and it took a lot of time today. Stinky boy, improve your strength well, this is the foundation of everything. Gurong winked slightly. This man is so old and still so naughty. Seeing the two get into the carriage, Tang Muchen breathed a sigh of relief. The first task has to be completed today, and the second task will be done next. Hey, the days of being a scumbag are really fulfilling. Tossing and turning between the two girls every day. Really, hurry up and get it done today. Tang Muchen asked for directions, and then found a mutton skewer shop on the internet UI check-in point. The chef here speaks an authentic Tiandu dialect. Anyway, Tang Muchen basically didn't understand. But he was very proud to buy 500 bunches. As a big customer, his portion was quickly prepared and packed in a large bag. No problem, today I will take Sister Yuehua to try the authentic mutton skewers. Tang Muchen put the mutton skewers across his mouth, ate the meat in one bite, and crunched it. The chewiness of the meat, the mellow seasoning, and the full flavor made Tang Muchen feel the taste of the past. Walk all the way back to Yuexuan. As soon as he entered the 3rd floor, Tang Muchen called out, Sister Yuehua, delicious mutton skewers are here.